Okay, where were we? Oh, I think we're on social, right? We're on K, I think. Yeah, social policy. We're on page 25. So, for anybody who doesn't know, this is the Conservative Party of Canada's Maple Dipped Project 2025. And it is. Well, that's not 20. Oh, it's 16. Oh, it's not 25 in the PDF. Ugh. Ew. That's the worst. Seniors. Faith-based organizations. Hold on. There we go. K. We did it. We made it. 25. This was released in 2023. So this is something that they've been working on. This is their project 2025. This is like their mandate or whatever you want to call it. This is their plan of what they want to do if and when they get in office in 2025. So don't vote for the conservatives. Also, I've been thinking about doing a video that's just explaining why women don't like Polyev because people seem to be there seems to be a large portion of people that are confused by that. And I'm like, I feel like it's not confusing. And I don't know why people don't get this, and it seems like the people who don't get this are people who just don't listen to women at all. And so, like, I've been debating on making a video about that. So let me know what you think. Alright, hey, social policy. Please forgive me if my throat's a little bit still off, if I'm a little bit like, I'm not quite better yet, but I'm most of the way there. Social policy. Time for the pain. The Conservative Party is committed to a strong and effective healthcare program, well-funded post-secondary education, and an effective safety net so that Canadians will be able to face the challenges of life. We believe the government should work with the provinces and territories to strengthen the social fabric of Canada to improve the quality of life for all Canadians, but especially children, seniors, and the disabled. Post-secondary education. The Conservative Party believes in greater accessibility to education by eliminating as many barriers to post-secondary education as possible. The transfer should be distributed to provinces and territories on the basis of the number of enrolled students. We believe strongly that provincial jurisdiction must be respected. However, the federal government must play a role in addressing tuition and standards. So you get different funding to education based on where you live, which I don't think is a good idea. I don't necessarily think that that's the best idea. I mean, it's better to do it provincially than like district wise, but like I don't know if that's necessarily the greatest system. We support removing post-secondary education funding from Canada Social Transfer and creating an independent Canada Education Transfer. The transfer should be funded at a base level and increased annually according to inflation and demographic growth. It should be negotiated with the provinces and territories to ensure that the funding is targeted to post-secondary education. We believe the government must. So, what? Why? What's the problem? We believe the government must ensure that scholarships and bursaries are not taxed. The Conservative Party recognizes the investment of Canadian students and will make an additional 8 months of interest relief available on Canada student loans to allow students to better adapt to evolving market conditions. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know why you would need to separate it out, and I don't know if I like this setup, but I mean, an additional 8 months of not. So, if you get a loan in Ontario, if I remember correctly, from when I dropped out of school, which was a very long time ago, um, the amount, the length of time before you needed to pay interest on the loan was a year after you stopped going to school. So extending that by another 8 months, like by almost another year, I think is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. I agree with Rez. Ultimately, education should be free, but if it's not free, then this is a stepping stone, I guess. I don't know if the liberals intend on making it free though. So I haven't read I don't, as far as I know, they don't have a Project 2025. They do have policies posted on their websites, but I don't think they have a this in particular. Sorry, one second. I'm gonna. Excuse me. So I'm not sure. Student loans. The Conservative Party believes that post-secondary education is to be available to Canadians through a student loan program that provides funds to those in need. This program is to be student-focused and is to promote ease of access for all students. Well, yeah, it's a student loan program. I don't really know what you're saying. That sounds like you're saying nothing. The Conservative Party supports eliminating the inclusion of parental income and assets in assessment of loan application and supports loan availability model based on personal resources. You know, I'm kind of okay with this. I've known people whose parents have money who refuse to help them get education or refuse to, like, because that's the assumption, right? That if your parents have money, they're going to pay into your education. And there's no guarantee that they're going to do that. So eliminating the inclusion of parental income and assets is probably a good thing. I think I agree with this. We support providing greater flexibility to students. Again, barring just making post-secondary education free, which they should, but barring doing that, this is a step in the right direction. I would take this over nothing. We support providing greater flexibility to students paying back federal student loans by implementing income contingent loans and providing a preferred interest rate on student loans post-graduation. Yeah, that's already a thing. Like, the way you pay back and the amount that you have to pay back is limited, right? So, like, it's like $50. It might have gone up by now since I did it, but when I did it was $50. So, like, maybe it's gone up to $100, but, like, okay, like, that already exists, so fine, keep doing what you're doing, I guess. A conservative government would change the taxation laws to allow student line of credit loan interest to be deductable on income tax returns, similar to the current allowance for government loans. Wow, they did something that I agree with. Again, barring making education free, which would be great. Again, I don't know if the Liberal platform has that. I do know that Carney has put forward a $15,000 government investment into mid mid-career education. So, like, if you're working for a construction company and you need training, they're gonna pay for your training. But I mean, this is interesting. Making the student line of credit loan interest to be deductible on income tax returns is kind of cool. So if you're paying, like, so first off, you have to understand that Canada is different than America. Our interest rates on our student loans are not more than what you're paying off, so you can actually pay the loans down already. But if you're making money and you're getting taxed income tax, and your income tax is, like, let's say you're paying a total of, like, you're a year out of school, let's say you're paying, like, $200 taxes, and then you get a rebate at the end of the year. You're getting $200 off of every paycheck. Let's say it's that, right? So, and you're paying, let's call it $100 towards your student loan every month. Then you would get $100 deducted from your taxes every month. And then you would either get that returned to you or you wouldn't pay it, right? So, like, this is something that I actually don't disagree with. I don't know if the conservatives are also doing the same thing, but I'm just happy that I found something in here that fucking makes some sense to me. I don't know if you would need to change the taxation laws to do this. And, like, I think might be a weird way of wording it, but that's mostly just because I'm suspicious of the conservatives in general. So, employment insurance. The Conservative Party of Canada believes fundamentally in a strong, secure national employment insurance fund to support Canadians when they need it most. To this end, the party believes funds contributed by employers and employees to the EI fund should only be used to provide benefits to recipients. What? Huh? What do you mean? It should only be used to provide benefits to recipients. Anybody receiving it is a recipient. Who else are you giving it to besides the recipients? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at this in a bubble. I'm not looking at this compared to what the plan for the liberals are right now, so. Huh? The party believes funds contributed by employers and employees to the EI fund should only be used to provide benefits to recipients. These funds should not be used for other government program spending. Oh, okay. We also believe that employment insurance should better cover Canadians by extending the benefit period to 52 weeks in the event of a critical crisis or critical illness. I mean, I think extending it is fine. I don't know what it's currently at. I know that you just have to keep applying for it and it kind of just keeps going as long as you've paid into it. So, um, quite frankly, everything I know about the way EI works is that it's kind of fine. It could be a little bit higher. Is this about retraining? Not yet. Not yet. Or do you mean the Carney thing? The Carney thing is about further education and retraining. So like if your job gets taken over by a robot and you need training for the robot. Family. The Conservative Party believes that the family unit is essential to the well-being of individuals and society. But here's the other thing though. They're saying this, and in a bubble, cool, but their solution to everything is still cut taxes. And how are you going to pay for any of this stuff if you're cutting all of the taxes? Anyway, the Conservative Party believes that the family unit is essential to the well being of individuals and society because that is where children learn values and develop a sense of responsibility. Therefore, government legislation and programs should support and respect the role of the Canadian family. Is EI used for retraining? No, no, no. EI is employment insurance. So EI is like if you get laid off or fired unfairly and you argue that you get paid in the interim, or like if you get sick, you can apply for EI and you have to be off work. You apply for EI and they give you a percentage of the pay that you were making while you're job hunting. And then you just have to submit forms. Like I think it's every 3 months that you have to submit forms to show that you are job hunting and update them. And if you work and do anything, you have to report to them and let them know what's going on. Um, we believe in the right and duty of parents to raise their own children responsibly according to their conscience and beliefs. Within reason, sure. We believe no person, government, or agency has the right to interfere in the exercise of that duty except through due process of law. I mean, okay. We support, which means don't fuck around with gay and trans people, by the way. I just want to point that out. Like, if you're gonna say that you have no right and the government has no right to interfere, it means that you should not prevent gay couples from adopting or trans couples from adopting. And you shouldn't be interfering and saying that people are abusing their kids based on their belief in gender roles. Just to be clear, that's what they're saying. That's what that means. They're not going to stick by that. That's not what they mean. That's just what this literally says. We support income splitting for families. Okay. We recognize the value of the caregiver. We will examine measures within the tax system to help offset economic costs without discrimination. Take less taxes. Literally, their solution for everything. Communal child rearing greater than nuclear family. Yeah, the nuclear family is clearly a failure. I don't know, like what is income splitting? Let's look it up so I can get this correct. Let's make sure I don't get this wrong. Let's double check what income splitting in Canada. I'm pretty sure I know, but I want to be clear. Here you go. You and your spouse or common law partner may be able to jointly elect to split your eligible pension income if you meet all requirements. Transferring spouse or common law partner for the purposes of a joint election to split pension income. The transferring spouse or common law partner is the individual who receives eligible pension income and elects to allocate part of that income to their spouse or common law partner. Receiving spouse or common law partner, joint election can be made for a tax year. It's just like filing your taxes together and shit. Without getting married and stuff. Shared parenting. The Conservative Party believes that in the event of a marital breakdown, the Divorce Act should grant joint custody and or shared parenting unless it is clearly demonstrated not to be in the best interests of the child. Both parents and all grandparents should be allowed to maintain a meaningful relationship with their children and grandchildren unless it is demonstrated not to be in the best interest of the child. Grandparents need to be removed from this. Grandparents don't have dick shit rights to do anything. No offense, grandparents out there. It's not your kid. I do think that a lot of shared parenting stuff unduly and unfairly leans towards the mother in a lot of cases, and it shouldn't. It should be unbiased and should just be considered, because I agree with this, it should be split unless shown otherwise, that somebody else isn't good enough. But I do not think that grandparents should have a stake in. I think they should be considered, like, as in, like, the next of guardian pretty quickly, but they should not be considered as, like, part of shared custody unless there's some other extenuating issue where you start pulling in grandparents and aunts and uncles. Like, they should be on that level. But like a grandparent should not be able to fight for custody rights to their kids. Me and Feline, same page. Same page. The same way like an aunt or an uncle shouldn't be able to like, so like for example, right, if a parental couple decides that a grandparent is toxic or problematic to the way they're raising their kid, they should be able to go no contact, and that grandparent should have no legal recourse for that. You don't get those rights. Sorry. But I do think grandparents and aunts and uncles should be the next of guardians considered when there is, like, an issue with the parents. Childcare. The Conservative Party recognizes that parents are in the best position to determine the care needs for their children. Okay. And that they should be able to do so in an environment that encourages as many options as possible. Sure. And in a manner, except abortion, except euthanasia, except yada 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 yada. I think grandparent is in that, in the event of a missing parent. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I would call that an extenuating circumstances. Sometimes there's extenuating circumstances for grandparents. Absolutely. So, like, for example, let's go back to this for a second. For example, if the grandparents, there's a grandparent here and there's a mom and a dad, right? We'll stick with a nuclear mom and dad to make things simple enough for people who have issues with that. Mom, dad, grandparent on mom's side. Mom is crazy and starts doing drugs or whatever, and the parents split, but these grandparents still want to see their grandkids on this side, and the dad is getting full custody. Mom is now out of the picture. I don't think these grandparents should have a right to custody. However, I think that they should look at making an agreement of joint parenting. I do not think the legal system should necessarily be involved in that, though. Full custody is full custody. If these grandparents want to have a relationship with these grandkids, they don't have a legal right to fight for custody in this scenario, right? However, it would be nice if they're good people and these are good people and they can maintain a good relationship, but I don't think that that's necessarily the government's job to step in and take that over. But yeah, Sly is right. If like dad is in prison and mom's a junkie and then you have two competing grandparents, then yeah, sure, you can sort that out through the legal path. But if you're going to put grandparents there, I think that aunts and uncles should be under that same umbrella. Right? Like, there's no reason to say grandparents have a special place there as opposed to, like, aunts and uncles. I think an aunt and uncle would fall under that grandparent. Like, it is literally, like, just the next of family members. And, like, that, to me, that makes sense. Yeah, brother, like, yeah, an aunt and an uncle, or yeah, so like what if there's two grandkids but one grandkid is an adult, and so it's like the brother of the kid and then like the grandparents versus the brother, and the brother wants to take the kid or the grandparents want to take the kid. Right, like I think, like, does the court get involved in that? Probably, because the brother wouldn't be considered a legal guardian. So like when you're trying to figure out who the legal guardian is, I think like an adult brother or sister and grandparent and aunts and uncles would take priority, and then that the court would help them hash it out, and then they should all be considered equal and then decided on what joint custody or whatever they want to do, and the legal system can help them with that. I just, you know what I mean? But anyway, childcare. Except for, remember, we talked about all the healthcare services. So if you're gay, if you have illnesses, if you want to do like mental health care and euthanasia, or if your child has become pregnant, you don't get any care or abortion or access to any of that shit. So except for those things that they've, or your like LGBTQ, except for those things. So when they're talking about the parents are in the best position to determine the care and needs of their children, unless their children are LGBTQ plus, and unless the parents are gay or LGBTQ plus, right? They should be able to do so in an environment that encourages the most options available, unless it's about pregnancy, and unless it's about euthanasia, and unless it's about being gay. And in a manner that does not discriminate against parents who opt to raise their children in family, social, linguistic, and religious environments that they judge as best for their own families. See? Unless your religious environment says you're not allowed to be gay. There's a really big, like, religion needs to probably be removed from a lot of these exceptions. So, like, linguistic and, like, cultural stuff, sure. Right? I think those things are probably within the realm of being protected. Right? I don't think religion should fall under this protection anymore, because I don't think religions have earned it, or I think that religions have foregone that right. There is too much child abuse that is excused by religious beliefs or behaviors. Um, so I think that this would be fine if you remove the religious environment. So like these are like religious and beliefs that don't let a child get a blood transfusion. These are beliefs that get measles outbreaks and let children die from the measles because they believe in prayer more than they believe in going to the fucking hospital. Right? These are those are just like extreme examples without the social aspect of, like, being gay, or like, yeah, Feline said, against abortion and their child is say 15. Honestly, I think 15 is generous. We're talking about kids who are 10, right? These are situations that have happened, right? So I I think I think religion should probably be removed from this exemption. I don't know what linguistics would be. Like I don't know what that would entail. I don't see how linguistics could be problematic. You know what I mean? I think when it comes to social, I mean, having your kid attend church is a social thing. That's fine. I'm not like that's not an issue. I don't think the government should be stepping in that. Um, but I do not think that religion should be an exemption or an exception for the government being involved for like medical things or abusive things. No, it says linguistic. This is language, right? French only speaking kid to an English family. Yeah, if you're talking about like adoption, yeah, I mean that could be difficult, but I don't know if like I think that's a thing to be considered in the adoption process, but I don't think that's necessarily something that the government needs to. I mean, I guess the government would need to do extra work, but like I don't know if that would be. I guess there could be like an extreme situation, but I feel like that would be like a not that common. You know what I mean? Like the exception that proves the rule. Um, linguistic environment. I don't think that there's a problem with a kid that's like has a family who is Portuguese and their family speaks Portuguese at home. That seems fine to me. I mean it might be difficult for that kid at school, but they'll get there. They'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Like I guess again there could be extreme situations where it could be problematic, but I mean I know kids that grew up in bilingual households. It's not really a problem necessarily most of the time. But I don't know. But I think religion should probably be as at least a first step. Religion probably needs to be removed. Um, Anyway, the conservative government will create a national adoption strategy, including an awareness campaign to promote domestic adoption and work with the provinces to ensure equal access to adoption for all children. But it's not equal access if you're promoting Canadians adopting Canadian kids. That's not equal. That's you're prioritizing. You can't have it both. We believe domestic adoption should be tax refundable and support the use of tax initiatives for those who adopt. Okay, all right, and we're back to we're just cut taxes on everything and that'll solve all the problems. Yeah, okay, listen. This is the type of shit that gets you families that just have a revolving door of adopted kids that they don't take care of for a paycheck trope. That's what this is. That's what you get. So like don't maybe better regulation is more what you're fucking asking for here. We believe that support should go to all parents and families raising children, especially to lower and middle income parents. We strongly support a program such as Universal Child Care Benefit, which provides an equal level of assistance to parents regardless of residential area, work schedule, or choice of childcare format. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. Honestly, I would want to see this strengthened so much so that it makes doing shit like this nigh impossible. Like realistically, if you have a kid, it should be normal to have like a support worker that helps you during early childhood development and a support worker that knows this kid and is there for the kid. You know what I mean? Like more social workers, more psychologists, like early childhood development people that like can like do regular check-ins on homes and in a district or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? Anyway, women protecting female sports, intimate spaces and women's rights. Do not lump this in together. Do not. No, why? Alright. Good God, here we go. For clarity, the term woman used throughout the CPC policy declaration means female person. Okay, what does that mean? All you've done is pass the buck, and that's not a definition. No, hold on. I need a drink. Hold on, I'm getting a beer. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 moment, please. I beg of you. This is about to be absolute garbage. My unfinished sock for 2 says, "Don't wait for tax breaks. Like and share already." Thank you very much. Yeah, like and share the stream if you like what I do here. Nobody should like what I do here. This is pain. This is awful garbage. All right, you guys ready? Yeah, what is a female person? Yeah, what the f are you talking about, bro? What is a female person? Ugh. With this stuff, maybe need something stronger than beer. Is this a female person? I swear to God, if you send me a fucking picture of a pigeon. Androgen insensitivity syndrome, AIS, is a condition involving the inability to respond to androgens, typically due to androgen receptor dysfunction. It affects 1 in 20,000 to 64 XY cryotypical male births. The condition results in the partial or incomplete or complete inability of cells to respond to androgens. This unresponsiveness can impair or prevent the development of male genitals, as well as impairing or preventing the development of male secondary sexual characteristics at puberty. It does not significantly impair female genitals or sexual development. The insensitivity to androgens, whatever, is therefore clinically significant only when it occurs in genetic males, i.e., individuals with a Y chromosome, or more specifically, an SRY gene. Clinical phenotypes in these individuals range from a typical male hibiscus with male spermatogenic defect or reduced secondary terminal hair to a full female hibiscus, despite the presence of a Y chromosome. How many people are in America right now? Like, what's the population of America? Let me look up the current population. The current population in America, as of the worldometer, is 346,887,936. So if I pop open a calculator, and let's be generous here. Let's call it 35. Let's call it 346 million or 437 million, right? 340. Let's call it 347 million. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Divided by how many did they say on this? 200 to 64. Well, let's go on the tail end. Let's call it 64. So let's divide it by 64,000. Did I do that backwards? That gave me 5,421.875. Oh, right, I have to divide it by 2. Right. Males and females. Right. Okay, so hold on. 347,000, million divided by 2 gives us 173,500,000. All right? Yeah, no, Feline's right. We got to divide it by 2. All right? So we've got 100. I'll type it in the chat so you guys have it. 173 space 500 space 000, right? So that's the number we're looking at. So if we want to figure out it affects 1 in 20,000 to 64,000, we have to then divide how many times does 64,000 go into 173 1,500,000. Right? Right? So if we take that number and then divide that number by the 64,000, because it's 1 in 64,000, right? We use 42 for the mid range. All right, yeah, let's use the mid range. I'm fine with that. 173 5,000,000. Yeah, okay. There we go. 2,711 individuals. But if we use the mid range and we divide it by 42,000? Yeah, 42,000. Boom! 4,131 ish individuals in America have this. Men in America. How many trans people are in sports? How many trans athletes are there, do you think? The NCAA president, Charlie Baker, testified that out of more than 500,000 total college student athletes, he believed that fewer than 10 of them were transgender. 10! 10 transgender college level athletes in America. And we're out here fucking making laws and freaking out about what is a female person. And there's 4,131 men in America on average that may or may not be considered a female person. That's fucking crazy, dude. He testified at with 10. What the fuck? Here it is. If you want the reference, this is what I'm looking at. It's a Newsweek article about a number of people in the U.S. who identified as transgender, estimated to be approximately 1.6 million individuals, which is nothing. That is a fraction. That's less people than the number that fucking died from COVID in America. But that spans both adults and youth, according to a 2022 study and census data. 1.3 million people identifying as transgender make up 0.5% of the American adult population, according to this US Census Bureau data. It's about the same population as Dallas or Texas or the population of San Diego. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Yeah, the NCAA, which governs athletes across 1,100 schools, recently changed its policy regarding transgender participation following an executive order signed by Trump on February 6th. The NCAA revised its rules to restrict participants to women's sports individuals assigned female at birth. Previously, the NCAA followed a sports-by-sport approach that considered policies set by national and international governing bodies. Wow, that makes fucking sense. Under the revised policy, transgender athletes assigned male at birth may practice with women teams but are barred from competing. Guys, come here for a second. Move in a little bit. Guys, when Canada does the Olympics, the Winter Olympics specifically, our women's hockey team skirmishes and practices with the male hockey team. And sometimes they play men versus women, and sometimes they intramural it where there's some dudes and some women on a team and some dudes and some women on the other team. What's the fucking problem? Good God. The good question. I will look at that in a second. NCAA President Charlie Baker said in a statement, quote, "We strongly believe that clear and consistent and uniform eligibility standards would best serve today's student athletes instead of a patchwork of conflicting state laws and court decisions." You're fair? Alright, you want to know, what's that number in Canada? Alright, so you want to find out the number of men who suffer or who have this AID? No, that's AIDS. What was it called? Whatever. The population in Canada is currently, according to the Worldometer, we're gonna use the same one because that makes sense, is 40 million. Yes. So if we take 40 million and do the same math, if we say 40 million and we divide that in half, yeah, 40 million is fine. Yeah. 40 million is fine. We're gonna take 40 million, we're gonna divide it in half because we've got men versus women, and we got 20, right? And then we take that and we divide it by, what did we say, 45,000? Right? So there's 444.4444444 men that suffer from this. AIS, thank you. So 444 or 445 men have this in Canada. Oh my god. Really, feline? Estimation of body mass distribution among cis and transgender individuals. Wow, look at those. Amazing. Figure shows an estimation of body mass distribution before gender-affirming hormone therapy based on values reported by Roberts et al. 2020. Men and women are shown in squares and circles respectively, with cis and trans being denoted by closed or open symbols. Alright, so if we look at this chart, right, you're talking about trans men are right here, right? Cis women are right here. Cis men are right here. And trans women are right here. That's funny. 42. Oh, I did 45, didn't I? Close enough. Anyway, the point is what is a female person? We're clarifying the term by not clarifying the term at all. The Conservative Party supports full participation of women in social, economic, and cultural life of Canada. Really? Do I really need to go back into about how women don't like Poilievre because Poilievre doesn't like women? To be clear, two things about Poilievre. One, in a speech recently, in the same speech where he was talking about biological clocks, he went on a whole he went on the spiel talking about like the very builders that are building these things. The gentlemen can't afford the homes. Oh, gentlemen and women. It's like, oh, thank you. I'm glad you remembered we exist. Because Poilievre doesn't view women as home buyers or home builders. He views them as home makers, which means they are not contributing to society in the same way. And I would also like to point out that Poilievre has spent the last 5 years catering his talking points and catering his campaigns to disenfranchised young men, specifically cis young men who these are the incels, these are the Andrew Tates of the world. He's targeting the same people. And when you target and cater your speech and what you're saying to that specific group of people, you choose to alienate women. And so that's that is a definitive choice that Poilievre has made. He's chosen these things. And so this is an active, considered position, right? It's not like he said something off the cuff, right? Anyway, the Conservative Party of Canada believes that women are entitled to the safety, dignity, and privacy of single-sex spaces. Great. Trans women are women, so there's no problem. Prisons, shelters, locker rooms, washrooms, and the benefits of women's only categories, sports, awards, grants, and scholarships. I thought they didn't like DEI. The Canadian workforce has evolved to include more women than ever. And believe all Canadians have the right and freedom from discrimination in the workplace and equal opportunity. Okay? Individuals should only be judged on skill, qualification, and merits. Oh, you mean like America? Women must be entitled to equal pay for equal work. We condemn discrimination against girls through gender selection abortions. What? Oh! Oh, good God. All right. You remember I said earlier, my hair is falling apart. You remember I said earlier, I look like a Who from Whoville. You remember I said earlier that courts, when it comes to where was it? Employment, family. When it comes to the government deciding parenting rights, they tend to lean towards women. They tend to lean towards the mother. And how I said earlier that that's not fair to men and it shouldn't be that way, and just because somebody is a woman doesn't mean that they are necessarily going to be the best parent for that child, right? Do you agree with me? Men out there, do you agree with me that women are not inherently always going to be the best parent? And do you think that discrimination against men in that regard is, in fact, actually also discrimination against women because it enforces and reinforces via government policies and government decision making that women belong in this role more than men do? That a man can be equally as paternal as a mother can. Right? Do we agree that there are problems with men's mental health? That there are lots of women's shelters for abuse, right? There's lots of those around, but there aren't very many men ones, if you'll notice. You'll notice that one? Yeah, you guys agree? Guys, friends, people, buddy, pal, guy. A man, a father, should have equal rights to his child as a mother. If a mother has equal opportunity and working rights, she ought to also be having an equal situation when it comes to providing financial aid. Right? We all agree about are we all on the same page? Alright, why is this only targeting women? I think men's rights and mental health are threatened and not taken care of in productive ways. Whether it be in the way we talk about these things, on whether it be like the fact that we try not to talk about them at all, or there aren't very many, like, in very male dominated spaces, like YouTube, in very male dominated spaces, you do not see men having productive conversation about this. In my opinion, I think the bigger ones are mostly having very destructive conversation about this. However, I do not think that it is fair to put that burden on women to talk about, because a lot of times what you will see is you will see women who are trying to have conversations about stuff like this that is specifically targeting women. You will see a lot of people say, but what about men though? It is not, we can't help you unless you help you. It is not fair or reasonable to put the burden of fixing these things on any individual gender, right? It is not women's job to fix the problems happening in the male manosphere. It is also not men's job to fix everything that's happening within like these types of things targeting women. Right? This is a societal problem. This is something that women participate in. This is something that men participate in. Right? Women are shitty to men. Men are shitty to women. Because ultimately what it is people are shitty to people. Men are currently in a greater position of power to do something about it. Currently. Yeah, help me to help you. Right? Help me to help you. So, we live in a society. So, if women are like, hey, there's a problem of this manosphere horseshit targeting and attacking women, you will notice that as we've been reading this, we've hit 3, 4, 5 things so far that specifically work against women and are targeted against women. Because men do not view abortion rights as being against them. They are. Not having abortion rights for women is an affront and a target and harms men also. God forbid you have a pregnant significant other and you get in a car accident and that woman is laying dying and you are forced to watch your wife or significant other stay alive on tubes for lengths of time while her body is kept alive as a test tube for that child until that child is either birthed or comes out fucking dead. And you're forced to deal with that. And guess what? If you privatize the healthcare system, that shit comes out of your fucking wallet on top of that. And you're not even given a choice in the matter. Maybe you would choose to do that. Maybe that's something that you would want. Maybe that's something you and your significant other discussed ahead of time. Maybe it isn't. Maybe that's the decision you would make, but guess what? Too bad. You don't get to make the decision. The government is going to tell you what you have to do. Imagine being forced to pay child support. Abortion rights help men also. It's not a man versus woman issue. Fortunately, it tends to look like a man versus women issue because men either are disproportionately pro-choice, or sorry, disproportionately pro-life. By that I mean anti-choice. And or don't care and don't participate in the conversation. Being unable to pay child support so you get sent to jail. Or on top of that, what if your significant other has a miscarriage and gets sent to jail? What happens to your family unit? What happens to you and your significant other when your significant other is sent to jail because she had a miscarriage due to circumstances completely outside of your or her control? Then what? That actually happened. Yeah, this happens. I'm not being facetious. I'm not being hyperbolic. These are actual examples of things that have happened. God forbid your significant other has an ectopic pregnancy or a pregnancy that goes south and your wife isn't allowed to get an abortion and you get to watch her die from sepsis. Like, do you think that doesn't affect you, men? That choice is removed from you and taken by the government. The government gets to decide what happens to you and your family and your wife, and it forces you to watch your fucking significant other die. Women arrest after miscarriage in Georgia drew fear and anger. Experts say arrest is part of a pattern of criminalizing pregnancy that has accelerated since the fall of Roe v. Wade. On March 20th, in rural Georgia, an ambulance responded to an early morning 911 call about an unconscious bleeding woman at an apartment. When first responders arrived, they determined that she'd miscarried. That was only the start of her ordeal. Selena was transported to a hospital, but a witness reported that she had placed the fetal remains in a dumpster. When police investigated, they recovered the remains, and she was charged with concealing the death of another person in a person and abandoning a dead body. The charges were ultimately dropped. An autopsy determined she had a natural miscarriage around 19 weeks and the fetus was non-viable. Still, her arrest comes at a time when a growing number of women are facing pregnancy-related prosecutions in which the fetus is treated as a person with legal rights, and her experience raises troubling questions about miscarriages that happen in states with strict abortion laws. Women's health advocates say, how should remains be disposed of, and who gets to decide? Research shows that 10 to 20% of known pregnancies end in miscarriages, most often in the first trimester. If you want less miscarriages, give women better health care and more health care options and more security and financial stability. It's not about what could happen to a woman you care about. It's this can happen to you. You're the one that's going to suffer. She's going to be dead or in prison. Do you want the government interfering with this? Again, I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being extreme here. This isn't an extreme leftist position. This is the result. You're going back to backroom abortions and women being arrested and getting unsafe medical treatment. Everyone look at the Romanian Decree 770 and the effects that it had. Lots of miscarriages happen. Yeah, despite the healthcare, it just happened. Yeah, no, sometimes a baby is just not viable. And sometimes women just miscarry by no fault of their own. It has nothing to do with whether or not they wanted the baby or didn't. But then again, you've got people who think that, oh no, the women's production system, if it's a legitimate rape, the women's body have a way of just shutting all that shit down. That is a literal thing that men in power have said about women and their healthcare needs and about abortion rights. Again, this is not just an affront and a woman problem. This is a societal problem that is disproportionately ignored or dismissed or advocated for by men, which makes people misattribute the issue to being a men versus women problem. Rights to bodily autonomy being violated and over those bounds being overstepped by a government is a problem for men as much as it is a problem for women. We're back to mind your own damn business. Remember earlier in this yesterday when I talked about and I showed that they want to give the police access to your medical records? Why do you think they want to give the police access to your medical records? So they can treat a prior miscarriage as a crime? Now, don't get me wrong, there are still women who support these things. Again, like I said, this is not a man versus woman problem. I'm saying it is disproportionate. A lot of men do not care, and that's a problem. And I am putting the men who advocate for this and the men who don't care together. It is disproportionate because a lot more women actually care about this one way or the other. There are women that advocate for this shit. And they're assholes. I've talked about them before. SJ comes to mind. Because they make this a moral issue. They make abortion about murder. They make it about religion. And we're back to why I said earlier that religion ought not be of one of the things that is taken into consideration. It should not be an exception. The same with way up here the other day when we talked about how religious exemption for medical procedures or religious exemption for doctors performing medical procedures. If abortion is wrong via your religion and you're not willing to provide your 10-year-old access to an abortion, or a doctor is unwilling to perform an abortion on a 10-year-old because they think life is God's gift even though this child was raped by their own father, what are we fucking talking about? What moral high ground do you think you're actually fucking standing on, you psycho? SJ coming to mind as a regrettable experience is my condolences. Thank you, Smitty. I appreciate that. You can't make these exceptions. They're not reasonable. And it's definitively not reasonable for a medical professional to just him and haw and make that because it feels weird. Right? That's not how it works. What was I talking about? Oh, right. Against girls. We condemn discrimination against girls through gender selection abortions. Listen, if you really want people to not want to have men or like have boys over having girls, you need to societally change the ideal. That's a thing that does happen and it's really sad, but that's because we don't value women equally. And one of the reasons is individuals should only be judged on skill, qualification, and merits. Women must be entitled to equal pay for equal work. And this is like what this is. Who wants the medical records? The police. The conservatives want to give your medical records carte blanche to the police and other groups. Your right to your medical privacy and medical history is null and void if the government says that that group gets it. But yeah, this qualifications and merit shit is just a massive misunderstanding of DEI. Because people think that DEI, somebody's skin tone or somebody's gender or ethnicity, circumvents or supersedes, supersedes is a better word, supersedes their skill at the job. And they don't understand that no. DEI means you've already reached the skill level of the job. And that you have to consider everybody at that skill level equally, regardless of their skin tone, gender, sexual orientation, religion, creed, etc., etc., etc. But for some reason, idiot conservatives have got it in their head that, oh, that means they're going to hire somebody who's less qualified for the job. No, the qualifications didn't change. The qualifications are still the same. You have to reach those qualifications first. The qualification just can't have the caveat of white person, or man, or has to be a woman. You think that men don't benefit from DEI? What about male nurses? What about men in fucking women-dominated fields? It doesn't go one way. It's good for men, and white men also. Period. It gives you, as a man, as a white person, the right to file for discrimination against you based on your skin tone or based on your gender. If you can fucking prove it, and if you can show it. There are hurdles you have to jump over. It's not, you gotta jump through some hoops if you want to prove this shit. It gives you the exact same rights as it gives everybody fucking else. Choosing not to have kids at all also creates an imbalance. In what case? What do you mean? It creates population imbalance if society tends to prioritize one sex over the exclusion to the exclusion of another. Yes, it does. Sure, but choosing not to have kids at all also creates an imbalance should that be banned. Well, it's not about banning, right? You don't ban a gender. I mean, we've seen what happens when you ban a gender, right? So you don't ban it, you just make it equal opportunity. So for example, like if you want to talk about population issues, right? Canada does not have enough of its own population producing enough children. And so the solution, one of the stopgaps to assist with that, is bringing in more immigration, right? So you bring in more immigration, you buff up your... It's not a zero-sum game. There's more than one way to skin a cat, right? You buff up your... you buff up your population in the meantime, and then you figure out why people don't want to have kids. If people aren't having kids because of socioeconomic situations, then you fix the socioeconomic situation, and then you don't have to worry about it because enough Canadian citizens will have children because they want to have kids and they just can't. Or they feel like they can't because they're under too much financial pressure. Right? I'm coming for you, feline. The idea that radical discrimination laws only work one direction are absurd. Right! You are 100% correct, Tom. Thank you. Thank you. Those against DEI are basically admitted they are not qualified. Well, also that, yes. Right? So, right, and Alex is right. We need to fix the socioeconomic conditions so people who want kids can have them. And the stopgap, while you fix those issues, is to increase immigration. Right? So if you increase immigration, you fill in that gap being left by the people who are dying off and the people who are coming up. Allow those people to also become citizens. You've increased your population, increased the number of people who can have children, and made it viable for them to have children. You want to talk to anybody like in and around my age and be like, hey, you having kids? And they go, in this economy? What are you talking about? Absolutely not. And then you make adoption more viable. Right? Anyway, seniors and national senior care strategy. I feel like we haven't gotten through very much of this, and I should probably keep going. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to these kinds of policies, and I'm a little bit sorry, but I'm not that sorry because there's a lot to talk about. Hello, welcome. It even applies to just names. We've done an experiment with job applications. We hire more people with foreign-sounding names if the application process is entirely blind. I did this test personally. I used to work in manufacturing. And when I was job hunting, I changed the name. Like, I stopped working at one factory, went and started applying at other factories. My name is Victoria. So I put Victoria on my resume. I didn't get a callback. I sent my resume to the exact same places. Like, I would go 1-to-1, and I changed the name on my resume to Vic. Callback, 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 callback. I answer the phone, and they're like, hi, is Vic there? It's this person from blah, blah, blah calling. And I'm like, yeah, this is them. Oh, they're surprised that I have a female-sounding voice. Surprise, surprise, surprise. To the surprise of fucking nobody. Because that discrimination is still there, it's still strong. That's what DEI is for. Right? Hi, Smitty. Seniors. National Senior Care Strategy. The Conservative Party recognized that those over the age of 65 are becoming a dominant segment of our population. Oh, that's that thing I just talked about. We are committed to ensuring that seniors continue to have quality of life, accessible healthcare, and the ability to stay in their homes longer. Which is why they're cutting everybody's taxes, because that's how you're gonna pay for that, right? Through a national senior care strategy, provinces and territories should be encouraged to collaborate and agree on minimum service standards for home, community, and long-term care to determine and share best age-friendly initiatives and practices. Okay. I mean, I feel like there should probably still be a federal standard, but okay, if Alberta wants to have better care because they have more money, sure. Many Canadians wish to continue working. Here it comes. I knew this was coming. But are penalized by the loss of retirement benefits. We oppose the discriminatory practice of mandatory retirement and discriminatory practice and believe Canadians should be given the choice of retiring or continuing work without the loss of federal retirement benefits. We also believe that workers over 60 are a trained and needed workforce in a context of low unemployment. We believe in the implementation of tax incentives that will stimulate their retention or return to employment. Guys, again, the Conservatives want to raise the retirement age. They already raised it last time they were in power, and now they want to raise it again, disguising it as discriminatory. Because it's discriminatory to, not have to work. And again, all the problems are taxes. They solve every problem with taxes, guys. We are not amused. Let's pander to the generation that have everything handed to them and then hand them some more stuff because poor boomers are getting okay boomered. Yeah. GLaDOS voice? Oh god. What would this sound wait, hold on, what would this sound like in GLaDOS voice? I should get like a voice changer button. I don't have one, so I'll do my best. GLaDOS. Hello. Hi. Are you still there? Unfortunate. Aperture. Okay. We believe that those over the age of 65 should only pay employment insurance premiums if they qualify to receive employment insurance benefits. Oh, I'm out of practice. We support enabling a greater number of Canadian seniors in need of care to remain in their own homes, rather than in more expensive institutional accommodations where their independence suffers and costs are higher to the taxpayer by maintaining GIS, OAS, CPP combined income at sufficient levels. I would only use the voice changer to make it a little bit more robotic, but yeah, you know. All right. We believe that those over the age of 65 should only pay employment insurance premiums if they qualify to receive employment insurance benefits. That's EI. Why would they need EI? They're retired. Why the fuck would EI? Wait. Why would you need employment insurance if you're not employed? You're retired. You wouldn't need employment insurance anymore. You're done. We support enabling a greater number of Canadian seniors in need of care to remain in their own homes rather than in more expensive institutional accommodations where their independence suffers and costs are higher to the taxpayer by maintaining GIS, OAS, and CPP combined income at sufficient levels. We support tax incentives and job protection for non-professional caregivers. Non-professional to look after the elderly or disabled in the home. Don't hire non-professionals to look after your elders. What are you talking about? That's insane. That's right. That is like, yo, listen, we want to give tax incentives to do elderly abuse. That's what that is. What the fuck? We favor tough measures to prevent elder abuse, except that you want to incentivize it, and a more severe punishment for those who commit this crime. Alright. We believe the government should work with provincial counterparts to identify seniors entitled to either federal or provincial benefits. We believe the government should review the retroactivity policy of entitlement to federal benefits. Bro, okay. You know that before COVID, the conservatives were in power for a long period of time, right? Like the Harper government lasted for a while. And then then we got Trudeau, a couple of years went by, then we got COVID. When COVID happened, Canada found out that a lot of these old care homes were severely understaffed and there was a lot of neglect happening. Right? Which neglect is abuse. And so what did the government do when it found out this was going on? Because it went to inspect all these places that it wasn't inspecting because they didn't think they needed to. What happened? They sent the military. They sent the fucking military. They sent the military to go and help and deal with it. And report it and had to revamp the whole fucking system. Right-handed Sith says they may be implying family members looking after their elderly relatives. Like if you cannot give these people the benefit of the doubt, my friend. These are politicians. You have to assume any and all possibilities, which includes the worst ones. Because how are people going to stay home and take care of their elderly parents when everybody's at work? Elderly people like this, you're talking about people who are in their 80s and 90s. And then at the same time, they're talking about people who are 65 going back to work. So how is a 65-year-old going to work and care for their parent? Right? Retirement savings. The Conservative Party values retirement security as a vital element of independence. We confirm our commitment to the Canadian Pension Plan (CPP) and old age security. We favor economic and fiscal policies that will ensure government retirement programs are affordable and sustainable over the long run. Except that we want all of you to go back to work. Protecting the sanctity, alright, of the CPP investment fund so that it will not be available to be rated as a vehicle to balance the budget or for any other political purpose. Yeah, okay, who's doing that? We emphasize the importance of ensuring the CPP investment fund is mandated to seek maximum security and to maximize the rate of return being earned on behalf of Canadian pensioners. No other policy objectives should be permitted to interfere with the objectives in security and maximum rate of return. We believe the tax-free savings account must be preserved and enhanced. Okay. Housing and homelessness. This is gonna be good. The Conservative Party believes that all Canadians should have a reasonable opportunity to own their own home. Reasonable. Again, we're back to this term, reasonable. What does reasonable mean to you? I don't know yet. To own their own homes and have access to safe and affordable housing. We support a broad-based tax relief, income support programs, and tax incentives. Everything will be solved by having less taxes, guys. That's how it works, right? That's how it works, right? Sanctity is not a word that should be used in law. Yeah, I agree with that. To make home ownership and rental accommodation more attainable and accessible. How? How does cutting your taxes make housing more affordable? Feline says, again, I would like to point out that the house I currently own would not be, I would not be able to afford today. Yeah, most people would not be able to afford the homes that they live in if they were just a working person. We believe that all governments should address homelessness. Hey, yeah, that's another question. How is reducing taxes going to help homelessness? It's not. By assisting in the provision of shelters and by recognizing, addressing, and seeking out solutions to contributing factors of homelessness. We know what the contributing factors of homelessness are. It's socioeconomic status. It's access to education and healthcare. It's addiction, including alcoholism. It's racism in some cases. Like, we know what these factors are. This isn't like some fucking arbitrary shit we don't understand. The answer is tax cut. Wait, what was the question again? Boomers are selling their houses and having trouble finding retirement homes. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, is that fucking avocado and toast, man. Damn those homeless people wanting to have a phone that they need. One of the major causes of homelessness and like is partly affordability of rent and having an address. You need an address to have a job and to get benefits and to do shit. You need an address. If you don't have an address, you can't have a bank account. If you don't have a bank account, places won't pay you or hire you. These are real solvable things. Stop pretending that, well, we need to figure out what the fucking contributing factors are. Shut up. It's not having a fucking house and an address. It's really that simple. There's a one-to-one. Homeless people don't have a house. They don't have a shelter. They don't have an apartment. That's it. That's the thing. Other factors as to why they don't have this thing are irrelevant. The point is they need this, they don't have this. That's all it is. There is one factor to homelessness. It's not having a home. Good fucking God. One major causes of homelessness is the affordability of avocado toast. Feline just said the thing that I was saying. It's a one-to-one. It's a 1-to-fucking-1. I'm gonna yell. No, fuck you. The homelessness is not a thing that should exist. We have the budget. We have the resources. We just fucking suck. That's it. We're just shitty. We're just bad people. If you have homelessness in your area, it's because you as a society are bad people. Stop being bad people. We believe the government should partner and link with the respective jurisdictions of provincial territories and municipal governments, business initiatives, and work of social agencies and nonprofit organizations in dealing with housing, homelessness, social infrastructure. I like how they put affording a home and homelessness in the same fucking paragraph. Like that, I think that tells you something. Social infrastructure and related supported services such as skills development, literacy, substance abuse treatment, health and social development. How about just housing? How about adding shelter, whatever shelter might look like? We can discuss that. We can talk about that. Why isn't shelter in the number of things that are necessary, like clean water and nutrition? Remember earlier when I talked about pregnancy and they listed clean water and nutritional shit as necessities for pregnant women, but didn't list shelter? Maybe shelter should be included, and it should be electricity, shelter, running clean water, and food. And that everybody should have reasonable, is a word that they like to use, reasonable access to these things to protect the sanctity of life. No? Do we not agree about this? That you need these things to survive? This isn't hard. This is 100% doable, and we just treat it like it's not. There are places that have removed homelessness. Like, homelessness is gone, and it's not because they just incinerate the homeless people. They tried this. They did tests with this. They did tests with UBI. And guess what? It worked. Trudeau's liberal government tested UBI to see if it functioned and if it fucked with inflation and how it affected the society and the local areas. And it worked. Statistically, everything improved across the board, and it did not have a substantial impact on inflation. It's wild that they want to ban abortions and then not care one iota of the life after birth. Not only about the life after birth for the kid, they don't care about the life of the woman afterward either. It's a double whammy, motherfucker. We believe the government should work with the provinces, municipalities to develop framework agreements that help low-income city dwellers across access affordable housing through the use of tax. Oh, have you tried buying a farm recently? You're really gonna separate these out? Through the use of tax incentives for private sector builders. Yeah. Give more money to rich people. That'll help the housing crisis. And giving money to rich people definitely helps homelessness. Right? Good fucking god. We recognize. Kill me. We want to recognize. Please turn me into a fine pink mist. We recognize that most renters live in urban centers and that the pressures of the population growth as well as economic factors certain economic factors have made it increasingly difficult for many renters to find housing. So we're going to give tax cuts to the private sectors who are the groups that rent the buildings to you. Show me the math. Listen, if you're going to solve all these problems with tax cuts, show me the math. National Disabilities Act. The Conservative Party supporters a National Disabilities Act designed to promote reasonable access to medical care. What is that word again? Reasonable, whatever that means. Medical equipment, education, employment, transportation, and housing for Canadians with disabilities. Wheelchairs should be free. New arms and legs, amputees, should get free legs and arms. You know you have to remeasure all those shit if you gain or lose weight? And that maintaining your weight so you don't have to get that refitted and remeasured, which takes months to do, shouldn't take that long and you shouldn't have to pay for? Being able to see should be free. Hearing aids should be free. Reasonable. Does it impact your day-to-day life about whether or not you can see? Yes or no? The answer is yes. So it's reasonable that you should be able to see, to live your life and contribute to society. Do you have any idea how many jobs I would not be allowed to work if I didn't have glasses? A lot. Harassing telephone calls. The harassing telephone calls section of 3723 of the Criminal Code be amended to include digital communications, e.g. text messages. Hey, something I agree with. It should also include social media harassment, if it doesn't already. Or if there isn't one that already does that. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Wasn't digital included in the one that they wanted to remove up earlier on in this? You know what I mean? Faith-based organizations. Oh yeah, here we go. The conservatives support the right of faith-based organizations to refuse the use of their facilities to individuals or groups holding a view which are contrary to the beliefs or standards of the faith-based organization, without fear of sanctions or harassment and discrimination based on the beliefs of a faith-based organization be excluded from the definition of disallowing discrimination under human rights, i.e., religious people are allowed to discriminate against gay people, but gay people aren't allowed to be mad about it. Kenzie, you want to come on and have a chat with me? We can schedule something. Let me know. I'll let you do a call in, and you can chat with me about numbers and math. We support the freedom of religion or religious organization to refuse to perform unions or allow the use of their facilities for events that are incompatible with their faith and beliefs. So again, religious organizations are allowed to discriminate against other people, but those other people aren't allowed to be upset about it, and these groups still don't have to pay taxes. You want to know who's going to pay for the medical care? You want to know who's going to pay for the medical care? Taxing the churches. And increasing taxes on rich people. Set the tax rates back to the 50s. The tax rates during the 50s were around 80%. So you put an 80% tax on rich people that are currently jumping through loopholes to not have to pay taxes. All of this is paid for. Problem solved. There's your math. Easy. It's not even hard. It's not even hard. The math checks out. Think about it. Think about it in the way of a tax cut and then reverse it. So if you tax cut, right? You tax cut a percent, right? So let's say you grant a tax cut where if you're you get a tax cut break on your income tax, right? So let's take an income tax. And you say, "All right, we're going to give you a 10% tax across the board." Right? Everybody with an income is getting a 10% income tax. What is 10% of $200? We're going to make this really fucking quick. What is 10% on $200? Oh, wait, it's okay. 10% on $200. 20. That's $20 that you're getting back. Right? Off of the $200 that you're paying in your income tax. Right? So what if your income tax that you're paying is $2,000? What's 20% of 2,000? Okay, take your time. I know there's a delay. Come on. $2,000 income tax, 20% of it. Come on, where is it? Follow me here. Follow me here. Stop. Come on, pay attention. 20% on 2,000. We did 20% on 200 is 20. What's 20% on 2,000? All right, next up. Let's say your income is $2 million. You make $2 million. What's 20% of what's 20%? What's 20%? You're getting a 20% income tax. How much money are you getting? Do I need to get my jingle keys? Kenzie! Hey! Pay attention, dipshit! I'm answering your question. Listen! What is 20% of 2 million? You came in here, you wanted my attention. What's 20% of 2 million? You're getting a 20% tax cut. You're paying 2 million in taxes. How much money are you saving? Come on. You wanted the math? What you're paying $2 million in taxes. What's 20%? Athens. What's a quarter of an hour? What's 20% on 2 million? What's 20% on 2 million? We did 200, we do 2,000. What's 20% on 2 million? Don't get defensive now. You want to do math. We're doing math. We did math earlier. Let's do math now. What is 20% of 2 million? We're talking about tax cuts. You're getting a 20% tax cut. I'm not adding taxes. I'm taking away taxes. This is what the conservatives want to do. They want to give you a tax cut of 20% across the board. What is 20% of fucking 2 million? I'll wait. I'll go get another beer. I got all day. I'll just vibe with this. Come on. What's 20% of 2 million? You wanted the math? You want to talk about the math? 20% of 2 million. He doesn't know. Kenzie doesn't know the answer. Or she. I don't know your gender. They don't know. They don't know the answer. They don't know what 20% of 2 million is. Guys, there's no math in economics. I think we may have gotten our answer about what we're talking about with taxes. So you don't know. You don't know what 20% of 2 million is. You don't know how to do the math of what a tax cut would be on 2 million. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? The conservatives are not capable of having a conversation. They get so defensive instantaneously when you do exactly what they asked you to do. He came in here, they came in here, she came in here, I don't know their gender, they came in here demanding that I do the math on taxes and do the math talking about how much money and where money would come from, right? If we don't have the money to do social programs, how do we then have the money to cut taxes? You can't have your cake and eat it too. Either we have the money to make cuts, which means that the money already exists, which means we can use it for things, or we don't have the money and we need to make cuts. Is there any possible resource or way that we could have more money to get these things? They couldn't even follow the math on talking about tax cuts. I didn't even talk about making more or taxing more. They couldn't even get to how much money would a person or a group making $20,000 or currently paying $2 million in taxes, what a 20% tax cut would mean. If you can't figure out what a 20% tax cut is on $20 million, I'm not the person not doing math. I'm not the person not understanding how taxes work or understanding what economics are. When you are instantly defensive because you've already figured out, you're smart enough that you've already noticed that if we actually talk about this, you look like a fucking idiot. Do you want to know where the end of that train goes? Does it feel like you're getting led somewhere? Does it feel like maybe the place that the math is going to lead you isn't where you want to go? Answer the question, Kenzie. What is a 20% income tax cut on the income of $20 million? What's the number? Kenzie, it's one question. What is the 20% tax cut on profit of $20 million? Can you answer the question? Yes or no? What's the number? Yeah, they can't answer it. Conservatives are the most pathetic group of losers ever. nonetheless, we're reading this. I don't remember what page we were on. I forget what the last thing we covered was. We did economic development. We've covered trade and transportation. We covered environment. We finished healthcare. We did social policy. We covered indigenous affairs. Are we at criminal justice or communications? I don't know. I think we were somewhere around indigenous affairs. I think we finished indigenous affairs and we're moving on to whatever that was. Oh god, I don't want to be here. So, I'm gonna make sure that we finish reading this, but I also want to, like, crime, indigenous affairs, self-governed and legal democratic authority, transparency, the respectively. Okay, I think we were here. We were just at the end of government values, the National Disability Act, harassing telephone calls, faith-based, yep, compelled speech, Canadian charities. Yeah, we're on indigenous affairs. All right. Yeah, we are right here. Which is page 37 if you're following along in the PDF, and it's page 28 in the page 28.29 in the document. I don't know if I've actually explained why this is important to cover. Yes, we have an election coming up. Yes, that election, the last day of voting is today. For early voting, if you're a Canadian, you want to early vote in the federal election, that the last day to do that is today. And then the election is next week. Yes, next week. It's the 21st, right? No, it's 22nd. Right, it's Tuesday. Yes. I lost a day. These things have been in play and have been the playbook and the intentions of the Conservative Party in Canada since 2023. So one of the main reasons why I think this is a little bit important is because if you have a conservative riding, or if you have a conservative like township, municipality, province, these are the things that they're going to be working on, because not every single one of these things is something that is totally in control of the by the federal government, right? This is stuff that can be adjusted and changed and developed through provincial government and municipal governments as well. So if you are a conservative, it's important to know what these people want to do, even when it's not election day. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna, like, the things that they're doing, or the things that they want to do, they're not doing during the election. They're doing in the interim between elections. Why does early voting stop around a week before the election? Well, because it only goes on for a couple of days. Then they have, like, the week, and then they do the next set. So they kind of do it in, like, a wave, so they're not just constantly the whole time. Yeah, basically, yeah. Feline's got it. Crusher, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Are you guys ready to get into this? Oh god, we're past halfway through. We're well past halfway through. We should... we'll be done this by the end of the week for sure. Alright. Compelled speech recognizes... let's just... Government value... A station... Hold on. What is this word? Listen, sometimes we learn new words here.
Attestation.
Oh, attestation. Okay, no, I've learned this word before. Attestation, an act or instance of attesting to something. Attestation. Yeah. Official verification. Yeah. I know this word. Attestation. The Conservatives believe that it is unethical and wrong to require applicants for government-funded programs to sign a value test attestations endorsing government ideology in order to be eligible to receive government funding. So, okay, that is discrimination. You're not allowed, so, like, you can't, if you want government funding, you're not allowed, you have to follow the rules about what is and is not allowed. So when these people are going on about DEI, basically that's what they're talking about. You have to be inclusionary. You can't be discriminatory in your practices if you want to receive federal funding, and they're trying to take that away. So basically, like, a church can't get federal funding for things because they're a church. Right? So this is like trying to remove that and trying to pretend that they're actually the ones being inclusive when they're not. It's the paradox of tolerance is what this is. It's you don't let the Nazi in the bar because the Nazi is inherently disclusionary. You don't tolerate the intolerable, or yes, you don't tolerate the intolerant. Compelled speech. The Conservative Party recognizes freedom of speech is a hallmark of a free society. Compelled speech and any form of violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, individual freedoms of thought, belief, opinion, and expression supersedes all compelled speech. So this is talking about Jordan Peterson type Bill C-16 shit. There's no compelled speech in Canada. Like, that doesn't exist. You're by all means, feel free to go look it up a little bit. Go see and learn about, like, go read Bill C-16 and check that out and see what that is. There is no compelled speech in Canada. That's not a thing. I would also like to remind everybody that on the world rankings, Canada is, like, in the top 5 or top 10 freest countries in the world, and America's, like, 54th, something like that. So, settle down. Canadian charities. The Conservative Party recognizes that Canadian charities provide essential services to our communities, and that they are well equipped to enhance the well-being of our communities, such as we believe that charitable donations should not receive any less favorable treatment than political donations. Donations to what? What are you talking about? You're not, no, your churches ought not be allowed to make political donations. Good God. Indigenous affairs. Indigenous affairs principles, a fundamental obligation of the federal government is to improve the living conditions of Indigenous Canadians, including the Inuit, in terms of economic opportunity, health, education, and community safety. Again, I will take this moment to remind you all that the leader of this party said that Indigenous people just need to learn the value of hard work. The Conservative Party believes the following principles should govern the administration of existing federal Indigenous programs. 1, the need for legislative framework for federal Indigenous expenditures. 2, self-government, legal and democratic authority. 3, transparency. 4, respecting the Canadian constitutional framework. Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. This is a little bit different than America, so I'll take a moment to explain. In Canada, we have First Nations. That's our Indigenous people. That's your Native Americans are our First Nations. Because we treat the First Nations people as their own nation. Now, that was something that took a lot of work and a lot of time to get to. Like, it is certainly, and it's not complete by any means, and still needs a lot of work, and still needs a lot of conversations and bureaucracy and respect, etc., etc., etc. They don't exist as a nation under Canada. They exist as a nation beside Canada. So the Indigenous peoples, the First Nations in Canada, have every right to decide about their participation, more or less, when it comes to Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. However, Canada, as the government and as the law governing, needs to understand that those rules apply to them and not necessarily the same way to Indigenous people. This is why I said this is really complicated and it's not done yet. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms are something that the First Nations can sign on to if they want, but that's a discussion amongst themselves, right? So respecting the Canadian constitutional framework is not a requirement for First Nations to receive benefits, to receive whatever, because they are a nation unto themselves that exist alongside. This type of shit is the reason why when I remember if you I don't know if you guys remember me talking about this. There was when Justin Trudeau was still prime minister last year, there was a big First Nations meeting where the First Nations were talking to the parliamentary leaders. So, like specifically the Jagmeet Singh and Polyev were both there, and Trudeau was not. Trudeau was not there because Trudeau was overseas doing global trade stuff, national security shit. When Polyev said that he would take questions, and then pissed off, ran out the room instantaneously and took no questions. And when it was his turn to speak, the indigenous leaders stood up and turned their back to him and just completely were like, "No, fuck this guy." And this is the types of reasons as to why. Like, you have to understand that our way of doing things is just not the same. So again, the First Nations do not exist under Canada. They exist alongside of Canada. So when you want to talk about respecting the Canadian constitutional framework, that's only if this nation decides to do that. That's up they have the rights to make those decisions, and due to the way our constitutional framework is, we are obligated to respect their rights regardless of whatever they choose. Does that make sense? All right. A framework for the settlement of comprehensive claims and the self-government agreements. Yeah, there was recently also, by the way, recently one of the people running in, I want to say BC, a conservative running in BC was basically trying to pretend that the genocide and the schools for First Nation peoples in Canada just didn't happen. And then Polyev stood by that guy. That's one of the people that hasn't been dropped. Right? So just imagine how bad the stuff, the people, there's been 4 people that have been dropped from running right now for the Conservatives. 4. And this guy wasn't one of them. And this guy, and so, like, no wonder First Nations people don't like fucking Polyev, because he's backing up, trying to pretend that their people weren't slaughtered. Like, hello? Again, also, Polyev has this obsession, or this really weird thing with John A. Macdonald. John A. Macdonald being our first prime minister. And John A. Macdonald was staunchly pro First Nations genocide. Like, that's what he fucking wanted. So, like, no indigenous person, no reasonable Canadian is going to read this and be like, oh yeah, the Conservatives are definitely, like, gonna do a good job in handling and negotiating and having a comprehensive settlement between First Nations and Canadians. Like, that's not gonna happen. If anything, they will make it worse. At best, they will make it worse. Ugh. Yeah, it happens. Excuse me. I'm still a little bit sick. I'm getting there. The resolution of existing claims and lawsuits against the federal crown. Sure. Economic sustainability. The resolution, by the way, doesn't specify that it's going to be in the First Nations' favor, by the way. We support... Okay. Also, Conservatives need to stop talking about economic sustainability as if they have any fucking understanding about economic sustainability. I will repeat. The Conservatives in Canada are not fiscally responsible. They fucking drive our economy into the ground every single time they're in power, both on a macro level and on a micro level. Go look at Danielle Smith. Go look and see how Alberta is doing and how Alberta feels. The fact that she has lied and tricked Albertans into thinking, or like a subsection of people from Alberta, into thinking that their financial issues, their financial woes, which they are 100% correct to be upset about. They're right. What they're complaining about, totally valid. 100% valid. They've been fooled. They've been conned into thinking that it is the liberal federal government's fault and not the direct responsibility of their premier, who has been their premier for a long period of time. Vote for me, I'll fix everything that I've been in power for the last while and have done nothing. Canadian conservatives are like American conservatives. They have been they've been pulling and being like, particularly this set, particularly Danielle Smith, and particularly Pierre Poilievre. Yes, they are right-wing. They're right-wing extremists and authoritarians. So yes, in that regard, yes. I think personally, and I've talked about this before, I think that America is actually copying Canada with Trump, but it way more extreme, because I think that's just, Trump is just a really bad version, like not like a good politician, not like good at hiding what he's doing. He's just like, he's the same as Stephen Harper. Doing the same shit. Trying to play the same fucking personality politics, driving the economy into the ground, fucking tearing up and destroying fucking national parks, conservation areas, yada 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 yada. So, alas, let us continue. The conservatives are not fiscally responsible. And that's like the main reason why a lot of like older generation people vote for them, is because they think they're like, oh my god, look at Carney's budget. He's gonna add $15 billion or $15 trillion to our debt. And it's like, yeah, but look at what he's doing. He's investing in something which brings money into the country. So yes, he's taking on some debt over a length of time that is going to pay back in dividends. So you're not really adding to the debt in the way you think you are. You're actually bringing it down. That's why people are like, oh my god, Trudeau spent so much money. It's like, and he did, but our national debt went down. So it's almost like spending money as a nation is not necessarily a bad thing. Harper's from 2015. Sorry, that's not right. 2005. 2005? 2006? Let me look. Let me double check. Yeah, 2006. I was correct. Time in office, February 2006. So yeah, he was voted in 2005. He was voted in 2005, so he took office in 2006. Ta-da! Please, I assure you, if you want to know what like Trump would look like if he like knew what he was doing as a politician, it would be Stephen Harper. Anyway. We support provisions for property ownership and women's equality on reserves. Okay, sure. These principles should also govern future legislative reform to the Indian Act and related legislation. They should also form the basis for government decision-making in the resolution of rights disputes, whether based upon existing treaties, court decisions, or Section 35 of the Constitution Act. Again, we've talked about Section 35. I'm not going to go over it again here, just because I want to get through a little bit more of this, but I took on debt to buy a house, but down the road, it's cheaper for me in the long run. Yeah, okay, so debt isn't inherently a bad thing, especially when you're managing incredibly large amounts of money. Like, you do not run a nation and look at investments the same way as a nation as you do in your home. If you have debt at your house, a debt in your home, you have a mortgage, you have car payments, right? You don't have necessarily the assets to invest in anything that is going to pay back in dividends. The closest thing you're going to get to that is like having a child. Having a child is net negative to your money. Kids are expensive. So having a child would be considered the debt in this scenario. You have to pay into that kid. And this is let's take it one step further. We'll add one more layer to this and say you're paying for the kid and you're also paying into their college fund. So you have negative money, right, from this child. The question is does the investment in that child pay back to you? It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes, if you do a good job and you're not a piece of shit, you will have relationships. Those kids will look out for you. They'll do X, Y, or Z, blah, 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 blah. And let's pretend we're in an ideal economic situation. It means that those kids will take care of you when you're older. And they will also, like, pay for things for you in return, right? Down the line. Yeah, debt makes sense when you're using it to generate additional money and investing it. Yeah, right. It's like the difference between, like, me buying dinner or me investing into taking art classes. Right? Like, whatever. You know what I mean? But yeah, you can't. National debt is not the same as like personal debt. A personal debt for you is a lot more detrimental than the debt that a business incurs, right? Or the debt that a whole ass fucking country incurs. Because debt is also used on the national level for trading. Right? So like let's pretend I'm pulling numbers out of my ass. All right, let's pretend that Canada owes China $5, and Poland wants something from China, and China says, "All right, Poland, we're not gonna give you $5, but we're gonna give you the $5 of debt that Canada owes. So now Canada owes you $5 instead of us." Right? Does that make sense? Yeah, education is absolutely an investment. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Like again, especially as a nation. So, like for example, let's pretend. Let's talk about Trudeau's plans and the child food thing, right? So there's now like a federally funded kids get lunch thing in Canada now, right? All right, and that costs money, right? We all agree that that costs money. So let's pretend it costs $1,000. I know it's more than that. I'm just using 1,000 just to make it easy. Each kid, say it's $1,000 per child every year. Whatever. That child is now going to school, is not hungry, is able to raise their are given opportunities to invest in their own education and their own learning because they are not worried about when they're going to eat next, right? It also enables families who can't afford this and are struggling to afford kid lunches to take that burden off of them, at least during the school year, right? So now that that burden is off of that family, they're able to use that money in other ways, and that kid still gets to eat, Which, this really shouldn't really be a conversation about money, but it's always a conversation about money. So they learn better, they're able to blah, 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 blah. And then as that kid grows up, they are then more likely and have more opportunity to work better jobs and advance their education in a way that pays back into, they become a working adult, a functional working adult in society who pays taxes, who buys things, who has a job in the country. So you're talking about $1,000. Suddenly, that investment of $1,000 turns into $1,000 a paycheck. Or let's call it $1,000. Let's call it $200, right? Let's say it's $200 on a paycheck. And you're getting paid twice a month. So that's $800 a paycheck from the ages of 18 to let's call it 54 just to be generous. That's really early retirement. So let's call it early retirement at 54. You've already paid back hundreds of thousands of dollars into the initial investment of just making sure a kid could eat. So when you say that Carney or the Liberals or Justin Trudeau spent all this money, it's yes, but they didn't buy fucking candy. They didn't buy things that were consumed and nothing came back. They're putting money into an investment, and that investment pays back that money. That's why when Trudeau spent as much money as he did, still ended up bringing the total debt, bringing the whole total debt of the country down. It came down by $100 billion. So to say that, oh, well, we're going to end up spending so much money on these kids, or we're going to spend so much money on these houses, it's yes, but for every house you build, the person who moves into it is paying property taxes. So, what the fuck are you talking about? Even from a fiscal, even if you want to take out, obviously, we should let kids eat. That's fucking stupid on its face. That this is even part of the conversation. This is something we should invest in. This is something we should do anyway. Kids should be able to eat, right? What asshole doesn't think that? But the people who are oh yeah, no, we think kids should eat. But how are you gonna pay for it? The answer is it pays for itself. Not only does it pay for itself, but it actually pays more than the initial investment. That's how investment works. It's the same thing with legalizing weed. You guys have any idea how much fucking money Canada made when we legalized weed? People were like, oh my god, Justin Trudeau's spending all this money. And I sat there and I was just he's gonna make all of it back just by legalizing weed. All of that money is gonna get made back like that. Surprise! Go figure. Cutting taxes doesn't lessen the debt. Investment lessens the debt. That's like saying, hey, I have a job and I need to pay off this debt, and this debt payment is $50 a month. And I'm paying the $50, but I'm also putting aside $100 and then using my money. And instead saying, hey, listen, we're going to lessen the debt by giving you an extra $100 to spend, and then still never paying any more of that 50. It doesn't it doesn't make any sense. Because you're paying that 50 with that 100. So if you take that 100 away, you're no longer paying the 50. Don't we produce way more food than we end up using anyway? It's not like we have to pay for it anyway. Yeah, that's a resource management. You're not wrong, Alex. That's a resource management issue, as well as a logistical issue of okay, how do we do this? How do we do this functionally? And we're bad at it. We're bad at that. So it's, again, you're not wrong. It's just like homelessness. There is a one-to-one issue about why people are homeless, and it's because they don't have a house. They do not have they don't have a shelter. This is a fixable, feasibly fixable problem. There was a city in Canada that's like ended homelessness. They got rid of it successfully, and it has paid back in dividends. I can't remember the name of the town. I'll look it up another time. We can talk about it. But we did this. It's the same with we tested UBI. Trudeau tested UBI and it worked and it functioned and it helped our economy, specifically during COVID. So just these are sustainable solutions to problems that cost us money. It costs us money to not have sustainable housing. It costs us money to have hungry children. It costs us money because they are not able to contribute in a feasible way that brings money back in. So, if it costs you, because you can, again, we're talking about buying in bulk here, right? So it's not feasible for an individual person to just adopt somebody and then pay them their way, right? That's not feasible. But when you can, like, buy in bulk and be like, hey, here's a whole ass program, we're putting $50 million into it, and it's going to get rid of homelessness across the country over the span, because usually when they're like, oh, we're going to put $50 billion into this program, that $50 billion is something that gets used over an amount of time, right? So, $50 billion, and you say, okay, and let's say $50 billion helps, I don't know, 100 million people. Those 100 million people are now paying property taxes that they would have otherwise not paid at all, and that you would have had to pay into the social services, or like you would have had to pay into, whether it came to policing, whether it came to substance, whether it came to, like, the policing cost money. Now you don't have to pay that policing fee for having homeless people. So not only did you reduce your costs, because you're still paying for the police, so not only did you reduce your costs, and reduce danger for everybody, and reduce suffering for everybody, thus raising the morale, making everybody feel better, you are now, congratulations, and you're making money, and you're making more money. So, conservatives are just evil. It's just evil. There's no reason for it. There's no fiscal fucking excuse. There's no fucking, like, not only is this morally reprehensible, right? Like, morally reprehensible. There's no reason for anybody to starve. There's no reason for anybody to be homeless. There's no reason for these things. We have these things because we're greedy. We have these things because we're bad at management. At resource management. We all benefit more if we deal with and remove these issues. Period. End of sentence. It's not even complicated. It's not that it's not hard to do. Don't get me wrong. It takes time, it takes investment, and you see that money come in. But this is not like, oh no, we're not going to be able to pay rent this month. We're an entire country. We're like, oh, we're taking on a couple extra $1 billion in debt. Okay, and it'll be gone in 5 years. That's going to pay out 30 years from now. Okay, that's fine. Why would that be a problem? Short-term tax cuts? Really? Anyway, what was I saying? Legislative framework. Remember when I said I was going to try to get through this? Legislative framework for federal Indigenous expenditures. The Parliament of Canada must develop legislation which governs the delivery of federal governmental programs to Indigenous Canadians. Both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians deserve to know the legislative basis upon which the Government of Canada is expending funds on Indigenous health, education, social welfare, and infrastructure. Legislation should be developed which governs such programs and which prescribes the standard of service which the federal government has undertaken to provide to Indigenous Canadians. No! Short-term tax cuts on everything. Yeah, not just short-term tax cuts, on everything. No, also no to this. No to this. You can't tell them how to give them the money, give them resources, and then be like, do with it what you will. They are their own nation. You have to let them make the decisions. This is like people being like, I donated to your GoFundMe to help you survive, and now I'm gonna nitpick that you bought McDonald's instead of Wendy's because you could have found this Wendy's coupon. That's not how it works. Stop it. The Conservative Party supports the abolition of the Indian Act and proposes a new legislation which recognizes the fiduciary obligation of the federal crown while proposing a new deal with First Nations based on autonomy, taxation, capacity, transparency, accountability, and property rights. You're gonna tax... So is this the one thing you want to tax? Really? Huh? Okay. I feel like this also might go against what they said earlier. Didn't they say something earlier about the Indian Act? Reformed the Indian Act. So it's not reform, it's abolition? Jesus Christ. Transparency in Indigenous affairs. Both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. I've got oh my god, my face. Don't mind me, I'm just dying. Okay. Both Indigenous and not... Let's be real, nothing on the McDonald's menu is gonna beat the Wendy's 4 for 4 in pure value. Yeah, I agree. Wendy's is fantastic. I prefer Wendy's over McDonald's. I haven't had McDonald's since the whole Israel-Palestine thing. I also haven't really been eating very much Wendy's either because they're an American company, although they do source local Canadian, so I'm willing to give them a pass sometimes, but I've been trying to stick with A&W. Anyway. End the trade war so I can go back to Wendy's, please. Thank you. Both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians are entitled to complete transparency and accountability in the expenditure of all public funds on Indigenous programs, services, and intergovernmental transfers. Indigenous peoples, like other Canadians... Okay! This is the language. This is why people don't fucking like you. The First Nations people are First Nations people. First and foremost. And then it's up to them. So you cannot pretend that Indigenous people are just Canadians. That's just, it's not how it is. Stop it. Burger King is going into bankruptcy. What does that mean for Tim Hortons? Hopefully that a Canadian company buys it up and saves it from itself. I don't know. Seeing Tim Hortons dying a slow death ever since Burger King bought them it's like a corpse. It's just like seeing corpses of past time gone by. Must have ready access to police and judicial intervention to constrain and check any exercise of governmental authority, whether Indigenous or non-Indigenous, which is legal, corrupt, or an abuse of power. The Auditor General should be empowered to review the spending of Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations which receive public funds. No! Do we do this for every program that Canadians invest in? Do we have full transparency as Canadians to know exactly what the contract was and how it's been spent for Ukraine, for example? No. Same thing. It's you already agree that it is our obligation, financial obligation. It's our obligation to help and do what they need us to do to help me to help you. You can't just throw money at people and then dictate to them. Again, we're back to this is like giving a homeless person $20 and then being like, I need to track you for the rest of the day until I know exactly how you spent that $20. Respecting the Canadian constitutional framework. We are a nation governed by the Constitution Act, under which the rights of all citizens are protected and advanced by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Our future together as a country must be built upon universal application of the framework. Yeah, that's why Polyev keeps talking about what's it called? Notwithstanding clause. Basically, Polyev wants to be like, hey, I'm putting all these rights and freedoms on hold so I can make sure these rights and freedoms are protected. Huh? What? Does that make sense to you? No? Good, it shouldn't. It doesn't make any sense. It's absurd. All Indigenous rights recognized under Section 35 of the Constitution Act must be conferred within the four square corner of the Constitution Act and the Charter with full protection for equality rights such as women's rights for both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. Future Indigenous legislation, policies, and programs must balance the collective rights of Indigenous Canadians under Section 35 of the Constitution Act with the individual equality rights enshrined in the Charter, which protect all Canadians, whether Indigenous or not Indigenous. Indigenous Canadians are entitled to full benefits of Canadian citizenship and protection under the Charter. Correct. In areas such as economic opportunity, delivery of health services, community safety, women's rights, respect for the rule of law, and education and protection of children. Canada must develop in a manner that ensures constitutional equality and workability. What a thing to throw in at the end of that. Please give us this super chat money for survival. Wait, what do you mean survival? Doesn't encompass helping fish folk reclaim the land from humans? Yes. Yes, Magicus, yes. Women's rights, including abortion rights? No, that they wanted to revoke earlier? Yeah, no, not bodily autonomy for women. Not that. Everything but that. And if you want food as a kid. You don't get that either. Or if you're a trans kid, or if you're gay. Fuck you. If anybody hasn't figured out, I am very pro-LGBTQ+ here. And I'm not sorry about it. Oh, wonderful. A framework for the settlement of comprehensive claims and self-government agreements. Settlement of all outstanding, quote, comprehensive claims must be pursued on the basis of a clear framework which balances the rights of Indigenous claimants with those of Canada. In particular, negotiated settlements must balance the economic and social needs of Indigenous Canadians with Canada's need for certainty and finality of terms. No! Good God, you don't just end these problems tomorrow. It's not like we were like, all right, listen, we're going to give you a one-time payment and we never want to hear about this again, which is basically what they're trying to do. And they're trying to present that, and I've heard this throughout my life, that people have tried to present that as if that's reasonable. And the answer is, it's not. This is something that has happened over the course of 150 plus years. You're not going to be like, here's a one-time payment, fuck off, and then never hear about it again. It doesn't work like that. What it looks like is an ongoing conversation and interaction to help me to help you. So, I screwed you over, and now I need to make that right, because I don't want that. That was bad and wrong of me. So, how do I ruined your life. You are fine, you are on your way, you are well educated, you are on your way to a great life, and I burned your house down, killed your dog, and shit on your bed. Right? Like, I ruined your life. You're now destitute. You are destitute and you're plagued with mental issues, drug issues, homelessness. That's you. And I did that to you, specifically. I don't get to say, here's $1 billion, I never want to hear about this again. Don't talk about how I fucking ruined your life. Right? What you do is you go, alright, I ruined your life, and I am sorry, and how do I fix that? What do you need? What do you need to help? What can I do for you to fix this? Getting rid of homelessness is a good start to that problem. And then getting access to medical care and access to, but whether that be mental health care, whether that be whatever, education, opportunities, that is an ongoing investment that is going to take years, decades to stabilize. And stabilizing something doesn't mean the work is done. Huh? The 100 levels of politics. Self-government agreements must reflect Canada's need for both efficiency and practicality in institutional structure and constitutional harmony so as not to impede the overall governance of Canada. Alright, listen, Indigenous peoples. Alright, listen, you First Nation losers. You're allowed to self-govern as long as it exists and we approve of it underneath the rules we already set. Huh? Excuse me? Are you fucking... I can't... Jeez, guys, why do the Indigenous people not like the Conservative Party? What could possibly be there? Like, they're just complaining. They need to learn about hard work. Are you fucking... Fuck you! Could you imagine somebody telling you that in your life? Are you kidding? Do you have any idea how fast I would slap a bitch? Are you serious? That's like leaving your parents' house and them saying, listen, you're allowed to live on your own, but we're going to track everything you're doing, track all the way you're spending your money, and you're only allowed to make decisions in your house about anything in your house with our approval. Oh, and also your rules have to be our rules. So whatever, if you're not allowed swearing at your house. You want to swear, too bad. What? Stop! No! What the fuck? That's absurd. This is on its face is like just... What the fuck is wrong with you? Here's another question. Why do you feel the need that you need to exercise such control? That, like, fucking... Huh? Huh? Get a job. This is my job. Listen, it's a thankless job, but a job nonetheless. The resolution of existing specific claims and lawsuits against the federal crown. The federal government should, as a top priority, adopt measures to resolve the existing backlog of specific claims so as to provide justice for Indigenous claimants, together with certainty for government, industry, and non-Indigenous Canadians. You notice how much they're bringing up how important non-Indigenous Canadians are to their ideas about how to deal with the First Nations? Like, maybe, shelf your agenda. Like shelf yourself. Right? Like, we get it. Canadians still have whatever rights they have as Canadians. Thank you, Chesh. Now it's no longer thank us. You have one. I have one. Shelf yourself. Right? You need to take your issues and put them aside for a second and say, listen, we already have these things well established and stabilized, so now we're going to look at your stuff. And then we're going to figure out what you want and what you need, and then we'll bring our stuff back down, and then we'll compare, and then we'll negotiate and compromise. They're setting up an us versus them narrative. Absolutely. Guys, you don't actually have to thank me, don't make me feel weird. Did you wear a suit too? Oh, God. Yeah. So, like, they're setting up a Indigenous versus non-Indigenous Canadians, and then like, yeah, it is a very us versus them mentality. They're the problem. Yeah, I got a couple. You have to check yourself before you wreck yourself, and shelf yourself. Go shelf yourself. Institutional reform in the specific claim area should be pursued to a manner which resolves claims in a timely manner. Okay, yeah, but not everything can be resolved. A timely manner is meaningless. The jurisdiction of the federal court should be expanded, and the arbitrary ambit of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada Minister and the specific claims policy contracted to eliminate the inherent conflicts of interest of the federal crown in the resolution of specific claims. What inherent conflict of interest? Good fucking God. Thanks for the content you provide us. We love seeing you wreck Aaron. It's been a while. Been a while. I haven't covered Aaron in a while. I've heard rumors of a conversation about trans people that is gonna be Steve in Planar Walk, and I am considering making an appearance on it and then talking about it. Parasitic Palpatine. Yeah, that's good. Thank you, my administrator. What's ambit? Ambit. Let's pull it up. Ambit. The sphere or area of control and influence of something. A circuit or boundary around a property, a span of actions, thoughts, or words. Ambit. Arbitrary ambit of Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada Minister and the specific claims policy. So they're saying their sphere of influence and their actions are arbitrary. There is one, yeah, Steve, Planar Walk trans discussion happened last year. Yes, I've heard rumors that there's another one happening. That sounds like it's dismissive of the Indigenous people. But probably because it is. It's probably because it is. Measuring outcomes in Indigenous affairs. The federal government, in consultation with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous leaders, should direct an independent audit of all social service providers to Indigenous communities to determine what, if any, measures of effectiveness are employed and whether the programs provided results in desired outcomes. The federal government should work with... They want to doge them! They want... Oh, they want to doge them! No! The federal government should work with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous leaders to establish a three-party coordinated body tasked with developing a strategy for coordination of all programs and services provided to Indigenous communities. It's like they're saying that people are just throwing money at it. This is waste, fraud, and abuse of the government. Like, it's not. Stop. No. I need a little newspaper. Like, pop, 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 pop. What are the desired outcomes, and desired to whom? Yeah, exactly. The Auditor General of Canada and the Auditors General of the provinces should include an evaluation of actual outcomes, whatever that means, as well as financial accountability in their audit reports on Indigenous services. Okay, so how do you do that? What does that look like? So if I give somebody social services, right? So I've paid for social services on a whole, right? And let's call it $5 million. I've paid $5 million into social services on a whole. How are you going to determine that $5 million that has gone toward all social services for all Indigenous people, that one person and whatever social services they used had a favorable outcome? How do you measure that? And what are you measuring? What determines the success of a social program if you're looking at individuals and you start narrowing it down. What this is trying to narrow something and distill something down to the point where it's to the point where we just, oh well, we found as much as we wanted to justify what we were gonna do. That's what this is. You gotta pay for those tax cuts somehow, right? Yo, you nailed it. First Nations land title. The Conservative Party supports the development of a property regime that would encourage lending for private housing and business. You know what this doesn't have compared to Project 2025? This doesn't have a list of people and names of who wrote it. What this does have is the entire Conservative Party signing on to it in 2023 on a national level. Red Cedar makes a good point. Government spending should only go to the wealthy because they know how to use it most efficiently, right? And this is a thing I think people like, and you're absolutely correct. Like, very funny. But I want to latch onto that just for a second. I'm gonna get my little goblin hooks into that for just hear me out for a second. Hear me out for a second. Who pays a higher percentage of tax overall? The richest person or the poorest person? Percentage, not total amount, percentage. Does the person who gets a 20% tax cut on $20 pay more taxes? And is that more beneficial to get that money back? Or the person who's paying $200,000 in taxes? When the government gives a tax cut, how much and who is paying the most into it? And if you invest, if the government gives money to rich people, where does that money feed? What's the investment that feeds back into the government? When you give kids food, that pays back in dividends because those kids grow up and get jobs and are fiscally responsible and are productive members of society. So all of those kids, barring a handful, pay back into the system. When you give money to someone who's already rich and is already going through these loopholes, paying as little taxes as possible, they are not feeding that money back into the system, and they are not feeding that money back into the government. There is no payback. There is no buyback. There is no profit in your investment. Period. End of sentence. Yeah, I'm trying to explain this in a way that if there is a conservative out there that is listening to this, that thinks these things make sense, the math doesn't check out. The math doesn't work. If you add 5% tax onto your property tax, let's call it property tax. Who is that going to affect? And by how much? If you are a landowner, you're going to pay 5% more at the end of the year. Let's call that an additional $5,000. Right? It's a lot of money. If you are somebody who doesn't own land and you rent, you're not getting property taxed. You're not paying that. If you're a business owner, you're paying the tax on the property that your business is on, and your homes, and if you own more than one home. And that percent tax, you're only paying $5,000, but these people are owning homes that are worth far more. You're talking about $50,000. Maybe even $500,000 a year. And you know what that is? Nothing. It's the equivalent of paying $5. Pocket change. So, Feline and Magicus are making a point that I will engage in. Counter to this argument is taxes get pushed through in price increases for the consumer or the renters, and realistically, if you rent, you are paying the property tax because they pass it on via rent increases. Not if rent increases are regulated. If the rent increases are regulated, then those taxes cannot just instantly be shuffled. It takes time to roll that over. Right? That's where you have the system moving. Right? When you have renters' rights and property rights, you can't just, and rules and regulations around at rent increases, you can't just shuffle that onto the consumer. You can't just shuffle that onto the renter. And even if you do, you know what that then increases? Your income tax. Because now you're charging more. So you, as the landowner, end up paying a higher income tax. Regulated rent increases. What kind of socialist fairy rainbow gumdrop hell world is that? Canada! We have those! You have regulated rent increases. Which exactly shows the complexity of the system. Now conservators go and look at the manifesto again. They oversimplify everything to the point that it simply does not work. Yeah, it's oversimplification to the point of dishonesty, is what I would call it. They're trying to distill down a problem into something that just doesn't work. These things don't work. They don't even make sense. It's like it's not even just playing chess with a pigeon. It's having a chessboard, putting a pawn to the far side of the board, and then replacing it with a checker piece. And then everybody being like, huh? What? It's like I've replaced all the pawns with like the little dudes from Sorry. And I get to roll a dice and see how, like, I pick up a card and see how far my little Sorry piece goes. Like, on a chessboard where other people are playing chess. This doesn't make any sense. These things don't work. Again, I'm trying to be as reasonable. I'm trying to speak to you in a way that you might understand. Please, I am doing my best. And of course, not everything I'm saying is 100% correct either. I'm not a fucking poli-sci student. I am also not an economist. I'm not a business person. These are concepts that I'm just trying to explain and talk about why these don't work. We truly need a conservative to ask the questions here. Well, and here's the thing. The conservatives, the type of people we're talking about, when it comes to these extremist views, are not able to have a conversation, which we have demonstrated multiple times. They are not capable of having a conversation. Their only points of conversation is being belligerent, rude, aggressive, and besides their obsession with what's on other people's pants, other group bad. That's all it is. The liberals are awful. Okay, so tell me why I should vote for the conservatives. Because the liberals suck. That's not why I should vote for the conservatives. That's why you're telling me I shouldn't vote for the liberals. Why should I vote for the conservatives? Their plans are better. Okay. How? Carney's gonna run up the debt. But how are the conservatives not going to run up the debt? What are you talking about? Tell Elmo! Tell Elmo! Elmo, please! How? Tell Elmo! Good fucking lord. Those conservatives won't budge. I think there's hope. Because, like, not all of the conservatives were this extremist to begin with, but now too many of them are. So something had to happen to pull the conservatives that weren't like this into accepting this. And so, like, the conversation, what I'm trying to do, what my goal is, one of my goals, not my only goal, I do like to take the piss, right? But one of my goals with these conversations and with talking about this stuff is to help conservatives who were not always like this understand that they do not have to accept it. Right? And like these, and it's reasonable to not accept these things. And it's reasonable to have, like, conservative values that do not accept these things. Right? Like, so if you want to talk about, like, religious fundamentalism, which is a strong pull in the conservative, strongly pulls towards the conservative side. No religious person should accept these things. Because it doesn't make sense. Right? Anybody who's conservative because they want to be fiscally responsible, right? Anybody who wants to be fiscally responsible and says, I want to be fiscally conservative, these are not fiscally conservative policies. They will run up money. They will cost us money. And they will disproportionately cost us money in a way that is not beneficial and has no buyback. It has no return on investment. So it is not fiscally responsible to just throw money at people like Elon Musk. That's not fiscally responsible. Right? Does this make sense? Please. If you want you want to be fiscally conservative, Mark Carney is fiscally conservative. Look at his policies. Those policies are fiscally conservative. They spend money, but not exorbitant amounts. They spend money, but with all these caveats to them. If you want to talk about people who are not fiscally conservative, that's the Green Party. The Green Party is not fiscally conservative. And maybe the NDP. I'd have to double check. But if you want fiscally definitively not conservative, you need to go further left than Mark Carney, who is definitively very center. he's very center. He's like a little bit left, but he's very center. When Carney is talking about fucking investing in green energy, he's not talking about spending a whole ton of money. He's talking about a very long-term 50-year investment plan that pays back into the system. That if you wanted fiscal, not conservatism, you wanted fiscal, like, irresponsibility, it would be spending money with no plan about how this money is going to come back. Which is this. This is fiscally irresponsible. And morally bankrupt, by the way. So, like, if your issue is morals, then this is not for you. If your issue is fiscal, is finances, then this is not for you. So what about this do you like at that point? So what about this for a nation? Not about you and how you live your life, about everybody. The government makes decisions for the whole country. So what about these things makes you think they're good for everybody in the country as best as it can be? Yeah, the plan is for the money not to come back, which makes that's not fiscally responsible. That's not good investment. That's poor investment. Anyway. Anyway, in my foreign opinion, Canadian conservatives were influenced and even infiltrated by Canadian libertarian ideas and candidates. Yeah, there's been like a right-wing extremist co-opting of the Conservative Party of Canada. In my opinion. But I think that the people who have the most power to do anything about it are the classic conservatives. You do not need this to be responsible and be smart, and you don't have to accept these things to be in a position of power. Right? Look at what's happened. Look at what happened with Harper. Look at what happens with Polyev. And the answer is like, if you want fiscal conservatism, you're voting liberal this year. Because they're the ones who are being fiscally conservative. Because no political party owns being conservative in the way it manages money. That's not that's not a party restricted thing. That's the same with no party has any like specific religious ties. The Conservative Party isn't more Christian than the Liberal Party. They're not. That's not how it works. Think about your principles and your values. Anyway. First Nations... I'm getting nowhere fast. I'm running on a treadmill, guys. I'm going. Where am I going? I don't know. Nowhere. Just run myself into the fucking dirt. You mean the business model of hoarding wealth like a dragon isn't responsible? Imagine that. The concept of maintaining infrastructure. Oh. Why? Kumbaya. Why can't we be friends? 'Cause you're a piece of shit and I hate your face. Go fuck yourself. Okay, anyway. Conservative Party supports First Nations land title. The Conservative Party supports the development of a property regime that would encourage lending for private housing and businesses. This will promote economic opportunity and individual freedom. No, it won't. It'll do the opposite. Fuck you. We support the development in conjunction with First Nations of a First Nation Land Ownership Act, which would transfer reserve land title from the federal crown to willing First Nations. First Nations educational choice. The Conservative Party proposes, where available and agreed to by all parties, including provincial authorities, to offer choice in schooling for First Nations. Criminal justice. This is gonna make me cry. Okay, it's not that long. Alright, criminal justice. Fuck. Fuck my life. Justice principles. The Conservative Party supports reorienting the approach to criminal justice and the police system. Oh, reorienting? You mean defund the police? Reorient the police. Reorienting the approach to criminal justice and the policing system to give the highest priority to the protection of society through prevention of crime. Additionally, okay, how? Additionally, we support emphasizing the needs and rights of victims. We support our Canadian justice system as defined by our charter and constitution, except for those things that we don't and we want to have removed, and the things that we want to re-vote on, and the things that we want to take away from people, and the ones that we want to suspend so you can allegedly protect some other rights. And do not support a parallel justice system which would contravene our existing rights and freedoms. We believe that those convicted of more than one serious crime should serve their sentence consecutively rather than concurrently. Sure. Dangerous offenders. The Conservative Party believes the government has an obligation to strengthen Canadians' confidence in our legal system's ability to judge dangerous offenders appropriately so that dangerous offenders will not be released until they are no longer a threat to society. You disagree with that notion? This one? Yeah, that's a whole conversation. Yeah, that's a whole ass conversation, which I'm skipping it right now because I'm sure we're about to get into it. Okay. Dangerous offenders will not be released until they are no longer a threat to society. Okay, let's let them cook. Anyone convicted of 2 offenses causing death or serious harm against a person arising from separate occurrences should be automatically designated as a dangerous offender and should bear the onus of proving that they are not a danger to society. Okay, so how does that apply to manslaughter with more than 1 death? Or let's take it one step further. How does that apply to Elon Musk forcing people to go to work during COVID, them getting COVID and dying? So are we in a position where Elon Musk would have to prove that he is not a danger to society? Because, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure objectively he is. I think that's pretty on the nose, if I do say so myself. But they have to be convicted, right? Anyone convicted of 2 offenses. Reversal of the burden of proof, in my opinion, is a no-go. Yeah, I would feel better if this was more like the Crown has to prove that they are a danger to society. This would not preclude the Crown from pursuing dangerous offender status for any other offender deemed to fit the criteria. What's the criteria then? Because now you're saying that okay. We believe that the government should seek dangerous offender status and mandatory life sentences for any person convicted of a second serious violent offense, criminal organization offense, terrorism offense, or serious drug trafficking offense. Okay, so criminal organization offense and terrorism offense would be applied to. That would mean that all of the people who were arrested and convicted during the Canadian convoy thing would have mandatory life sentences. Also, what constitutes a serious drug trafficking offense? Sex offender registry. The Conservative Party supports the registration of all convicted sex and designated dangerous offenders. The Conservative Party supports the registration of all convicted sex and designated dangerous Such registration should be retroactive to the date of first conviction. Okay, but what if it gets overturned? The registry and its services should provide mandatory DNA sampling and banking. Oh, they want to bank people's DNA? I don't think I like that. I would like to remind you about what they said earlier about women and miscarriages and abortions, and that they said that the police want to have free access to your medical records. I would just like to remind you that that was already, that's a right, by the way. That's part of your Charter of Rights to have privacy. So they don't care about that. Just want to remind you. A registry information network available to all police and parole services to assist in locating and tracking registrants. A system to incarcerate registrants who break the terms of a release prior to trial. A system to incarcerate. Okay. Protecting pregnant women. The Conservative Party supports legislation to ensure that individuals who commit violence against a pregnant woman would face additional charges if her unborn child were killed or injured during the commission of a crime against the mother. Sentencing. Mandatory minimum sentence for violence to repeat offenders and for those convicted of sexually assaulting a minor. Requiring that sentences for multiple convictions be served consecutively. All of them? Eliminating statutory automatic releases. Yeah, the automatic release isn't really a thing. Ensuring that the community and victims have input on National Parole Board decisions. What? Ensuring that the community and victims have input on National Parole Board decisions. So, not professionals? That's mob justice. Huh? I mean, you have input by voting already, and via however much you feel like you want to participate in, like, things. You can write a letter. What the fuck does that mean? Requiring applicants for parole to demonstrate to the National Parole Board they have been rehabilitated. How? No longer requiring judges to treat imprisonment as a last resort. Requiring. Again, this is talking about retributive justice versus, like, rehabilitation. Like, do you want to punish people, or do you want to resolve the issue? And this is, like, especially with, like, a lot of the legal stuff I followed, particularly with, like, Steve and Aaron, and that whole group, is they view the court system as a weapon or as a tool to enact, to be vindictive, as a way to punish people. Do a backflip. Innocent! Yeah. Resolving the issues will also be a net positive to the nation. Yes! Correct! This isn't how any of these things work. Having automatic sentences and having mandatory minimums is usually ripe for problems. By that I mean, like, well, you didn't really do this thing as much as, like, it's that big of a deal, and we still have to give you 5 years. And you know what that does? It inflates the fucking prison system. It means that our prisons get really full really fast in a short period of time for things that they don't need to have people in there for. And you know what that does? Costs money. This would be incredibly expensive. This happened during the Harper administration. By the way, if anybody wants to actually know what this does, what this type of, like, thing does to what this type of thing does to Canada's prison system, go look at what happened when Harper did it. We did this already. It didn't work. It was really bad for us. Some streams that are positive. Yeah, that'd be cool. After the election, maybe. Firearms. A conservative government is committed to cost-effective gun control programs designed to keep guns out of the hands of criminals while respecting the rights of law-abiding Canadians to own and use firearms responsibly. Cost-effective gun control? What does that mean to you? I don't... Yeah, we tried these things. Canada did... like I said before, Harper is like the right-wing authoritarian who is being, like, you don't realize he's a right-wing extremist in a position of political power. And Harper was in office from 2005 to like 2000 well, he was in office from he was sworn in 2006. So hold on, let me pull it back up again. He was in office from 2006 to 2015. He had a decade. Bro had a decade. I really do encourage you to look at what happened. Look at what he did. Look at what happened, and look how it affected things. Our prison systems were overwhelmed. What office is he holding now? None of them. He is not in office anymore. He is currently pulling Poilievre's strings and trying to sell us out to Loblaws, which is a grocery company that likes to price gouge people during times of crises. But like I said, I recommend looking at what, like, go look at Harper. Go look at Harper and his history. By all means. We did this. It doesn't work. We tried. Firearms. Blah, 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 blah. Measures will include mandatory minimum sentencing for the... Again, mandatory minimum sentences. Mandatory minimum sentences are not a good idea because it does not allow for any type of flexibility. Based on the situation. Mandatory minimum sentences for the criminal use of firearms. The criminal use of firearms could be... I inherited a gun and I didn't register it right away. That is a criminal use of a firearm. So you're getting a minimum sentence of what? Because if it's a monetary sentence, then this is just a way to punish poor people. They pulled him out of the mothballs to do ads for Pierre Poilievre. Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah, they pulled him from the... Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed. It's bad. It's funny. Strict monitoring of high-risk individuals. What does that mean? Who is a high-risk individual? Why do you need to monitor them? And if they're a high-risk individual, why are you letting them have a gun in the first place? What? And again, what? Monitoring them like Big Brother? Yeah, I guess. Increased enforcement and prosecution of smuggling. Well, oh, you mean all of the American guns that get smuggled over our border, which is the majority of illegal guns in Canada? You want to be tough on the southern border, do you? Safe storage provisions, firearm safety training. Yeah, certification screening system for all those wishing to acquire firearms legally, that these already exist. And putting more law enforcement officers out on our streets. We want more cops? What? Didn't we say up here something about restructuring? Why do we need more cops? For what? You said you wanted to prevent crime. Police do not prevent crime, they respond to crime. And half the time, they're the ones escalating the problem. Because you have a non-violent crime that now has a cop involved who has a gun. And then now it's escalated. If you get, like, people doing a drug deal, for example. Alright, let's say somebody's, like, dealing cocaine. Alright? Cocaine's, wait, is cocaine decriminalized right now? I don't know. Whatever. Fentanyl. Let's call it fentanyl. Everybody's mad about fentanyl right now. There's a fucking, somebody is selling, they're doing a drug deal with fentanyl to somebody else, and they are doing a business transaction. Alright? It's an illegal business transaction, but it is a business transaction. Alright? That is a non-violent, both people are agreeing to what is going on. Right? Right? We understand this. I'm not saying it's legal. I am saying that there's Kinder Eggs. Somebody is fucking smuggling Kinder Eggs, and they fucking sell these illegal Kinder Eggs to somebody else. They got like 200 Kinder Eggs. Alright? Both people that are part of this interaction are in agreement and are super chill. There's no violence happening here. You bring a fucking cop into the fucking ring, and now suddenly you have somebody who is going to stop them from doing their non-violent thing, potentially in a violent way. Because how else is the cop their presence immediately escalates the situation to likely violence. And the cop could do nothing to prevent this crime. It was already going on. They're responding to it because a cop can't do anything about crime that hasn't happened yet. So now people are potentially getting harmed violently with guns because of some fucking Kinder Eggs. And you're gonna put a minimum sentence on fucking smuggling fucking Kinder Eggs? Brr. Pre-Agent Orange tariffs, U.S. Customs fined $1,200 USD per Kinder Egg. That'd be, damn, that's expensive. Minority Report. I do not see how more police officers are going to prevent crime. Fuck the police! We recognize the legitimacy of private ownership of firearms and will resist any domestic or international pressure to the contrary. International pressure? Conservative government will not deprive Canadian citizens of legally owning firearms. Okay. No government in Canada is currently proposing or doing this, so I don't fucking... Conservative government recognizes that civilian firearm ownership is a Canadian heritage. Okay. Conservative government would streamline firearm classification by adopting the simplified classification system. Sure. I mean, if you want to argue or say that that Trudeau was, like, trigger happy about banning different types of guns, sure. Fine. Okay. Then pick on that thing specifically. Like, a conservative government would order a review of firearms related to laws to identify parts of those acts that have no public safety value. We're back to, we need to order a review of everything and an audit of everything. It's like, okay, how are you going to pay for that and who's going to do the audit? Organized crime. Though, like the Canadian truckers. Organized crime. The Conservative Party recognizes that organized crime is growing throughout Canada. It is? I don't think that's... Is it? Is that true? Organized Crime Index. This is Global Organized Crime Index, by the way. Here you go. What? What are you talking about? Represented by the pyramid-based size, and the criminal actor score is represented by the pyramid height on a scale ranging from 1 to 10. The resilience score is represented by panel height, which can be identified on the side of the panel. In recent years, Canada has witnessed an increase in national and transactional arms trafficking and firearm-related homicides despite its relatively small illegal arms market. Most illegal arms in Canada are smuggled in from the United States. No indication of a substantial illicit logging and timber trade market in Canada. Canadian officials have been effective in regulating the timber supply chain and monitoring the country's ports' entry and exits. Furthermore, there is a strong preference for legal timber in Canada, which is reflected in legislation, policies, and consumer choices. Although domestic demand of heroin is limited in the country, prescription drugs continue to be the main opioid abuse. A higher number of heroin-related emergency room visits is still reported. You mean they're allowed to go to the emergency room? Yeah. Well, most of the opioid supply in America comes from Mexico, Colombia, and Guatemala. The Canadian market continues to source most of its heroin from the Golden Crescent in Southwest Asia. Cybercrime is on the rise. Financial crime are growing concerns for scams and fraud, which is part of what the Conservative Party wants to remove. Outlaw motorcycle gangs, most prevalent mafia-style groups in Canada with a strong presence in Ontario and Quebec. Really? A motorcycle gang? Is that what our problem is? Government institution system with a long stance against crime, including national strategy, law enforcement units, justice framework. Civil society and protections. So there is no substantial raise. The raise is 3.66 in 2021 to 3.88. That's nothing. 0.22. That's nothing. Organized Crime Canada, the Canadian Encyclopedia. Here you go. You want another one? Organized crime is defined in the criminal code as a group of 3 or more people whose purpose is the commission of one or more serious offense that would, quote, likely result in the direct or indirect receipt of material benefit, including financial benefit by the group. Organized crime centers on illegal means of making money, such as gambling, prostitution, pornography, drug trafficking, insurance and construction fraud, illegal bankruptcy, motor vehicle theft, computer crime, counterfeiting, and many others. The structure, sophistication, and widespread nature of organized crime first became evident in the 1960s and 70s. Some criminal organizations based on ethnicity, such as the Italian Mafia and Chinese triads. Others are founded within certain industries, like construction or activities, i.e. biker gangs. There's no... Until the mid-80s. Like, 2000s. Like, what are we talking about? There is this isn't real. This is fear-mongering. It doesn't mean that don't keep doing things to do crime prevention, but that this isn't it. Conservative Party reckon, especially since the highest thing in this index is fucking human trafficking and sexual exploitation and data. And that's not even listed here. Like it's money laundering and drug trafficking. To fight this trend and to ensure the safety of all Canadians, a conservative government will. Do you guys want to see the fucking the crime index? Hold on. Let me pull up the government of Canada. Crime and justice. Come on, where are you? Give me the chart. Give me the chart. No, that's not it. Crime severity index. Can we open... then we have there's a crime severity index and then the police reported crime per 100 million. Here you go. Police reported crime severity index is 1998 to 2023. Crime severity index, non-violent crime index is the red one, and violent crime severity index is the blue one. Guys. 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 This is per 100,000. The actual change is 3.1%. Two. 2.1% change. 2. 100,000 per 100,000. 0.4 for violent crime. 0.4%. Guys, 0.4%. Are you fucking kidding me? Guys, that's not... that's within margin of error. Not only that, is our population has increased. Dumbass. When you increase the number of people, these numbers are going to go up. That index graph is a bit misleading. If you get like a low N, then any change will be a large swing on the graph. Oh, yeah. If you get a low number. Yeah, like, you mean this graph? Yeah. This graph looks like it's bouncing higher than it is. Look, this is 2023, 9.9, 99.5, 99.1. Hey, you guys remember when Harper was in office? Here? And then COVID happened here? 0.4% change. But what a crime wave, am I right? To fight this trend, to ensure the safety of all Canadians, the Conservative government will adopt in collaboration with provinces and municipalities a national strategy. If you put more police, it's gonna go up. That's not preventative. That's just arresting more people. A national strategy on the fight against organized crime, including the creation of a joint national task force on security. This task force will concentrate on keeping illegal firearms out of the hands of criminal gangs through increased efforts to curtail smuggling and distribution of contraband firearms. I mean, if you want to have stricter rules about border crossing with America to prevent smuggling, fine. Okay, I'm fine with that. Increase the financial resources allocated to the RCMP to help them fight against those activities in all regions of the country. The border! Your issue is the border! Propose an amendment to the criminal code to reverse the burden of proof so that members of a criminal organization and not the Crown will have to prove at the time of seizure that the goods were not acquired through criminal acts committed for organized crime. No. Feline, no, big yikes. We don't like that. Specific criteria will govern this measure to respect the principles of the presumption of innocence of the accused. Oh yeah? What happened to innocent until proven guilty? No, this is twice now. This is twice in this document. This is twice in this document that they have decided innocent until proven guilty isn't the rule of law anymore. That they don't want that to be the rule of law. Strengthen the legislation to prosecute any persons who knowingly engages in counterfeit activities by manufacturing, reproducing, and distributing, importing, or selling counterfeit goods. By the way, violent crime does not need to use guns, and smuggling is not inherently violent in and of itself. It's violent in what happens, but like there's not a shootout every time somebody smuggles guns in. You know what I mean? Civil forfeiture, yeah. Whoever wrote this document has to prove he is innocent, yeah. We believe the government, in collaboration with provinces and territories, should develop prevention strategies in the fight against street gangs. Yeah, what do you think the prevention strategies are? It's social services. Social services are the way to deal with this. It's social services. Young offenders. The Conservative Party supports introducing measures to hold young lawbreakers accountable to their crimes and the larger community. We believe the government should introduce measures to ensure that a violent or serious repeat offenders 14 and over are tried as adults. I know, I'm with Feline on this. No, bad conservative, bad, no. Stop pissing on the floor. We encourage the government to work with the provinces and territories to ensure that early identification and intervention strategies for youth at risk continue to work. Despite all the tax cutting that we're doing to it. Because that would be all the grants and tax cutting. That would take away from that. The justice system... all this is gonna do is put more people in jail. Excuse me, put more people in jail. The justice system for young people will provide effective punishment that deters criminal behavior. Punishment does not deter 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 criminal behavior. It doesn't do that. That's not how that works. Because people who do crime don't think they're gonna get caught doing the crime. They think they're gonna get away with it, or they're gonna do their best to get away with it. If they're doing the crime, they're already committed. instills a sense of responsibility in young offenders for their behavior. It does not do that. that definitively does not do. This is embarrassing. And gives young people better opportunities for rehabilitation. How? In prison? How? How does that give anybody opportunities for rehabilitation when you now have a fucking crazy criminal record because you were tried as an adult? I'm gonna commit a crime. Family violence. The Conservative Party believes the consequences of family violence are harmful to all of society. We support sentences for crimes of family violence that reflect our belief in the serious nature of violent criminal activity, its effect on individuals, on families, and on communities. The protection of children and spouses in family violence situations is paramount. Prove to me you didn't miscarry your child on purpose, woman. Child protection. The Conservative Party supports stronger legislation against sex offenders, pedophiles, human trafficking, and child pornography for the protection of children through the elimination of all defenses that are used to justify both the possession of child pornography and engaging in predatory conduct to prepare a child or young person for sexual activity at a later time, grooming. I mean, I'm fine with stronger legislation and litigation in these scenarios, but I don't know what elimination of all defenses. Like, what does that mean? The elimination of all defenses? Like, you still have to do a trial. They still have to be allowed to defend themselves. Like, I don't know what that means. Yeah, remove their right to a fair trial? Like, what does that mean? That doesn't make any sense. We will oppose any effort to lower the age of protection below 16 years of age. What? What defenses are specifically being referred to here? I don't know. We will oppose any effort to lower the age of protection below 16 years. So 16-year-olds will remain protected, and they don't want 16-year-olds to be lumped upwards. But they want to treat 14-year-olds as adults. So... What? How are you gonna try 14-year-olds as adults and then say that, like, the any effort to lower the protection age to lower than 16? I mean, I feel like you could probably bump that to 18 and be fine. We believe that the government should fight the cyber stalking of children by allocating more resources for internet monitoring, by increasing the penalty for cyber stalkers, and by taking measures to raise awareness among all Canadians, particularly young Canadians, about the importance of protecting their privacy online. Sure. Fine. We support legislation to ensure that any child born alive shall receive the full benefits of life-saving care and neonatal intensive care to give every opportunity possible for the child to sustain life. I mean, okay, there's some wording problems here. Any child born alive shall receive, regardless. How are you going to pay for it? First off. I mean, that's the question the conservatives like to ask, right? How are you going to pay for it? And second off, how long does that support last for? Right? How long do they get access to this? And does this mean, especially because of what we covered before, does this mean that you will not be able to opt out and not have access, and not, still have the access, but choose not to utilize it in some extreme scenario where you have an incredibly ill baby that is not viable? You can produce a living child that is not viable. Are we talking like if you okay, we got to get dark here. If you have a child and that child is brain dead, but their body is alive and can be kept alive on tubes, how long are you going to give them this care? How long do they get access that they shall receive, regardless of what the parent wants, regardless of what anybody, including professionals, are saying? No, you're not reading too much into it. Yes. Like, I'm not making up hypotheticals. These are things that happen, right? I'm not making up a crazy scenario, right? Genetic disorder that results in thickened skin nearly the entire body at birth. The skin forms large diamond, trapezoid, rectangle shaped plates that are separated by deep cracks. These affect the shape of the eyelids, nose, mouth, and ears. Little movement of the arms and legs. Restricted chest movement can lead to breathing difficulties. These plates fall over several weeks. Other complications include premature birth and infection, problems with body temperature, and dehydration. There's no cure for the condition. In early life, constant supportive care is typically required. The condition affects 1 in 300,000 births. In the past, the disorder was nearly always fatal, whether due to dehydration, infection, sepsis, restricted breathing due to plating, or other related causes. The most common cause of death was systemic infection, and sufferers rarely survive more than a few days. Improved neonatal intensive care and early treatment with oral retinoids, such as the drug isotretinoin, whatever, may improve survival. Early oral therapy has been shown to soften scales and encourage whatever the fuck that word is. After as little as 2 weeks of daily, fissures in the skin can heal and plate-like scales can nearly resolve. Improvement of the blah, 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 blah. Children who survive non-neonatal period usually develop a less severe phenotype resembling severe congenital I can't pronounce that. I give up already. People continue to suffer from temperature deregulation and may have heat and cold intolerances. Poor hair growth, scarring, failure to thrive. No, this one. Most infants do not live past a week. Those who survive can live around 10 months to 25 years thanks to advanced medicine. So, like I said, how long are you going to make this care available for? Are you going to make this care available for years? And how are you going to pay for it? And this is intensive care. This isn't cheap. And you're going to force them to do it. Regardless of what any doctor is saying and how severe the issue is. This is the same problem that I have with the abortion thing. If a woman is pregnant, gets in a car accident, and is brain dead, your husband, your significant other who is there, cannot terminate your life. You will be kept alive, regardless of what you want, and regardless of what your significant other wants, to potentially pop that baby out. Whatever that baby might look like when it comes out. Again, regardless. Or, you're in a car accident, your significant other who is pregnant, and that child are both... The baby's dead, mom's has a chance to survive if you are allowed to abort the pregnancy. But you're not allowed to abort the pregnancy. So you are forced. You have no choice. This is anti-choice shit. You are forced to watch your significant other die in the hospital for a baby that is already dead inside of their body. I am not talking about hypotheticals. These are real-life scenarios that you will be forced to deal with because your choice is being removed. I don't think people should be forced to have abortions that they don't want to have. I also don't think medical treatments should be forced on people. Shall receive. The Irish article I read out a few years back, yep. The lady that died from sepsis? Yep, I remember. There are women bleeding out in parking lots right now, dying because they're not allowed to have abortions in America. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news to conservatives, but biology and life is sticky, and it's not necessarily very easy, and this isn't gonna help. Missing Persons Registry. The Conservative Party supports the creation of a... Again, give access. Yeah, by all means. I'm for the... Give full benefits and access to all of these healthcare things, but it needs to be a choice. Missing Persons Registry. The Conservative Party supports the creation of a National Missing Persons Registry to assist in the location and identification of persons reported missing. The registry would operate in conjunction with the Canadian Police Information Centre, CPIC, and DNA database currently in place. We support streamlining and improving the existing computer systems, including DNA databanks, CPIC, and the Sex Offender Registry. We believe the government should fight human trafficking by providing the RCMP with personnel and resources needed to effectively combat this problem, and instituting tougher sentences for all those involved in this form of human exploitation. Bro, social services are the things that help with this. Homelessness, people who go missing, people who are sex trafficked, are people who are desperate in a lot of scenarios. So if you fix socioeconomic status, and you make homelessness not a threat, and starvation not a threat, that people can just survive, you're going to greatly reduce all of these issues. Giving more money to the police doesn't help. Sexual exploitation in Canada. The Conservative Party rejects the concept of legalizing the purchase of sex. Boo! Squares! Prudes! We declare that beings are not objects to be enslaved, bought, or sold. I mean, those are not the same thing! We shall develop a Canada-specific plan to target the purchasers of sex and human trafficking markets. Again, Those are just, those, sex and human trafficking are two different things. Not all human trafficking is sex related. Through criminalizing the purchase of sex as well as the act of any third party attempting to profit from the purchase of sex. Okay, yeah, so prostitution is decriminalized in Canada. It doesn't mean it's legal, it's just decriminalized. So they want to change that. Charter of Victims' Rights. The Conservative Party shall undertake to 1. Promote the adoption of the Charter of Rights for Victims of Criminals Acts, reuniting the whole of the current rights of victims contained within the federal legislative corpus. Am I stupid? You have the Charter of Rights if you're Canadian and you're in Canada. So why are you separating, implying that victims of criminal acts don't apply to this? Huh? Didn't Australia legalize the purchase of sex and force the workers registered as taxpayers, which forced the human sex trafficking through the floor? Yeah. Did Australia do that? But yeah, that's what would happen. When you so you decriminalize it, then you legalize it. When you legalize it, you then make people have to have like terms of service. So like you have to have a license, right? And so when you input a license and taxes, you have to pay the government for the license. And when you pay the government for the license, you're bringing in revenue to the government. Add new rights to such a charter. Make this charter legislation based notably on the rights of victims to restitution, access to information and representation, and safety. Courts of cultural and religious persuasion. All right. In areas of federal jurisdiction, the Conservative Party of Canada will not endorse religious or cultural courts in Canada. What the fuck is a cultural court? What is that? In each province and territory in Canada, there shall be one law for all Canadians with courts for criminal matters. What about civil matters? What? Rural crime. The Conservative Party of Canada will make reducing the rate of rural crime a priority. Okay. And people will know they are not accidentally involving themselves with criminal sex trafficking. Right. It makes it easier to report. It makes it easier to track. It makes money. It's legalizing prostitution or legalizing is a good idea. Sex work is work. It should be legal. Pay taxes. Make it licensed. If you want to run a brothel, you have to have it licensed. And it should have like standards of practice, right? So like medical checks, nurses, whatever. It has to be clean. Just to be clear, this policy declaration was amended by the delegates as of September 9th, 2023. So anything that is been resolved or changed, yeah, that's possible. As far as I know, they haven't put out a new one, and this is their equivalent of Project 2025. This is what they intend to do and what they've been working towards and what they want to happen, both for the presidency, the prime minister, as well as for any local governments that they control or any provincial things that they control. Now that that's over with, did I tell you who I am? You know, it's fine. It doesn't matter. We were past criminal justice. We are on communications. So let's just jump down here. It's not going to be actually 35. It'll actually be past that because it's 35 in the document and it is actually, here we go. Page 35 in the document, page 43 in the PDF. If you're following along, the PDF is in the description, and you can feel free to take a look at it yourself and have fun with that. All right. Communications. This is probably one of the ones that I find fairly egregious. I think going to war with Big Bird is fucking stupid, but that's just me. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, the CBC. We've looked at the CBC here before. We look at their news articles sometimes. I had people accusing me of only looking at CBC. And I I didn't look at CBC at all, so I decided to go look at CBC because, I'm a sassy bitch like that. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, Conservative Party believes in a stable Canadian presence in a varied and vibrant broadcasting system. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, SRC, should offer a wide range of Canadian and international programming while being respectful of Canadian content. The system should provide audiences with maximum choice and have the ability to utilize new technologies to achieve its public and private objectives. The CBC/SRC is an important part of the broadcasting system in Canada and must be a true public service broadcaster relevant to Canadians. We will, accordingly, ensure the CBC/SRC 1. Rationalizes any programming that overlaps or competes with private sector equivalents. No. No. Reduces its reliance upon government funding and subsidy. It is a public service broadcaster. No. You're telling them they're not allowed to compete in the private sector but have to make money in the private sector. You make it make sense. Reflect regional and demographic diversity of Canada in its role as a public broadcaster. Sure. Responds and is accountable to its audience. I mean, what does that mean to you? Because I feel like that means teach the other side. Not all opinions are equal, is what I'm getting at here. Supplies balanced and non-partisan programming. Hey. What did I just say? Stop that. No. Bad. Bad conservatives. Bad. No. We recognize that, right now, translation, you should enable our lives and have equal footing with reality. Yo, Alex called that. Called it. 100%. Let's be real here. What I'm doing right now is giving them a more than fair shake at looking through their actual policies and talking about what works, what doesn't, and why it works or why it doesn't. That is fair and equal. Right? That's balanced and nonpartisan. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm objective. We recognize the vital role played by the private broadcasters of Canada through their local and regional programming. Oh, you mean like the Chatham-Kent Asset Management, or sorry, the Chatham Asset Management, or like them? That reflects the language and multicultural realities of our country. Yeah, fully American-owned. Yeah. Private sector broadcasters and service providers, first and foremost, are businesses. No. Well, as a private sector, I guess, are businesses, and must be able to compete in an ever-increasing fragmented and global market. When you have a vertical monopoly, it's hard to say that the market is fragmented. You know what I mean? We recognize the need for both regulatory flexibility and predictability. Broadcasting policy in Canada must be relevant in today's communications environment and responsive to demands of Canadians. We believe the government should review and update the Broadcasting Act to ensure its relevance in today's technological environments. I'm okay with that. Updating that to make sure that it's relevant with technology, good call. I'm fine with that. That makes sense. We believe the government should establish clear national policy directions and framework that will maximize the freedom of choice and ensure that freedom of speech is respected. Okay, so freedom of speech is not freedom to say whatever the fuck you want, right? You prefer one over the other in any aspect, you are not neutral. That is not what that means. I appreciate your attempt. Not what that means. Perhaps a discussion for another day. You know what? We'll cover that on the philosophy show. We will talk about partisanship. We can talk about neutrality. We can talk about how to be objective, etc., etc. dealing with biases. The CRTC's role in content regulation should be reduced to eliminate duplication where other legislation exists. Sometimes it really just depends. Sometimes duplication is intentional and is on purpose, and sometimes it's redundant and not necessary. So you really have to, and sometimes it's really hard to tell which one is which, just especially at a glance. We believe that control and operations of CBC/SRC could be best accomplished through establishing distinct budgets for the operations of the internet, TV, and radio broadcast functions. Canadian production industry. The conservative... You don't entertain lies like you would the truth if you believe so. What? You guys are adorable. I love it when people don't know what objective means. And confuse it with bias, or confuse it with coming to a conclusion. Being neutral doesn't mean you don't come to a conclusion ever. Yeah, distinct budgets. I don't know what that means. We believe that control and operations of CBC/SRC could be best accomplished through establishing distinct budgets. So I think that, if I'm understanding this correctly, it's saying that there needs to be a budget for internet, a budget for TV, and a budget for radio, instead of just one budget to then be dispersed as the CBC views necessary. So this looks like it's just micromanaging, at best, and doging at worst. The Conservative Party recognizes that the creative community gives expression in the film and electronics media to Canada's identity and peoples. Yes, artists are the mechanics and producers of culture. They are often interwoven. Yes, absolutely. The production industry must be strengthened to participate in a global market and become self-sustaining, thriving industry with a skilled workforce. Okay, you want the public service, the public broadcasting service that is for Canadians, to participate in the global market? Listen, I'm fine with like getting the BBC. I like getting the BBC, but their focus should not be the global market and my entertainment as a Canadian, right? And the same applies to the CBC. Like, it's not... what? Internet connectivity. The Conservative Party recognizes the vital importance of internet connectivity to full Canadian participation in global market, social and cultural communities. The government should create an environment that encourages private sector investment to increase broadband infrastructure, especially in rural and remote areas of Canada. Great. So I agree with this. You need to have better infrastructure and better internet in rural areas in Canada. There's a lot of places that suffer really, really bad and if you want people to expand, investing in infrastructure is a good idea. How are you going to pay for it? In the last 10 years, Bell and Rogers, which are our big telecommunications companies, because there's only two of them because they have a duopoly, were given a bunch of money by the government to upgrade a bunch of rural areas. They did not fulfill that obligation, and it's been in court. It's been in court for a while. Parliament keeps having to look at it because it keeps getting put off. Google was supposed to come to Canada. They're not here because they got bullied out by the red tape that Bell and Rogers put in the way. Lobbying, i.e. So, how are you going to pay for it? And how are you going to do this? How are you going to force Bell and Rogers to fulfill their obligations? They've already got the money. And a reason I bring this up, and I'm not asking, I don't mean a detailed plan. I mean, how are you going to make this happen when every other thing, the solution for everything else that you have is by cutting taxes? And again, it's not like they don't have how they're going to do things in here. They just have it for some things and not for others. Like I said, their solution to everything is essentially cut taxes. So, if you're cutting taxes, what money are you investing in infrastructure and where are you getting that money from? The one benefit of Canada is that you have a public broadcaster that is accountable only to the public. Other broadcasters are accountable to their advertisers and corporate owners. Yes, absolutely. Yes. The CBC is, whether you agree with everything they put out or not, is not the point. The point is that they exist and are functional. Kennedy's satellite internet. We have satellite internet. Bell has satellite. We have satellite internet. It just sucks, and nobody likes it. Improving access to reliable and affordable internet. The Conservative Party of Canada recognizes the importance of dependable and affordable internet. A Conservative government will work with provinces, territories, industry, stakeholders, and communities to ensure all Canadians have access to reliable and quality internet. So if you want to know how this one manifested, because again, this was written in 2023 and is their ongoing plan, right? Doug Ford cut a deal with Elon Musk for Starlink. Nobody liked that. That deal has since been, as far as I've been aware of, completely torn to shreds as of right now. I still don't think a deal with Starlink would be a good idea, period, at all. I think Elon Musk needs to fuck off forever. But alas, we will see. So they haven't succeeded in doing this, but there was an attempt. Privacy and personal data protection. Well, they already gave the bag away on that one. The Conservative Party believes digital privacy is a fundamental right that urgently requires strengthened legislation, protections, and enforcement. Canadians must have the right to access and control collection, use, monitoring, retention, and disclosure of their personal data. International violations should receive enforcement assistance from the Canadian government. I agree with this. I'm gonna go ahead and put a caveat. I'm gonna put a little star on this, because again, they already said they want to give carte blanche access to your medical records to the police. Yeah, the EU GDPR, absolutely. Yeah, something like that. That'd be great. Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing. When this document and the Conservatives say something like this in a bubble, yes, I generally agree that people's privacy should be protected. And then when they explain how, or you find out that it contradicts something else they've already said, it kind of falls to the wayside, right? So how are they going to do this? And again, like I said, sometimes they tell you how they're going to do it, and sometimes they don't. So again, how are you going to do this? You've cut all the grants, you've cut all the funding, you've cut the taxes. How are you going to do this? By what means? What lawyers? How are you paying the lawyers? And I think it's an absolutely fair question that when the Conservatives say they want to do something, one of the first questions any Conservative should ask is, how are you going to pay for it? Because that is literally the question they ask for everything. Mostly because they don't understand economics and have no fucking fiscal understanding at all. Celebrating Canada's diversity, as we've proven twice in these videos. Minimum. Celebrating Canada's diversity. Diversity principles. The Conservative Party believes that communism? Communism. Hell yeah, let's go. Diversity principles. The Conservative Party believes that Canada's multicultural society is a valued reality and accepts the need to foster understanding and equality of opportunity, which is totally why the leader of this party hates immigrants. And hates women. And hates Indigenous people. Did I miss anybody? I think he hates the military, if I'm not mistaken, but I might be misremembering that. I remember veterans getting absolutely fucked over by the Conservative Party during the Harper administration, and I feel like I remember Trudeau getting slammed for something on Remembrance Day that was just not true that Pierre Poilievre was putting out, but I'd have to look. I'd have to double check. While expecting Canadians to adopt Canadian common values such as equality, democracy, and the rule of law. Okay, yeah, this is that's not. Again, in a bubble, this would be fine. In a bubble, this would be okay. However, it's not in a bubble. Multiculturalism. The Conservative Party recognizes the rich, diverse makeup of the Canadian population and the contribution of these communities to our history and the Canadian way of life. The government should ensure that each community is able to enhance and contribute to Canada without discrimination barriers. Sure. By doing what? Like, again, I am confused by, like, you're just stating this blanket thing that has nothing, there's no weight to it. In fact, the weight to it is actually the things you've said and done, like telling Indigenous people that they need to learn the value of hard work, and talking about how much you hate immigrants. So, like, when they say diversity, they mean different types of conservatives. They're talking about all the denominations of Christianity. Just saying you do is not actually doing it. Feline. You know, Feline, one of these days, me and you are gonna have to, like, go out for coffee. Like, that's gonna... I mean, I'm not gonna get coffee, and you're probably not gonna get coffee, but we need to go to, like, a cafe. And just hang out. Oh, good God. Official languages. The Conservative Party believes that Canada's official languages constitute unique and significant social and economic advantages that benefit all Canadians. I would agree. We recognize and support the important contributions of official language minority communities to Canada. Alright, hear me out. Hear me out. Maybe I'm an extreme leftist for saying this. I think all public schools should be French immersion. I think basically everyone in Canada should be semi-fluent in French. And it should be French immersion from K to 12. That's my opinion. That's what I think. I think that would be fantastic. I think that would be great. I don't think that's something you could snap your fingers and do. But that's how I think it should be. If we want to be like a proper bilingual country and we want to have proper multi-official languages, and then, instead of having a French class, you have an Indigenous Studies class. And so you learn culture, Indigenous culture and language and etc., etc., etc. That's my opinion. That's what I think. We have a required French course. We already have a required French course. You have to take French at least once in high school. Sometimes they'll let you pick Spanish depending on where you go, but you have to. I'm saying that all public schools should be French immersion. French immersion means your teachers speak French. So you basically, the way the school works is you immerse yourself in the language. So basically your studies would take place while you're in school. You'll be speaking French to your teachers and you'll be taking your classes in French. Yeah. That's called French immersion. I don't know if it's called, if there are the equivalent in other places. Yes, and you're required to respond in French. I think all schools should be French immersion. Textbooks are in French, yep. I can tell you, having French courses from K to 12 are not good enough. And I know this because I took French. I had a French course. I just happened the way it worked out. I ended up being in French from grade 1 all the way through to grade 9 or grade 10. I promise you, one class a day in French will not be good enough, and it will not be consistent enough. But that's my opinion. Again, I'm not saying that we have to do this. I'm not saying it's a deal breaker. I just think it would be cool. All of them. All the provinces, all the territories. French immersion should be all public schools. And that includes the Catholic schools, by the way, you little fuckers. Don't think I'm not fucking watching you. Fucking Catholic school. Yeah, we have Catholic schools. That's the thing we have. Anyway, you know what's interesting? Side note, sorry. So we have Catholic school, right? And the Catholic schools get public funding, right? And they still have to meet the the educational requirements. We still have less young earth creationists because the Catholic schools don't fuck with that. Alright. Back to actually getting through this. That's just my opinion, alright? Again, maybe that's extreme left. I don't even know if that would be left or right. Honestly, I don't think that's a political spectrum thing. I'm pretty sure that's just yeah, that's a bit of a bit of a far goal, you know what I mean? Eh. I just think it'd be great if everybody could speak multiple languages. Plenty of other countries have English as a requirement. So I don't know why we wouldn't have French as a requirement. Why not? It'd be cool if there were a handful of options, but that would only be if you were going to private school. Which there are French immersion schools, and you can go to them, but having that requirement would be super fucking cool. The Bloc would support it. Hell yeah, the Bloc would support it. I think it's a great idea. We could send you Kent Hovind and Ken Ham. Do it. Do it. Send Kent Hovind and Ken Ham to Canada. Ken Ham's got a thing that he does in Canada. He's got a homeschooly fucking thing that he does that he's here's all the homeschooling shit, blah, 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 blah. And it gets dunked on every fucking year. Every fucking year. Universal language. So, I don't hate having a quote-unquote, common, D&D has common. I don't hate it. I don't know if it would be very great socially, and I think that English is currently taking up that space as close as you could probably get, which I don't know what I think about that, to be honest. I don't know if I have a real opinion. My girlfriend speaks English as a second language. Primarily, it was required in her country. Yeah, exactly. So we should just do that, but do French. I think that'd be cool. And then instead of having your French class, let people take Korean or Japanese or Chinese or Mandarin or Dutch. Right? I think that'd be cool. Klingon. German. Anyway, we support the Official Languages Act, ensuring that English and French have equality of status and equal rights and privileges as to their use in all institutions. Oh, and sign language. Sign language should be a requirement. Everybody should know sign language. The fact that we don't is fucking insane. You should be fluent in sign language. So here's what I would do. I would adopt some of what Tom said, and I would say make all of the schools French immersion, and then have a K-12 sign language class, where you just speak in sign language in class all day. That's just what you do. And make it a hangout period. And be listen, this is your hangout period. We're teaching you the signs, and then you just sit and converse amongst yourselves in sign language. Ta-da! So you just replace French with sign language and make it 1 to or probably, maybe not kindergarten, because maybe kindergarten, maybe like when you're learning the alphabet and you're learning your colors, you learn the sign for the colors in the alphabet. When you're reading, you read out loud and you do the signs while you're reading. Like, that'd be cool. That'd be pretty fucking cool. I think we could do that. I think that's a thing we could do. But we would need teachers that know how to do that, and we would have to pay teachers more because we should do that anyway, but whatever. Anyway, we support the Official Languages Act, ensuring that English and French have equality of status and equal rights and privileges as to their use in all institutions of Parliament and the Government of Canada. Yeah, okay. We encourage the government to continue working with provinces and territories to enhance opportunities for Canadians to learn and use both official languages. Yeah, see, look, they agree with me. That's not what they're saying. Canadian heritage and culture. Heritage principles. The Conservative Party affirms the federal government's role in the preservation of Canada's natural and historical heritage, which is totally why Harper went through and just deleted all of our weather data. Such as national parks, museums, and historical sites, which is totally why Harper sold out a bunch of our conservation areas to people like Nestle. Sorry, companies like Nestle. For the benefit and enjoyment of all, and as an enduring reminder to all Canadians of our common inheritance. Okay. Art, so they have nothing to say about arts and culture. The Conservative Party supports arts, culture, and the diverse heritage of Canada. Recognition that language is an integral part of one's culture and heritage should form the basis for decision-making related to its cultural and artistic community. We encourage the government to recognize the diverse cultural nature of Canada and its shared history, and to take those into account when working to strengthen opportunities and access in both domestic and international markets for our creative works. So does that mean, so if I'm like publishing a book, I'm just trying to understand what this says. So if I'm publishing a book, does that mean that like the Canadian government should make it or assist in making it easier for me to publish my book in French and English? If you actually pay teachers what they are worth, you might wind up with an actual educated populace, and we know the conservatives, the conservatives want an uneducated populace that they can gaslight. Oh, well, you know. They've made a lot of so again, for example, just to give right-handed Sith a point that they're not pulling that out of their ass. One of the things that Doug Ford, who is the Conservative Premier of Ontario, has put forward and has been trying to do is set our sex education back to what it was in the 80s. That's like what he's been working on and one of the things he's been trying to do. So rolling back education and regressing is definitely a part of the Canadian Conservative Party's agenda, and has been for a while. I don't know if I'd have to go digging to find a time, if a time existed before they were regressive. These are the type of people who shit on Indigenous art. I'll believe their commitment when I see it. I mean, I think you should feel that way about every politician. Every version of politics. You shouldn't believe it until you see it. You can be more or less optimistic. Never give... In fact, I do not think it's a good idea to ever give the benefit of the doubt to a political party. Like, don't do that. Don't give the benefit of the doubt to these people. Make them tell you. Make them walk you through it. Make them show you. Hold them accountable. Like, do not give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't do that. That's a bad time. That's a bad idea. Understand that they are also still people. We believe that government support should be linked to accountability, transparency, and sustainability. For art? The fuck does that mean? We believe that ongoing scrutiny is necessary to ensure programs and policies efficiently effectively meet their objectives to ensure that they are based on merit and remove political involvement from the process. Oh my god, guys, you gotta look out for those DEI artists. Fucking what? Oh no. Arts, culture, and heritage make substantial contributions to Canadian society and have a positive impact on the lives of many Canadians. We support measures, including those implemented through the tax system, which encourage charitable giving by individuals and corporations to the arts and cultural community. I have talked about this before, and I do not think it is a terrible idea. I do think that it would be a good idea to have like a arts and culture initiative that ostensibly helps local cities and stuff hold art festivals, as well as if you are an artist and you produce art, once you read you should be able to apply for like basically a basic income, and it's your job to produce like one piece of art like every 3 to 6 months, however, what depending on the type of art you're doing, because some art takes just a lot longer. So you just have like a check-in where you're like, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm building, this is the art piece I'm creating, and that should be bolstered, and you should have at least like probably five artists a city. And it can be music, it can be like digital, traditional, dance, like where these things are like encouraged, because like I said, the maintenance people of society and the maintenance people of culture are your artists. They maintain your culture, they maintain your society. They're the ones who are critical, they're the ones who are making commentary and thought-provoking shit. They're the ones that build a lot of the unity that goes on around, and the care and valuing your local communities. Those are your artists. So if you want a society to thrive, you need to treat your artists like artisans. You need to treat your artists like they're plumbers at best. Like you need to pay them. You need to pay them to do the maintenance. Please keep in mind that art is a trade and a skill that takes years and money and effort to learn how to do properly and practice. So I assure you, if you want your city and the people who live in your city to care about your city, start holding an art festival. Shut down like a fucking main street for a day or a weekend and do an art festival and watch how much that will do for just the morale of the people where you live. Especially even if you do it once a year. I would do it once a season. I would do a fall one, a winter one, a spring one, and a summer one. But I digress. Amateur sport. The Conservative Party recognizes the value of promoting amateur sport and as a mean of building legacy and heritage in local communities. Yep, this is another one. Yeah, sport applies the same way. So, like, for example, like in Canada in particular, your local hockey team, your city's hockey team, right? As a means of serving future generations of athletes, we believe in supporting and increasing participation in local and top-tier international sport events. That's great. An investment in amateur sport is an investment in Canada's leaders and in building Canadian representation around the world. Okay, so interesting here is, like, for arts, it's like we want charity and corporations to the art through taxes, right? For amateur sport, they're just like, we want to invest more money and have kids doing sports. The disparagement in the way these two are treated is probably not great. I would probably hail Nero, Chesh, and DEI. Hell yeah, DEI is great. I'm a pro DEI person. Probably because DEI would apply to me. How are you going to pay for this? Again, I don't have a problem with it, but how are you going to pay for it? Having, like, kids have access to learning how to skate as part of school and going on tobogganing trips and skiing trips and stuff, I think that's great. Having, like, maybe having a grant or a subsidy for uh, kids age probably 10, maybe 9. Kids age 9 to, like, 15 getting, like, cheaper access to sporting equipment. Like, that'd be cool. Stuff like that. Rural Canada. The Conservative Party supports that agriculture, agri-food, fisheries, mining, tourism, and forestry must be a priority for the federal government. Support... What? A priority in what? We believe that a priority for sustainability. We believe that the future sustainability of rural Canada comes through flexible, innovative policy based on principles of realistic economic profitability. No, the other way around. The point is to make sustainability profitable, not the other way. Jesus Christ. Rural Canada got one thing? That's it? Oh boy, alright. That's all you have to say is make money? Get bitches? Okay. Alright. The Conservative Party views the agriculture industry to be a key strategic economic sector of Canada. We recognize that various regions of Canada and sectors of the industry hold competitive advantages in agricultural production. National agriculture policy development and ongoing support will continue to reflect our belief that one size does not fit all. Sure. Agriculture policy must be developed only in consultation with the agricultural producers. I agree with that. Our farmers today are business operators, and to dictate policy which might have adverse effects on this business community would have negative consequences and go against conservative principles. Depends. I mean, we did just say one size doesn't fit all, and sometimes a policy is going to be bad in the short term and good in the long term. So, yeah. And again, it depends. When you say adverse effect on business, are you saying an adverse effect on profit? Because those are different things. Right? So you can say, hey, this is going to have an adverse effect on my profit, but I'm not going to make as much money, but it's going to make my business more sustainable and more stable. So when you say adverse effect on business, what part of business are you talking about? Logging barons can starve if they can't operate sustainably. Yeah, fair. Balancing financial responsibility. I would like to point out, again, the Conservative Party is not financially responsible and have not historically been financially responsible. This document is not financially responsible. The last time they were in power, they were not financially responsible. And the current provincial leaders that are conservative leaders have not been financially responsible in their provinces. Danielle Smith, Doug Ford, on complete opposite sides of the conservative spectrum, same problem. They both suffer from the same fiscal irresponsibility. Balancing financial responsibility with support programs that actually work is a major priority of this party. Work to do what? Food. I like that it just says food. Food, period. Food is one of the basic necessities of life. Don't worry about your mom. They're just being contrarian. Food is one of the basic necessities of life, and we believe the government should place high priority on assuring that Canada's food supply is safe, secure, and sustainable. Yeah, we gotta look out for that. Our giant vat of maple syrup reserve. Let's hope the CBC indoctrinated Mormons don't sell out their Wait, is that a thing? What are you talking about? What? CBC and or is there a connection between like Mormons and the CBC? That's not true. That sounds like the Jews. We should seek to be among the world's best when it comes to the safety of our food supply. Sure. We encourage measures to ensure accurate labeling of ingredients, countries of origin, and more rigorous safety testing of imported food products. Okay, but you already said you were going to cut all the grants, so how are you going to pay for any of this? I think countries of origin is good. I don't know if there's anything that needs to actually be said. What did I misread? Did I misread food? I hope I didn't. I'll wait. I read things backwards. Let me know what I got wrong. Oh, morons. I read Mormons. Oh my god, I think that is the best wrong read I've done in a while. That's fantastic. Let me reread. Jaeger Wolf, so Wolf. 0000. Definitely not a fake bot account. Because it's got, not only does it have 4 numbers at the end, but they're all zeros. Let's hope the CBC indoctrinated morons don't sell out their grandchildren and the rest of Canadians by voting for Carney and $1 trillion debt. Do we want to break that down? Is this a comment that is worth our time to break down? I mean, I've already discussed that in the past. So if you're curious, by the way, if you're a conservative or if you're a bot and you're curious about Carney and his $1 trillion debt, we discussed it last time. So we discussed it yesterday, so go watch yesterday. If you want to talk about CBC and selling out, quote unquote, the Liberals spend more money than all previous governments. All previous governments? Does that include other liberal governments? And again, economics, my friend. Spending money is only a problem if you're not investing it properly. You can spend as much money as you want as long as you make it back. The debt has gone down since Trudeau took office. Can I get a ooh woo in the chat? The pandemic was also a thing. Yes. The pandemic was also a thing. Even the Congo? Yeah, even the Congo? All previous governments, every government that has ever existed, including the Congo government, including the Alexander the Great. Oh my god, I wonder how much, like, conservative tears there's gonna be next week. Alright. Export and diversification. To ensure that Canada has a secure supply of food, we support self-efficiency in national food production. What? Including increased diversification of the types of food and agricultural products produced. The United States has entered the chat. We encourage government to seek to enhance export opportunities for all agricultural products with special emphasis on... Wait, we encourage governments to enhance export opportunities for all agricultural products with special emphasis on markets for processed and finished commodities. Okay? Through diversifying, the value added process and manufacturing will create new jobs within respective communities in Canada. So is that... So, okay, when it comes to agriculture, right, there are limited to... Your conservatives don't cry, there are men. No. It's not that conservatives don't cry, it's that they're always crying. This is my secret, Cap. I'm always angry. The when you want to like add production of like different products, so like there are certain things like you're not going to be growing pineapples or oranges in Canada. Like that's just not happening unless you were to build these massive greenhouses, which would be incredibly expensive and not sustainable and be incredibly energy heavy and add a lot to the carbon footprint and yada 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 yada. Right? That's not going to work. What are they talking about? Like what kinds of foods are they wanting to import? And you also, when you start growing something new in an area, you have to concern yourself with what effect that is going to have on the local ecology. So that's like a really complicated... They've said this really, like, flippantly, but that is an incredibly complicated process to bring in a new plant, or a new animal, or a new thing to a country. Also, why? Right? Like, why are you doing it? Right? Because, like, you don't necessarily need to. If you have a good deal with another country, why would you want to invest when you're already getting it for whatever you're getting it for? I understand that they're trying to create process and manufacturing jobs and, like, okay, but do we sell a whole ton of raw material food? Or is it already mostly processed? How often are we shipping cows overseas for beef? Like, I don't know what they're talking about. Like, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem quite like what they're trying to get at. Sustainability. If we are to ensure that Canada's food supply is assured in the long-term, agricultural production must be both economically and environmentally sustainable. Yes, I agree with that. See, if you take one thing in a bubble, yeah, I agree with this. It needs to be economically and environmentally sustainable. We believe that responsible land use and receiving a fair return for growing food go hand in hand. Sure, to mitigate against unforeseen adversity... Huh? Unforeseen adversity. We will continue putting into the hands of the individual producer the innovative economic tools such as stabilization accounts to allow them to respond to changing market conditions and to manage the risks of weather and disease. Okay. You're gonna give money to food producers, which again is going to disproportionately giving money to major corporations. That's what that says. Rural economy. As the agricultural base of the rural economy has declined, so too has infrastructure in small communities. Yeah. The infrastructure in smaller areas is never going to be as good as like the infrastructure in Toronto. To preserve the social fabric of rural Canada, we encourage the government to foster diversity and responsible development in small towns and villages by encouraging innovation in development of small businesses that keep communities alive. But why wouldn't you just invest in the infrastructure? Has it declined? So, no, yes, it depends on what you're measuring, I guess. If you want to talk about, like, the infrastructure in rural areas isn't great. So, like, for example, you're talking about internet, right? Your internet connections in rural areas and small towns is not going to be necessarily great, depending on where your small town is, right? the further you go north, the worse it is. However, it has been improving depending on where you go, right? If you're talking cottage country, or if you're talking about in between cottage country and the city, right? So you're talking about telephone poles that have really low internet connectivity, or telephone poles that should probably be underground instead of above ground, right? Like, you know, so if you're talking about infrastructure, when you're talking about like snow plows, if you're talking about infrastructure, you're talking about like traffic lights, if you're talking about like electricity and how often the electricity goes out and whether or not your like sub tanks and blah 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 blah, this seems confused at best. My Unfinished Shock for 2 said, don't blame Slit on Mormon Moruns. Like and share. I'm sorry, Mormons. Yeah, roads. Public access, private access roads. Yeah. This is a thing with Canada that probably Americans might not understand. Some Americans, not all Americans. I don't know how much people in the UK would, or even in Australia, would grasp this. Our roads have to be repaved like every handful of years. Like all of them. So we rotate, right? Because they get the roads get damaged every winter. So our roads are like, compared to other places, shit. So when Canada talks about construction season, a lot of construction season is just repaving roads. Because the roads get busted up and get frozen and then defrosted, then frozen and then defrosted and then driven on while they're frozen, and like it's a mess. It's messy. So, you know, make better roads. Yeah, that'd be great. There has been talk of like replacing a lot of our roads over time during these construction projects that no, it's really not. I promise you. This is something that has been talked about and tried and tested. So, I assure you, it is not that simple. There has been talk about the concrete that reforms itself, but it would be a really big project to just do that. And again, you're talking about cost effectiveness, right? How long would it take and how much money would it cost to repave all of our roads with this specific type of concrete? And unfortunately, there's just a lot of places where it's not worth the money. So part of it has to do depending on how far north you are or how far south you are, right? Depending on how busy your road is, etc., etc. All these things are taken into account when they decide when these roads are going to get repaved and how much money and effort is going to be put into repaving them. So there's a lot of roads in Canada that aren't paved. Like a shitload of roads just are not paved because we don't care. Like it's not worth it, or we're just not at the part of paving that spot yet. There are a lot of in-between roads, like in between cities, where there'll be like one road that is paved between those cities, and then there'll be like 3 other roads that are like, some of them are paved, some of them are dirt, some of them are barely roads, depends on where you go. So generally, there will be at least one well-paved road between point A and point B. This also doesn't apply to highways. Highways are a little bit different. They invest more money in the highways. So the highways generally have a higher quality, last longer, and when they do repave them, they repave them they're on a rotation. So like kind of like a crop rotation where it's like, okay, well, it's time to repave the road. That'll be like your 401, for example. Which is the equivalent of like that big road in America, like the I-75 or whatever the fuck it's called. It's kind of like that. That has happened. That happens. That happens where they repave one side of the road and not the other. So one side of the road is completely dirt and the other side is paved. That happens. That's a thing that happens. But yeah, It's not like it's one of the things that we have to deal with when it comes to our weather as well as like our just our weather, our environment. What was I saying? Multicultural trade agreement. Why is there a extra? Oh, there isn't an extra space. Why is that space like that's fucking weird? This isn't space like that. Why does this one have an extra? Agriculture and trade agreements. The Conservative Party encourages the government to continue to seek out bilateral and multilateral trade agreements that will improve market access for Canadian agriculture products and reduce foreign subsidies that distort trade and production. Cool. I'm fine with that. That's something that Carney's saying. And that's something that Trudeau has been working on almost his entire time in office. So, I agree with this. Supply management. The Conservative Party believes it is in the best interest of Canada and Canadian agriculture that the industry under the protection of supply management remain viable. The Conservative government will support supply management and its goal to deliver high-quality products to consumers for a fair price with reasonable return to the producer. Okay. Fisheries. The Conservative Party encourages the government to work cooperatively with provinces and territories in all regions of the country to put emphasis on protecting and enhancing all stocks. Protecting and enhancing. This must be done in order to meet the needs of Canadians rather than reducing the harvesting and processing efforts to fit declining and mismanaged fisheries. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Oh, this is gonna be bad. We encourage the government to take a leadership role in international dealings with other fishing countries in order to assure cooperative management of common stocks and end fishing abuses, including foreign overfishing. Okay, all right. First off, overfishing isn't just a foreign problem. It's not just foreigners that do that. One of the reasons we're in this trouble is because Canada overfished as well and like just absolutely destroyed shit. However, Canada has taken a really big role in trying to maintain and regulate these things, which does hurt and has hurt Canadian fisheries for a very long time, specifically Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, because they're like heavy fishing provinces. And this is the give and take of long-term sustainability. If you want the sustainability, if you want to have a place to live at all, you need to fucking manage this shit. The St. Lawrence River, for example. The St. Lawrence was like in really, really bad shape, and then we put a lot of fucking work and money and effort and regulations and sacrificed a lot to get the St. Lawrence into a more functional area. So much so that there were actually belugas in it not too long ago. Which there should be, by the way. There should be belugas, there should be seals, there should be life in that area, and there wasn't. And so there's the Canadian government and the Canadian people have put a lot of fucking work into making the St. Lawrence not complete trash. Back up a little bit. How are they going to support and deliver on quality prices for a fair price? Answer, leave it to the free markets. Yes. That is their plan. Tax cuts. Tell me, how is it a fair market if the tax cuts disproportionately benefit one group of people? That doesn't sound like a fair market to me. We encourage the government to maintain its commitment to take custodial management of the stocks on the nose and tail of the Grand Banks and the Flemish Cap. We recognize that fish are renewable resources that can be rebuilt and sustained through proper investment in science and management. Great. Good. I agree with this. We believe in investing significantly in our scientific knowledge base and in making firm and fair decisions based on facts. Great, I agree with that. Have you actually been doing that? With a regulatory and enforcement regime that has the ability to carry out the necessary function. And then suddenly we got authoritarian about it. Responsibility must come from participating regions where more decision-making must be located so that wild stocks as well as aquaculture can be managed appropriately. Big Brother! We encourage the government to work with any interested province or territory to increase and streamline mechanisms for provincial management of fisheries. We encourage the government to take leadership role but you want to make it provincially managed. Okay. All right. We want to have our cake and eat it too. We believe the government must continue to support the Canadian sealing industry by working to eliminate unfair international trade bans on Canadian seal products. All right, well, seals are a whole other conversation. So I'm just going to leave that one hanging for now, and maybe one day if you guys are that interested in the sealing industry, we will come back and we will talk about it. Seasons for a reason. We support a sustainable fishery with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans as the singular regulatory and enforcement body. With all commercial fisheries, non-Indigenous and Indigenous, operating under the same regulations and seasons specifically set out for each species in compliance with the Supreme Court of Canada's Marshall decisions. Oceans and coastlines. The Conservative Party believes that the oceans surrounding Canada on 3 sides are internationally recognized federal jurisdictions with rights and responsibilities in accordance with international treaties and laws. We support 1. The Canadian government claimed a sovereign rights in the internal waters in the territorial sea in the wait, am I? Hold on, I'm having a brain aneurysm. Contiguous, okay. Sharing edge or boundary. Contiguous. All right, I'm not crazy. That G was messing with my brain. Contiguous zone in the exclusive economic zone, the EEZ, and in, on, or above the continental shelf of Canada. The sovereign right to control the Northwest Passage and the Canadian Inside Passage off the BC coasts as internal waters of Canada. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Explore, develop, conserve, and manage living and non-living resources of water column in the EEZ. Explore, develop, conserve, and manage non-living resources of the seabed and subsoil of the continental shelf, i.e. minerals, blah, 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 blah. Economic activities such as the production of energy from water, currents, and winds to construct and establish artificial islands and installations. Yeah, I mean, as long as they're sustainable and they don't fuck with everything, fine. The right and responsibility to conduct marine research, as well as the right to suspend or cessation of marine scientific research activities within its jurisdiction. Yeah. Regulate marine traffic, enforce safety standards, minimize environmental impact, and ensure that foreign vessel traffic is for legal and peaceful purposes only. Yeah, I agree with these things. That's fine. Okay. I again want to ask, how are you going to pay for it? And 2, I also want to point out that, again, I will remind you, the Conservatives get to say absolutely fucking nothing about international and foreign affairs. Period. You have no say. You get to say nothing about international and foreign affairs because your leader, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, does not have his security clearance. Which means he does not know what the fuck is going on in the international security field. He has no idea. So until the leader of your party has been held responsible by you or whoever to go and get his security clearance, I don't give 2 shits about what any fucking conservative has to say about foreign affairs which includes immigration. You have no say on immigration. Marine protected areas. That's not how words work. Yada 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 was the list of different chemicals and chemical deposits. Marine transportation. Wait. Marine protected areas. We support the protection of marine biodiversity through the creation of the marine protected areas. But you want to cut everything. You already said you want to cut everything. How do you support these things if you're not going to give them money to do it? And then even if you don't cut their grants and their programs, how are you going to pay for their grants and their programs? Because you cut all the taxes. Balance and distribution across Canada's 3 oceans, where there are no renewable and non-renewable resource extractions presently occurring, and after a socio-economic impact analysis on the coastal economy and communities has been conducted. Okay, and not just socio-economic, but also, like, not just the coastal economy and the communities. Those things all need to be considered, but you also need to consider that they are, in fact, marine protected areas. So they still, you still have to consider the fucking biodiversity and consider the global climate as well as the local ecosystem. Marine transportation. The Conservative Party supports the retention of light stations, their personnel, and their aids to navigation. Lighthouses. Light stations are an important contribution to Canadian sovereignty, provide for public safety, especially for recreational boaters, kayakers, and are essential presence to monitoring seaplanes and marine traffic, and assist in the interdiction of smuggling. Sure. We also recognize the historical value of the light stations and promote the concept that they are well-situated infrastructure and personnel, which... Why does this have a whole section in it? What? Is this in contest? Is there arguments right now about lighthouses? And not having them? I'm unaware of this, if this is a thing. Recognize historical value, blah, blah, blah. Concept that they are well-situated infrastructure and personnel which can be utilized for scientific data collection and for other use. We support a strategic plan to address proper docking facilities for all coastal communities across the far north. We believe the government has an obligation to enforce the relevant laws and regulations with respect to pollution by dumping. Okay. Adopt special discharge and navigational requirements for designated areas to prosecute foreign vessels where an actual pollution discharge has occurred. Yep, I agree with that. Provide vessels passing through the EEZ with adequate charting and maritime safety information. Sure. Provide search and rescue capabilities which are comparable to international standards of other developed countries. I feel like we could probably not worry about that and just... I mean, maybe take it into consideration, but we could do better. Establish and enforce safety standards for local and foreign vessels which operate in Canadian waters for the well-being of workers as well as the environment. Yeah, okay, I agree with all those things. This sounds like this is something we're already doing, so, Freshwater Fish Marketing Act. The Conservative Party believes that the freshwater fish market... So, by the way, there's a man-made lake in a city not too far from where I live. That man-made lake used to be a quarry, and they turned it into a whole-ass its own ecosystem. It's specifically used by the university. The university in that city is one of their main things that they do is agriculture and biology. They also do nursing, but their main thing is agriculture. They're one of the top schools in Canada for top universities in Canada for that. And that lake was a man-made lake, and it went to complete shit. Like, it was absolute garbage. It wasn't regulated. It was like a dumping ground. It was really, really bad. It was like nigh poison. So in so they did a whole fucking lot. One of the things that they regulated is there are no machine boating, no engine boats. So you can be on the lake, but you have to have a sailboat. It's not big enough for a real sailboat. A canoe, a kayak. As long as your boat does not have an engine, you can be in there. And it has flourished with what they've done. That whole area is absolutely gorgeous now, and I definitely recommend going and checking it out. It's called Guelph Lake. They use it for a lot of science. There's camping grounds there. I definitely, if you're ever in Canada and you're just like going camping or you're exploring and you're in like the Toronto area, go check out Guelph Lake. I absolutely recommend it. You can just walk. It's great. It's fantastic. 10 out of 10. They used to do something called the dragon boat races, which is like a big old I don't know what's the word. It's not. I guess it's a festival. And they have like they have like stands set up, and they do like a race where like different groups in the city all like sign up, and they go and they get these dragon boats and they practice and they go paddling away and do a race. It's really fun. I definitely recommend it if you're in the area. Freshwater Fishing Marketing Act should be repealed and a voluntary dual market be instituted. No. I immediately say no to this. This is a terrible idea. We believe that fishermen currently under the monopoly of the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation should be given the freedom to make their own individual marketing decisions and to direct, structure, and voluntarily participate in producer organizations. Freshwater... Hold on. Wait a second. Let me look at this. For a second, because this sounds terrible. Okay, well, that's not opening. Let's try this one. In this act, okay, here we go. Freshwater fish marketing. Yeah, this is what they mean, by the way, when they talk about that the government has to be in French and English. Corporation means the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation established by the Federal Act. The Federal Act means the Freshwater Fish Marketing Act, Canada. Fish means round, dressed, or filleted fish of any species enumerated in the schedule to the Federal Act of whether fresh or frozen, and whether packaged or unpackaged, that the fish for commercial purposes and includes parts of any such fish. Poisson. Inspector means a person appointed. Marketing means selling or offering for sale and includes bartering, advertising, packing, processing, storing, shipping, transporting for the purposes of sale or in anticipation of sale. The commissioner may, by order, designate the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation established by the Federal Act. Okay, I now understand. I'm not going to go through this whole thing. It's not that long. If you want to read it, here's the PDF. Feel free to peruse it yourself. So the Freshwater Marketing Corporation is a federal body, not a private company. This is a federal body that is ensuring and maintaining, you know, all this stuff they say up here about sustainability and economic and ecology. That's what this does. And if you remember, a few minutes ago, they were claiming and talking about wanting to do more. Right? That's what they said. They said they wanted to do more regulation. They said they wanted to do and encourage more of that. Right? That's what they said. So, why do they not want to do more? This is changing it to a voluntary practice for private companies. You don't do that. Again, corporations and companies are not people. So, no. Absolutely not. You know, this smelled fishy to me. And as soon as I looked it up, I was like, yeah, nope, that's just deregulating corporations. It's just deregulation. No. I hate that. Marine scientific research. We believe the government has an obligation to 1. Promote international cooperation in marine scientific research for peaceful purposes, and 2. Create favorable conditions to study the process occurring in the marine environment through bilateral and multilateral agreements. Cool. We believe that the government should promote opportunities in ocean technologies or blue technologies by identifying and reducing barriers to ocean technologies development, and by encouraging collaboration between industry and educational institutions for innovation. Yes. Again. We believe that the government is responsible to regulate activities on the ocean to minimize environmental impact on marine environment. Then why do you do this? I refuse to ask RFK what constitutes as people. Good God. Coast Guard, marine safety, and abandoned vessels. The Conservative Party emphasizes our commitment to maritime safety by implementing an institutional change to transfer the Coast Guard back to the Minister of Transport, and the Coast Guard bases are operated using a cost-effective plan via the creation or upgrading of facilities that can effectively and efficiently respond to marine safety matters. How are you going to pay for it? The Conservative Party stands by its commitment to facilitate rehabilitation or demolition of abandoned and derelict vessels. Sure. While the Conservative Party supports government legislators in Pacific and maritime ridings to consult with scientific and technical experts and implement decisions based on independent scientific data. Great! This would all be fine. I'm okay with that. The problem is, again, the elephant in the room. How are you going to pay for it? You already said you wanted to cut funding. You already said you wanted to cut grants. You already said that you wanted to cut taxes. How are you going to pay for any of these things? Where is the money coming from? Where's the money flow? Everything is a confusing contradiction. They want to be able to point to something in the document to please both sides without any kind of concrete plan. No Name, you're absolutely right. And you'll notice this if you watch Poilievre talk. Like, if you listen to Poilievre and you watch him at his rallies and on his campaign trail, which we will do. We're going to do that. You will notice... You will notice that he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have, he's got slogans, he's got slander and trying to, like, throw shit at the other party. I mean, like we saw here with that definitely not a bot account, right? Liberals are traitors, they're gonna blah, 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 blah. Okay, but tell me why I should vote for the Conservatives. I have yet to have a single conservative come in here and tell me why I should vote for these people. The closest they get is, the Conservatives have a plan for this. Okay, what is it? Or the Conservatives' plans are better than the Liberals' plans. Okay, how? And nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. The Conservatives are not able to have a conversation. They don't understand economics. The thing that they care about the most, they don't understand. So in other words, populist bollocks. RNGD's got it. RNGD's got it. This isn't conservative. This is not conservative. This is authoritarian. This is regressive. That's what this is. It's populist bollocks. We've already got Poilievre talking about how he wants to use the non-whatever clause. Fuck. I did this last time too. What's it called? Hold on, the non fucking. I keep thinking non-disclosure. Notwithstanding the notwithstanding clause. This is the notwithstanding clause for anybody who cares. I'll also provide this. It's in the link before. It's in the link, or it's in the chat there. This is the notwithstanding clause. We will talk about this later. I'm just not going to talk about it right now. I'm going to wait until we're actually looking at what Polyev is saying. Then we'll take a look at it. You know, you've seen it 5 months ago. You were thinking you were going to vote for conservative, but very quickly into their campaign, I changed my mind. Appeals to conspiracy believers. Yeah, you're right. I don't think anybody who's a real conservative actually agrees with the majority of these things. I also don't believe that most conservatives want or like Polyev. I think the Conservative Party needs to do more to kick out this authoritarian horseshit, this right-wing extremism, which is what it is, out of their party. Because there are conservative things that I don't disagree with, right? And there are things that the conservative people think that I would agree with. I agree with being smart about money, being fiscally responsible and being fiscally conservative and cautious and with a lot of forethought about how you're spending your money. And I think most conservatives are on board with that, right? I don't think most conservatives disagree with spending money on food for kids. I think that they're tentative about, okay, but where are we getting this money from, and how is this going to work? Which is totally a reasonable thing to think and a reasonable thing to be concerned about, right? Because you don't want to screw yourself over, right? Make things worse in the future. And that's where the understanding of economics and investment comes in. Because for every kid you're giving a lunch to, for every $1,000 you're paying on into a child, you're getting money back 30 years in the future, and you're making more in tax revenue and socioeconomic status overall. But alas, numbers. Marine wharf infrastructure. Anger, hate, and fear are powerful. Yeah, you're right, 100%. I just think we need a change from Trudeau, but I am not one of those guys that think he broke the country. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm on the same page. I think Trudeau stepped down when he needed to. Maybe he could have done it a little sooner. That's a nuance that I'm like, nah, I'm fine with a changeover in Trudeau. I agree with that. More center left. So you're a Carney guy. Carney's very center. Marine wharf infrastructure. Canada's wharfs are the highway infrastructure of our commercial fishing industry. We will implement the investment called for by the House of Commons Fishery Committee to the Small Craft Harbor Program to ensure the sustainable growth of jobs of the industry dependent on them. Sure. Immigration and refugees. How long is this? Oh, it's not too long. Yeah, we can do that one too. All right, immigration and refugees. Immigration principles. The Conservative Party supports a nonpartisan, welcoming, and well-managed immigration system for Canadians based on... No, you don't! You're not welcoming to immigration at all. Who are you fucking kidding? 1. A fair, transparent, and efficient process that earns the respect and confidence of Canadians as well as the international community. Do we not have that? 2. Compassionate measures to assist in family reunification. Okay. I think this is the first time I've seen the word compassion in this entire thing. Ensuring that Canada is successful in encouraging skilled immigrants and their spouses and children to make Canada their destination of choice. Skilled immigrants. We don't want none of you plebs. 4. A clear, workable, and efficient process for immigrants to obtain equivalency for their international skills and training experience. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. 5. Addressing the need for adequate long-term funding for settlement services providers. And 6. Upholding Canada's humanitarian tradition of providing safe haven for refugees. Okay, I agree with these things. Now, how are you going to throw it under the bus? Tell Elmo. Settlement support. The Conservative Party wants to ensure that immigrants have the best possible opportunity to contribute to Canada's economic and social well-being. Support from settlement organizations and the border community play an important role. The Conservatives believe in working cooperatively with the provinces and municipalities on policy relating to settlement support for immigrants. Addressing the need for adequate and equitable resources to provide language instruction in order to allow immigrants to achieve functional capability in one of the 2 official languages. Encourage adaptation to Canadian values and traditions and community monitoring, build job search skills, and offer other settlement services to meet the needs of immigrants, including children. Okay, so you need more languages than just French and English. So you need more than that. You're gonna need more than just those 2. As for like adaptation to Canadian values and traditions, mentoring, community mentoring. I mean, it's not on the face, that's kind of fine, but it needs to be like curtailed. It needs to be reasonable. I don't trust the Conservative Party to not what encourage adaptation to Canadian values looks like. Like, what does that mean? What do you do to do that? Working to streamline the funding process to deliver enhanced funding stability and allow long-term planning by service providers, and examining the feasibility of having federal funds for settlement services follow the movement of newcomers from one region to another. Immigration by temporary workers. The Conservative Party recognizes that temporary workers can be a valuable source of potential immigrants because of their work experience in Canada. We believe the government should, 1, continue to develop and pilot projects designed and address serious skill shortages in specific sectors and regions of the country and that attract temporary workers to Canada. Examine ways to facilitate the transition of foreign workers from temporary to permanent status. Work to ensure that temporary workers, especially seasonal workers, receive the same protections under minimum employment standards as those of... Okay, that's fine. I agree with these things. Entry applicant... Then why is their rhetoric so anti-fucking immigrant? Why are they like, immigrants are ruining the country? I don't... This completely flies in the face of the things they say out loud. Entry applications, permits, and landing fees. The Conservative Party endorses changes made to the application process which minimize stress and uncertainty for applicants and their families while reducing the backlog and meeting the economic needs of Canada. We also endorse the lowering of landing fees for new immigrants. Okay! We believe the government should ensure that Citizenship and Immigration Canada is properly staffed, trained, and resourced to improve the processing of people waiting to come into Canada. Reorganize the application process so the applicants are given accurate information about what to expect and are readily able to obtain information on the status of their files and are given a service in consideration in a professional manner. Okay! Reverse the liberal policy of separating married couples while the application of the non-status partner is being processed? What? Is that a thing? Yeah, I'll be with you in one moment, Energy. Extend automatic Canadian citizenship to children adopted from abroad by Canadian parents once adoption is final. Provide options... It depends on which countries the immigrants come from? Yeah, like, what the fuck? Provide options such as the posting of a bond to allow higher acceptance rates for families and other special visits while protecting the integrity of the system from queue jumping. Posting a bond to allow higher acceptance rates. So if you have money, you can get in. I don't like that one. That one I'm not a fan of. Reduce the need for temporary resident permits, TRPs, issued by the minister by making the application process fairer and more efficient, and make the use of TRPs by the minister both transparent and accountable through the process of independent review. Okay, that already happens, but also I don't think the reducing the need for this is necessary. If you do one, the other should follow. You shouldn't need to reduce it at all. There should just be less usage of it if the application process is faster. Refrain from using the term resident or residents in temporary student and visitor visas to ensure greater certainty for those temporarily visiting Canada. Recognition of international credentials. The Conservative Party believes in providing new immigrants and Canadians with foreign qualifications with the best possible opportunity to use their education experience here in Canada. Sure. We see this as a matter of fairness to them and their families, and a means to ensure that Canada receives the full benefits of foreign qualifications. Sure. We support working with the provinces to develop, in consultation with Canadian professional and trade associations, a process to value standards in countries of foreign in order to establish a workable system for assessing the and recognizing credentials and experience. We support working with the provinces to, one, ensure that equivalency exams are fair and they accurately reflect the level of understanding expected of individuals educated in Canada. Yeah, okay. I mean, the provinces disagree about things in some of these areas, so what is greater certainty there? I don't know. 2, to develop, in consultation with Canadian professionals and trade associations, criteria for obtaining equivalent Canadian professional status, transitions and bridging programs for interrogation of foreign qualified individuals into the Canadian workplace, and work with recognized professional bodies to pre-qualify internationally trained individuals for a certain occupation as part of the immigration process. Pre-qualify is interesting, but I don't hate the concept. We support requiring the credentials process to be disclosed by to applicants by immigration staff overseas and on the Citizenship and Immigration Working Canada website. We support encouraging international students graduated from accredited Canadian colleges and universities to remain and work in Canada. Sure. We support developing a better system to identify Canada's occupation-facing current labor market shortages and make the immigration system more flexible to ensure the needs that can be met. So they want more immigration, which is the opposite of what they've been saying. On the other hand, also, if you want to encourage student visas to get work in Canada, you should give them temporary working visas and make citizenship streamlined for students. Refugee determination. The Conservative Party is proud of Canada's humanitarian tradition of providing a safe haven to those who have had to flee their homeland, and we welcome refugees to Canada. We believe the government should promote the integrity and fairness of a refugee determination system and should ensure that decisions are made expeditiously and with respect for due process and the safety of Canadians. Sure. But when you start running around being like, the immigrants are wrecking our lives and the refugees are bringing in foreign blah blah blah, you're okay. That's a problem. We believe the current appeals process is flawed and moves far too slowly. We believe in streamlining the process for validating refugee claims. Where the Immigration and Refugee Board find claimants do not qualify as genuine refugees, ensuring such individuals are escorted from Canada in a timely manner and provided with the information they need to start the proper process of applying for immigration permit from abroad. Giving greater priority to refugees identified pursuant to the United Nations Conventions relating to the status of refugees. Implementing a fully merit-based process for immigration and refugee board appointments? Oh, they want to get rid of DEI. Developing a refugee appeals process that is fair and timely. Birthright citizenship. We encourage the government to enact legislation which will fully eliminate birthright citizenship. Holy shit! in Canada unless one of the parents of the child is born in Canada, is a Canadian citizen, or permanent resident of Canada. So no birthright citizenship in Canada anymore. Alright, well, there's the bomb dropping. Okay. Well. Wahoo! Holy shit. Hello again. Shaboom, I'm hoping we'll meet again. Shaboom. Yada da 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 da, shaboom. Welcome to this stupid horse shit. I'm finishing it today. I don't care how long it takes. I'm done.
and truly respected throughout the world.
Alright, so, for anybody new here, hi, I'm Chesh. Let's actually get started. Hi, I'm Chesh. Welcome. I run Debate Hub, where we talk to professionals about professional things, allegedly. That'll be live on Saturday, talking politics. So if you want to hear more about, like, Crimea and Trump and Russia and anything else going on in the world, feel free to join us over there at Debate Hub Official. You found me on my Goober channel, so welcome to Goober time. This is the Conservative Party of Canada's policy declaration. We have an election coming up in the next couple of days, next week. So we've been going through this. This was as amended by the delegates to the National Convention, September 9th, 2023. And I just think this is an important document to pay attention to because of a lot of reasons that I've explained before, and I don't want to go over it again. This is the finale. We're finally gonna be done. I think we're on U. Fisheries, immigration, foreign affairs. I almost feel like I could skip all of foreign affairs. And you want to know why I feel like I could skip foreign affairs? Because conservatives don't get to say anything or have any opinions about foreign affairs because the leader of their party does not have their fucking security clearance, so they have absolutely no fucking idea what they're talking about when it comes to foreign anything. It's really just that straightforward. It's really that simple. Like, but I guess I digress. Let's listen to their insane ramblings that are going to be based off of shit they pulled out of their ass. Because, again, they don't have this information because their fucking goddamn leader won't get their security clearance. Alright, human smuggling. The Conservative Party believes in. Sorry, I'm being petty, and it's just kind of funny if you just read it as human smuggling. The human smuggling the Conservative Party believes in. I'm just, god damn it. 1. Adopting a proactive approach to reducing human smuggling abroad through sanctions and legal interruptions of human smuggling intended for Canada, and promoting democratic and responsible government in areas of the world from which the refugees originate. Cool, how? By doing what? What are you gonna do? Foreign affairs principles. If you don't have your security clearance, how do you know who's smuggling whom where and under what conditions? Rule 168. The human smuggling the Conservative Party believes in. More at 11. Foreign affairs principles. The Conservative Party supports a foreign policy that protects Canada's sovereignty and independence, promotes our national interests, political, economic, and strategic, contributes to collective security and defense, promotes democratic principles and human rights, and assists in international development. We believe the government should recognize the importance of an ethical dimension in foreign policy and will advise the values broadly supported by Canadians. You know, I did have somebody while I was covering like some of this conservative stuff. I had a conservative come into my comment section and say that I was immoral So I would never vote conservative because I'm immoral. And I'm like, are you reading this? I don't want your morals. Your morals kind of suck. We believe that Canada's international relations, trade, and foreign aid policy should advance the country's economic interests while promoting human rights and individual freedoms. We believe the government should integrate our foreign policy with policies on trade and national defense. We believe the government should take strong action to combat human trafficking and should take a lead in developing international agreements and protocols against human trafficking. They're gonna go get Andrew Tate. Again, how do you know which countries are doing what where when you don't have your security clearance? Foreign aid and official development assistance. The Conservative Party believes in the inherent benefits of development assistance to Canadians and the world. Development assistance must be anchored by expression of Canadian values and pursued within the context of Canada's strategic interest as defined by an integrated foreign policy. We are committed to strengthening Canada's record in foreign aid. It supports the introduction of legislation that will empower Parliament to define a legal framework for Canada's official development assistance, the ODA, envelope of spending. 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 Money. Money. Taxes. Yaha. This legislation will include a clear mandate for development assistance, mechanisms for policy coherence, monitoring. Yeah, because people just make policies that are just arbitrary and make no fucking sense, right? Like, that's just what people do. Monitoring, accountability, and reporting to Parliament, and enhanced public transparency. So, okay, here's the thing. If you want a lot of I bring this up because we've now read them talking about this a couple of times, right? Monitoring, reporting, transparency, and oversight, right? And audits. Like, these are all things that the Conservative Party wants to do and have done in the government, right? Which, on its face, sure, yeah, you want to be as transparent as you can. You want this information available to the public. Yeah, sure, okay, fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. However, one of the things that comes with that is making more bureaucracy. That is making more bureaucracy. That is bigger government that means you're taking something you're doing and you're adding layers of bureaucracy to it and putting it through Parliament in a way that's going to make Parliament more busy. And it's going to cost more money because you're going to have to hire more people to push the paperwork, right? So if you're a conservative who wants to vote for small government, this is the opposite of small government. This is the opposite of efficiency. This is more bureaucracy. You have to hire people to do the monitoring. They're going to have to fill out forms. They're going to have to get those things approved. If you want to do reporting to Parliament. You want enhanced public transparency. It means you have to have all these things audited, checked, written down, audited again, put through, and then sent, and then translated into a way that the public will be able to understand, and then have it made available for them. Which means you have to have it broadcasted in the news, published in something, somewhere, available online, public service announcements, radio, however you're going to get the information out there. It's not like there isn't a recent case that shows how bad this is. Brexit, cough, cough. Yeah. How is this document not giving you an aneurysm yet? Ah, joke's on you. I always have a brain bleed. We support increasing the effectiveness of humanitarian aid efforts by the Canadian government. In order to accomplish this, it encourages the establishment of clear criteria for recipient countries. We already have that. We already have a clear criteria about what and who we participate with. So your answer is we're going to increase things by continuing to do the thing we're already doing. We believe the department responsible for foreign affairs should be authorized to monitor and report on the expenditure and implementation of all official development assistance dollars to ensure it meets the objectives of poverty reduction, respect for human rights, and good governance. Did you really need to buy that extra stapler? Does that actually reduce poverty? This is not less government. This is more government. This is like almost excessive overreach. Joke's on you, nosebleeds and passes out. There's a period and there's no capital, by the way. Department. It also, the sentence just starts with department responsible for foreign affairs should be responsible for publishing an annual report to the public to maintain public support for increases in ODA, enhance transparency, and increase accountability. We support measures to ensure that the ODA envelope of spending will increase in a steady and predictable manner, and in particular, the framework for increasing Canada's contribution to the developing world. I thought the Conservatives didn't want to spend money and their tax dollars in foreign places. Is that not what they've been talking about for, like, the last couple of years? That they don't want that? We believe that department responsible for foreign affairs. Who wrote this part? Why is this so bad? We believe that department responsible for foreign affairs must advise Canadian industry when and where it is committing aid dollars. This will ensure that Canadian businesses have the opportunity to bid on the tenders. Can they decide for themselves? No. No. Listen, we're back to the analogy of you're giving money to a GoFundMe and you want an accounting of every cent when the GoFundMe simply said housing expenses. Housing expenses can include food, water, electricity, bills, like a phone line, property tax, rent. It could, and then you're being like, yeah, but I need to know which pizza you bought so that way I can retroactively find out that there was a deal on pizza somewhere else and you should have bought that instead. Yeah, you're not gonna spend your money when I say so. Yeah, you're gonna spend it when I say so, and you need to give me an accounting of literally everything, every fucking dollar. Again, so one of the things that, like, one of the reasons why Canadian aid is considered, like, some of the best in the world is because we listen to the people who need the aid. Right? So, for example, let's go back to Ukraine. Ukraine said it needed, like, it was struggling in these specific areas. And so Canada went, okay, bet, and paid for and bought, like, equipment for them to fill that need. This was after there was already ongoing assistance and training and money and equipment, right? So Canada will actively shift what we're doing or adjust our money on the fly and what we're investing in on behalf of the person that we're trying to help, because I want to point out again, this is about helping people. You don't help people by oppressing them and financially abusing them and saying, you spend this way or else. What are you going to do if they're like, yeah, we spent a bunch of money on condoms? Then what? Are you going to say you're not allowed spending money on condoms? You know what condom is. Does everybody know what condom is? It doesn't work like that. If you want to help somebody, you need to help them. Let them do what they need to do, and let them give you feedback for what they need, and then provide the assistance. I swear to God, it's like these people have no empathy and have never helped anyone before in their entire lives, so they have no idea what actually helping somebody looks like. Helping people sounds like communism, right? Empathy, woke as fuck. Parliamentary role in foreign affairs. The Conservative Party believes that Parliament must be responsible for exercising effective oversight over the conduct of Canadian foreign policy and the commitment of Canadian forces in foreign operations. Are they not already? Is that not already a thing that's happening? I'm pretty sure our parliament is well aware of what the fuck is going on in Ukraine. You know who isn't aware of what the fuck is going on in Ukraine? Polyev. You want to know why he doesn't know what the fuck is going on? Because he doesn't have fucking security clearance. Fucking dipshits. International treaties. The Conservative Party supports the practice of ensuring that Parliament is fully informed and consulted before binding action is taken with regard to any major new international treaty. The provinces should also be fully consulted if such treaties have direct effect on authority and finances of provinces in their areas of responsibility. What? How would authority? Sorry guys, we made a deal with Japan and now Japan is in charge of Alberta. Sorry guys. What the fuck? Good God, this is so stupid. Safe third country agreement. The Conservative Party believes in stopping all illegal entries to Canada. Okay, well, you're never going to stop all illegal entries to Canada. But if you wanted to have a major impact on illegal entries through Canada, you would have to secure our southern border and block Americans. Because the majority of illegal entries into Canada are coming from America. Oh, God. Empathy is evil. Yeah, you right. What am I thinking? Yeah, opening pathways for legal entry is how you get less illegal entry. It's just like making drugs less illegal. It automatically makes there be less drug crime. Because you just made it not a crime anymore. It's kind of like what they tried to do with COVID. If we stop counting it, then there's not as much COVID. To ensure the safety and the respect of our borders, the party commits that a conservative government will take the required steps to renegotiate the Safe Third Country Agreement with the United States to close the gaps relating to illegal entries in Canada. Look, they know it's America. Oh my God. Just tell crime no. No! You're gonna pull a Donald Trump and just be like, Vladimir, stop! Yamate! No, Vladimir, dono Yamate! Yeah, mate, mate, mate! Ooh, ooh! Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Canadian Embassy in Jerusalem. This'll be good. The Conservative Party of Canada recognizes Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Along with its ancient history as the seat of government, Jerusalem is also now where Israel's parliament, Supreme Court, and official residence of its president are located. As such, our party advocates for locating the Canadian Embassy in Jerusalem. Let's not do that. Let's maybe not. Let's veto that. Let's veto powers activate, and maybe we don't. Maybe we don't put our embassy in genocide land. How about we don't do that? Maybe we don't do that. Maybe that's a terrible idea. Yeah, by the way, free Palestine. In case anybody was unaware. Oh, good God. I heard Carney say something. You know what? I'm not going to talk about it right now. I'm not going to talk about that right now. I might just keep that one to myself because I want to see if I'm right. God, Canada's gonna fucking boom after this election. Shit's gonna get crazy. You think shit is? I know I was saying that going into 2025, I was saying in like December and the beginning of January, I was like, get ready, everybody. 2025 is about to get fucking weird. And like, I think everybody was like on board with what I was getting at, but like, no. We're not even done. We're not even close to done. Again, the results of the tariffs have barely started to show their head. Barely. Give it a few more months. That kind of shit takes like 6 to 10 months to work its way through the system. So you just wait. Shit's gonna get fucking weird by the end of summer. And especially like this timing on this election in Canada was like great and bad, right? It's unfortunate that it was 2025, right? However, calling it early was a good call. It's already affecting Nintendo. Yeah. There are some things that are going to be faster than others. A lot of electronics got hit really hard, really fast. There are, but I'm more talking like crops. And cars. Some of the cars have already been hit really hard, but wait until some of this shit starts this market fucking figures out what it's doing. Because that shit is gonna get fucking wacky, fucking real fast. Liberals win and the right gets even weirder too. Oh, you know what? You're probably right. It could go one of two ways. Either if Polyev loses this election, I think that he's probably done. Like, I think his political career is over. Like, I don't think he survives this. You don't survive having a 20-point lead to getting like a negative 20 to 40 points. Right? You just don't survive that kind of thing. So maybe I'm wrong, and he's gonna pull a whole Trumpian cult of personality thing, but that does not have a tendency to work in Canada. So what I'm really hoping for, again, I don't know if I'm right, this is more what I would like to see. What I'm hoping is that the Conservative Party splits back into two. And you're gonna have, like, the far extreme right being even weirder and worse, which is what No Name is saying. I think you're right about that. But they are isolated to themselves and are no longer co-opting the rest of, like, normal conservative people. You know what I mean? Whom some things I'll agree with them on and some things I won't agree with them on, right? But, like, they're, like, normal. They're not fucking right-wing extremists. They're not that kind of person. You know what I mean? They're not Nazis, right? So that's what I hope. And what I'd like to see is I'd like to see a liberal majority. Then I would like to see the Conservative Party split back into two. I would like to see the NDP bounce back after this election and take the minority, and then after that take the majority. And then and then they take the minority government. So I want them in the opposition next time, and then I want them in a minority government with the Liberal Party after that. That's way out in the future, though. I don't know if that's what's going to happen. That's what I would like to see, provided the NDP gets their shit together. Right? Like, provided the NDP actually gets their shit together. If they don't get their shit together, they don't deserve it. So, fuck them. In that regard, I would rather see the Green Party go more socialist and actually have a socialist party in Canada again. That would be nice. Anyway, we don't do this. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Restore the Office of Religious Freedom. We believe that the Government of Canada should re-establish the Office of Religious Freedom in order to promote the universal right of religious freedom internationally and to advocate for persecuted religious minorities around the world. Maybe the government just stays out of religion. Maybe it just doesn't. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not really on board with that. Yeah, internationally. So this is gonna take some. Let me. Please allow me to deviate here for one moment. And this was an evaluation done on the Office of Religious Freedom. Program Resources Management Government. This is as of May. This is the final report for May 2016. So there's spending and lapses in funds, recommendations, conclusions, and evaluations. So if we jump to the conclusion, it'll say conclusion. ORF is the Office of Religious Freedom. Was relevant as decided the office as a dedicated office on a Canadian foreign policy priority. The office addresses issues that were timely amongst domestic and international stakeholders. However, its mandate and operational activities were not clearly communicated. Supported by findings 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13. Domestic and international stakeholders valued the engagement of the Office of Religious Freedom. The office made significant efforts to meet with religious leaders from across the country and in selected missions. Among the positive comments was a reflection that prioritizing religion of freedom or belief was particularly relevant to current geopolitical developments in peace and security in some diplomatic arenas and bilateral sections. The work of the office elevated Canada's leadership. However, after the initial launch, some GAC officers and stakeholders reflected that they lacked regular communication and that the information ORF provided, both inside and outside the department, was inadequate. They were not satisfied with their current knowledge regarding how ORF was operationalizing its mandate, nor were they clear on how and who was engaged domestically or internationally. This led to unnecessary speculation and inaccurate misconceptions of the office. Conclusion 2. The mandate and results framework of ORF and RFF were aligned with departmental strategic objectives, specifically to support Canada's international agenda. Its current location in IFM gave ORF the potential to create synergies, including with current GAC funding programs. Supported by findings 4, 6, and 13. The corporate alignment of ORF was a logical fit in GAC under the ADM for International Security and Political Affairs. ORF had the potential to reach out to relevant security issues, countering violent extremism, as well as broader political networks inside GAC. The location allowed ORF to lead, support, and inform on freedom of religion or belief across all issues relevant to the department. Overall, there appeared to be a strong alignment of ORF with relevant sections of corporate planning. ORF fully or partially met all of its performance indicators under ICBP. ORF's policy alignment included specific directions to GOC's domestic approach to multiculturalism, as well as advocating GOC's human dignity agenda in UN fora. The logic model of the RFF and the 12 projects of the evaluation reference period were strongly aligned with the associated objective of the RPP of GAC's Office of Religious Freedom will advance the fundamental right and freedom of religion internationally through pragmatic and effective programming and outreach in countries and religions where freedom of religion or belief is under threat. Conclusion 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, like, plans to monitor the projects with missions was weak. Leadership was making a significant difference in areas where they were directly engaged via policy and programming. Some missions were able to leverage, however, gaps existed. Knowledge of ORF and of how to leverage the policy priority was not consistent. ORF was able to place Canada as a leader in the field. Some examples, by leveraging. Use of tools was uneven in support of activities, and the lack of consistent and substantive information hampered further synergies and created inefficiencies. So, based on this from 2016, what this was, the Office of Religious Freedom was wasting government money. It had some benefits, but the benefits were inconsistent and not good enough to justify its continuation. So the following recommendation reflects the lessons learned from the office's 4-year mandate and the government's decision to expand Canada's engagement on human rights, including freedom of religion or belief, rather than maintain a standalone office. The recommendation is derived from the findings and conclusions of this evaluation. It takes into account the variety of activities that Canada has engaged in concerning freedom of religion or belief. Recommendation 1. It is recommended that the focal point for freedom of religion or belief develops an annual plan and focus with priority and operational direction. Further, that this plan is the subsequent activities, travel reports, and results are consistently and transparently shared in a manner that global affairs and OGDs in management and working level are informed and in a better position to advocate for their relevant contexts. In particular, heads of mission are equipped with knowledge to lead on this issue abroad. Domestic stakeholders are equally informed and consulted. Like-minded countries, current and potential partners can approach global affairs to work on synergistic and complementary priorities. Management Response Action Plan. And then here's like a bunch of fucking shit to do. Do this, do this, do this, do this. So, at the end of the day, what you had was a system that was somewhat effective. It kind of worked. It had some things that worked and things that didn't work. So they they fucking evaluated it, took what they learned from it, and just put religious freedoms under the humanitarians work that we already do. So it's still there. It's just not a standalone office anymore. So we're still doing the advocate for persecuted religions, religious minorities around the world. We still do that. It's just part of our humanitarian work instead of being a standalone office, because it doesn't need to be a standalone office. Because we did it for 4 years and went, okay, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, and it was kind of like a waste of it was cutting government bureaucracy. What year did I say this was? 2016? Who was in office in 2016? The Liberals? And who created this? It had a 4-year mandate? Oh, it was the Conservatives. Canzuk Treaty. CANZ UK Treaty. Subject to thorough security and health checks, the Conservative Party of Canada will work to realize these objectives among CANZUK countries. Free trade and good services, visa-free labor, leisure mobility for citizens, including retirement relocation, reciprocal healthcare agreement modeling and existing AU, NZ, and UK bilaterals, increasing consumer choice and protections for travel, security, coordination. The CANZUK Treaty is agreeing that Mark Zuckerberg should be put inside a can and sealed for all of time, like an Eldritch Evil. Like he's fucking Rita Repulsa. Launch him to the moon in a garbage can. China. The Conservative Party will adopt, what's going on right now with our treaties with New Zealand, Australia, and the UK are actually very interesting. But, like, this is, like, peanuts compared to what's actually going on. And again, I would like to point out, the leader of the Conservative Party doesn't know anything about what's going on with any country, because he doesn't have his fucking security clearance. He used to have his security clearance. You want to know when he used to have his security clearance? Before he became leader of the party. And you know what happened when he became leader of the party? A bunch of fucking sketchy shit that got him into that fucking position. So I wonder why. I wonder why he doesn't want to get his security clearance now. Let him cage fight Elon. Yeah. Just be a cockfight.
Finally, after 10,000 years, it's time to conquer Earth with Facebook too!
China. The Conservative Party will adopt an assertive foreign policy towards authoritarian dictatorships. Oh yeah. Discount Trump over here is gonna have an assertive foreign policy towards authoritarian dictatorships? Is he? He doesn't seem that hard on America. Including the Chinese Communist Party, focused on upholding Canada's values respecting human rights and democratic principles. We will expand trade and military alliances in Asia and strengthen our relationship with like-minded democracies to counteract Chinese government aggression. To combat China's adversarial behavior, the Conservative Party will cease Chinese military cooperation. I don't know if that's a good idea. And not in the year of our Lord 2025. Deny China's participation at sensitive Canadian research facilities, ban Chinese government-aligned entities' ownership in Canadian companies or sale/purchase of sensitive technologies, advocate China's removal from WTO until equitable economic reforms are implemented. It wasn't supposed to literally be Rita Repulsa, but it was like a little bit in that direction. Alright, national defense and security. Alright, again, something that the conservatives don't get a say on. If you're a conservative, I do not care what you think about fucking national defense and security, and I don't care what you think about fucking foreign policies or immigration. And the reason I don't care what you think about these things is because you don't care. You don't care. You don't care enough to make sure that the leader of your party has a security clearance. So that tells me if you don't care enough that your actual guy knows what the fuck is going on with this, that you don't care enough to actually be informed. National defense and security. Canada First defense strategy. Oh god, Canada First, take a drink. The Conservative Party of Canada believes that it is a fundamental purpose of Canadian defense policy to 1. Defend our democratic freedom and territorial integrity as it is the highest obligation of our federal government. Which is why Polyev won't get his security clearance, because this is their priority. This is their highest obligation, to defend democratic freedom and territorial integrity by not knowing what the fuck foreign affairs and security and defense are going on, by not getting their security clearance. That was pretty close, almost spot on. Well, thank you. It's been a while since I listened to what Rita sounds like. If I listen to her, I might be able to do a little bit better. 2. Preserve our current obligations regionally and internationally. 3. Join forces with our allies when in Canada's best interest to defend the rights and freedoms of peoples throughout the world. When it's... I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, conservatives, but it is always in Canada's best interest to defend the rights and freedoms of peoples around the world. Always. It is always in our best interest to do that. It's literally pragmatic to help the people around you. To even suggest that we shouldn't, if it's not, if some random fucking conservatives think that they think it's like, yeah, but what's in it for us? Yeah, that's not how that works. Absolutely not. This is why America didn't join World War II when Poland was invaded. This is why America is fucking over Ukraine. Stuff like this. It's in Canada's best interest to defend Ukraine. It's in Canada's best interest to send humanitarian aid to Palestine. That's in our best interests. Have conservatives ever heard of the word reciprocity? Too many syllables. It's in our best interest. You do know it was Canada's boat that pissed China off by just driving right through that channel between Taiwan and China, right? That was Canada. There's, you know, I was talking to Low Energy Vids about this after stream. Hopefully he doesn't mind me sharing a little bit. I'll wait 1 second so he can stop me if he doesn't want me to share. We in Canada make fun of our military because we're right next to America. So the way we view our military is through, especially because we get so much American, we get so much. Sure, he doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, he probably doesn't. We get a lot of our media and stuff has a lot of that American propaganda in it. Like a lot of that gung-ho, haha, tee-hee, let's USA shit. So like the Transformers movies are like the Michael Bay ones are fucking that's American military propaganda. Like I don't know what to tell you. So there's like lots of movies that have that kind of stuff in them. Things like Independence Day, movies like Pearl Harbor, stuff like that. So we get a lot of that up here. And we get a lot of American media, so we get a lot of the propaganda fed to us as well. And America is over-bloated in its military, especially compared to anybody else around the world. So when you talk about Canada's military, generally you are comparing it and you are thinking also of America's military. So we spend a lot of time making fun of our military. We're derogatory towards ourselves in that regard, and that's been something that the Liberal Party has been working on. They've been spending more and updating things, etc., 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 right? Yeah, America, fuck yeah! Yeah, yes, exactly. So if you take America out of the equation and look at Canada's military, it's nothing to sneeze at. Our military is actually very good, very efficient. The only Transformer movie that matters is Transformers the movie from 1980. I agree. I salute you. So, and then, like, I was talking about this with Low Energy Vids and talking about how Canada's military is actually kind of insane. It's not like America insane, right? But if you look at what the Canadian military has accomplished over the years, and if you look at any of like the Canadian military's accomplishments throughout history and what we've actually done and what we've participated in and whether or not we were effective, we're fantastic. More working submarines in the West Edmonton Mall and submarine ride? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But if you actually, yeah, we're absolutely have been derogatory to our military for a long time because they were underfunded. If you look at what Canada has done and Canada has accomplished and what we've actually participated in, we're nothing to sneeze at. Our military is top tier in the world. The only reason we look ridiculous is because America is actually fucking on cocaine. and we're right beside them. So, like, if you were to run scrims, right, between Canada and Mexico, or Canada and Russia, or Canada and France, and you compare our military and our military track records, and you just take America out of the equation for a half a second, and actually just look at Canada's military as Canada, you might be surprised about what you find. Also, we rock at manufacturing. We are incredibly good at manufacturing and building and innovating military equipment. And we're very good at doing things in a very short span of time. So, I keep going to take a drink of this. Remember a couple of minutes ago I said that after this election, Canada's gonna get cracked and things are gonna get weird? If the Liberals win a majority government, which it's their ball to drop right now, they seem to be very much on track to win a majority government. I believe the last poll I looked at was Carney had an 80% chance of winning a majority government. And that's with some of the polling having come in, because we had early voting last weekend. If what I think the direction happens, which is what I think the direction is going to be, the military-industrial complex in America has been kneecapped. Nobody around one of the things that keeps America at the top of the world and keeps America rich is that it makes weapons and sells weapons and has contracts with companies and countries, right? But a lot of those things also get made in Canada, right? If the automotive industry is in trouble, which it is, then it frees up a lot of workers, experienced workers, who know how to run machines and know how to work factory and know manufacturing, and a lot of infrastructure. So, like, buildings with equipment that can be bought up for cheap and refurbished to build military equipment. And every fucking country right now, every major country right now is upping their military spending. And they're upping their military spending with nobody to buy from because nobody wants to buy from fucking America. On top of that, guess what Canada has in-house? In Canada, minerals, like raw material. The raw material used to make all of this shit. Canada's military production after World War II was top tier. Canada willingly chose, and we're completely fine with it. This wasn't like something that we were like begrudgingly did because America was better at anything. No, Canada was perfectly fine to sit in the passenger seat and let America drive. We were like, okay, yeah, no, you do it, it's fine. That doesn't mean we forgot how to drive. Guys. Canada is an energy, raw material, manufacturing powerhouse that's just been chilling. We've just been chilling for years. Decades. Just vibing, just being like, we're listening to the tunes, the hand out the window, being like, where are we going, guys? And then suddenly we're like, hey, we should probably go right here. And America goes, and we're just like, no, we're just gonna get out of the car. No thanks. Pass. Hard pass, bro. And it's not like there aren't active wars happening right now where people are going to want to buy materials, and it doesn't mean that, like, do not be surprised if America goes to war. Did you not hear about the potential war starting back up in the Middle East by Trump? Let me pull that up real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Yep. So this is Conflicts to Watch, which I want to cover more on Debate Pub on Saturday. Deteriorating security conditions in the Middle East top this year's list, followed by threats to the American homeland, domestic political violence, cyber attacks, and security crisis at the southern border, Russia aggression in Ukraine and Eastern Europe, Chinese provocation in the Taiwan Strait and the Southeast China Sea. Severe humanitarian crises in Haiti, Sudan, Somalia, and elsewhere rose in the rankings of this year's relative to previous years. 2025 Preventative Priority Survey. The second Donald Trump administration assumes office at the moment of great peril for the United States. The level of armed conflict around the world has steadily grown in recent years, which in turn has increased a risk of costly U.S. military intervention. This is particularly the case in the Middle East, which continues to be racked by deadly violence across multiple countries. The violence was clear potential, intensified to spread, the horrific war in Ukraine, etc., etc. But there was something specific that Trump said about what's the name of the what's the name of the group? Fuck, the Signal Gate group. That they were Houthis. Let me see if I can find it specifically. Trump orders decisive powerful attacks against Yemen. What did Trump say recently? Yeah, here's a video. 27 minutes long. I don't want to pull up 27 minutes long. Oh, is Iran. So here's The Guardian. Trump was the candidate of peace. Now he's fanning the flames of war. The U.S. is bombing Houthi rebels and supporting Netanyahu's campaign as it sleepwalks into new conflicts. Throughout the last presidential campaign, Donald Trump portrayed himself as a candidate who would bring peace to an unstable world. He promised to use his deal-making experience to negotiate an end to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Israel's war on Gaza, among other conflicts. Quote, if Kamala wins, only death and destruction await because she is the candidate of endless wars. I'm a candidate of peace, Trump told a rally in Michigan on the 1st of November, as he urged Arab and Muslim Americans to voters to choose him over Democrat candidate Kamala Harris. But in less than 100 days into his second term, Trump has not only instigated economic and political chaos at home, he also stoked multiple conflicts abroad. Last month, Trump launched a new U.S. bombing campaign against Houthi rebels in Yemen, who have been disrupting international shipping in the Red Sea. Trump also supported the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after he imposed a new siege on Gaza and restarted Israel's devastating war on the Palestinian territory. And on 28th of March, Israel bombed Beirut for the first time since agreeing to a U.S. brokered ceasefire with the Hezbollah military in Lebanon, jeopardizing another fragile truce in the region. Trump's campaign trail promises of ending a legacy of wars the U.S. has unleashed in the Middle East after September 11 attacks resonated with a war-weary American public, but the self-declared candidate of peace is sleepwalking the United States into multiple new conflicts because of his desire to project strength and to avoid pressuring Netanyahu into ending Israel's wars, which rely on U.S. weapons and political support. That was April 10th that this article was from. Here's one from March 18th, and it was updated a month ago, which is March. Trump vows to hold Iran responsible for Houthis' attacks. Washington, U.S. President Donald Trump said on Monday he would hold Iran responsible for any attacks carried out by the Houthis group that it backs in Yemen, as his administration expands the biggest U.S. military operation in the Middle East since Trump returned to the White House. Friendship died, true love lies, night will fall, the dark will rise. Yeah. Canadian man goes out to war. Demons run, but they count the cost. The battle's won, but Chesh is lost. Yeah, please. Canada has been in the gym doing solid burpees and working their cardio, while America have been roid raging in the middle, shouting, "Do you even lift, brah?" Ah. What was I getting at? What was my point? My point is that Trump's trying to go back to war. Like, I think he's gonna go to war in Iran. Like, is this real? Are we serious here? Like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, if you wanted to look at this whole evaluation of the Religious Office of Freedom, I'll put the link in the chat. Enjoy. Ugh. Demons run when a good man goes to war. Well, I mean, yeah. I bet you I could search Truth Social and find something about the Houthis or something about Iran in here if I were to scroll long enough. What the fuck is this shit? Trump's domestic whatever. Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, relative to numerous subjects including trade, Iran, etc. The call went very well. We are on the same side of every issue. We are on the same side of every issue. Pro-genocide, anybody? Wow, that really didn't take me long. How long did that take me? I was like, oh, well, how long do I have to scroll down here to find something about fucking Iran? I'm doing what I was elected to do. Oh yeah, are ya? Crashing the economy is what you were elected to do? Melania and I will be going to the funeral of Pope Francis in Rome. We look forward to being there. Yeah, I could try and, Yeah, it's not gonna work. There's probably a search function on Truth Social, but I don't have an account because, of course, I don't have an account. Why would I have an account to this fucking horseshit of a website? Non-tariff cheating. What? Huh? Huh? What? The insane... Since our announcement of Liberation Day, many world leaders and business executives have come to be asking me for relief from tariffs. It's good to see that the world knows we are serious, because we are. You're a fucking lunatic, dude. You're an absolute fucking lunatic. This is what it looks like when you have a ton of power and no control. That's what this is. This is somebody who has zero control over anything going on in their fucking life, over anything going on in their whole fucking head, and they're just and they have all of this power and have no idea what to do with it. Trump has no vision for the country. Trump has no vision, no passion, no drive, no ambition. He's just doesn't know what he's doing. He's flailing. He could have done nothing and America would be in a better fucking position. My Unfinished Journey for Two says Hail Nero Chesh and the hoop ties. Non-tariff cheating. You mean smuggling? As serious as a circus clown high on crack. Like, right? So, okay. Anyway, I thought it was important to point out that, like, when America goes to war, they're not selling weapons to anybody anymore, right? They're buying their own supply, right? At that point, right? And if there are countries currently taking their money out of American investments, including, like, the gold, like, I don't mean, like, I don't mean investments like business investments. I mean, countries invest their money in the American economy because the American dollar and the American economy was considered stable. So Germany, for example, had a lot of money in the gold, invested in the gold reserves in America. They're pulling that out. So suddenly that money in the gold reserve isn't there anymore because it doesn't actually belong to America. It belongs to Germany because Germany bought it and paid for it. It's theirs. And they're taking that investment out. So if America goes to... This is going to be at least another Vietnam. Minimum. But that now America has no friends. So now, who's anybody going to buy from? Not America. Canada is, like, on the precipice of just stepping into that power vacuum. Make Canada great. We were great the whole time. This is the thing with Canada. We've literally just been chilling in the passenger seat the whole time. Mexico's sitting in the back. And America's been driving. And Canada's been fine with it. Canada's like, yeah, whatever. It's cool. This is fine. And then it's not fine. And so we're like, okay, well, this isn't fine anymore. So we're gonna take this car and go the other way. And we're taking Mexico with us. We get Mexico in the divorce. Or we also get Denmark and Greenland. Like oh god. Again, it depends on how this election goes. Watch shit in Canada is going to change really quick, really hard, really fast. Stronger, better, faster, harder. And it's going to happen faster than you can shake a stick at. I assure you, it's going to be faster than you expect. If the Liberals get a majority government, it's going to go excessively fast. If they get a minority government, it will move a little bit slower, but it will likely still continue. If the Conservatives win, we're going down, man. We're going down with the ship. So, and I mean I think that's the vibe that most, if you ask most Canadians, they'll be like, yeah. Yeah. Alright, veterans. Yeah, because the Conservative Party cares about veterans. The Conservative Party of Canada recognizes and accepts unreservedly the existence of a social covenant between the Government of Canada and those who have served in the Armed Forces of Canada, the Military Covenant. My Unfinished Journey for Two says, don't mispronounce Journey's words like and share. I will mispronounce everything. Always. All the time. Yeah, I went on a diatribe there, my bad. The Conservative Party believes the government is obligated to provide the best possible service and benefits for veterans and their families in recognition of their service to Canada. Okay, how are you going to pay for it? And what does the best mean? What does that look like? We support the veterans, I never can pronounce this word correctly. Hold on.
Ombudsman. Ombudsman.
Ombudsman. I can never pronounce that. Ombudsman. I don't... We are also committed to keeping the memory of Canadian veterans' achievements and sacrifices alive through promotion of public awareness and memorials. Oh, you mean like the memorials that were desecrated and vandalized during the Conservative convoy of truckers that Polyev was handing out fucking donuts and coffee to, that had fuck Trudeau flags and swastikas and pro-Polyev merch? The ones that he said out loud that he supported, those truckers? The ones that were vandalizing memorials to Canadian soldiers, those ones? Or did you know? Does Polyev just not agree with this? Again, this was written in 2023. The truckers were happening through COVID. Let me get the date. Let me get the exact date. What was the year? 2022! 2022! Police launch investigation after member of Canada trucker convoy filmed dancing on tomb of the unknown soldier. Several criminal investigations are underway in relation to the desecration, officials say. Ottawa police have launched a criminal investigation into the incident of protesters climbing atop a cenotaph and dancing on the tomb of the unknown soldier, among other violent acts seen during the protest against COVID-19 vaccine mandates and safety protocols, officials said on Sunday. Quote, several criminal investigations are underway in relation to the desecration of the National War Memorial, Terry Fox statue, threatening illegal intimidating behavior to police city workers and other individuals, and damage to a city vehicle, Ottawa police said on Twitter. They added, quote, illegal behavior will not be tolerated and will be fully investigated. We have investigated and evidence gathering teams in place to support management of the demonstration. The police will not be taking reports through social media, asking for incidents to be directly reported to them. New videos on social media show protesters from the Freedom Convoy on Saturday at Parliament Hill and nearby areas damaging the war memorial, the National War Memorial, in the demonstration. One protester was seen jumping on the tomb of the unknown soldier, yelling freedom as he was being filmed. Protests were carried out by anti-vaxxer traveling in truck convoys, halting traffic as they opposed vaccine mandates, masks, and lockdowns. Another photo from the protest showed the statue of Terry Fox, a national figure draped in an upside-down Canadian flag and sign reading "Mandate Freedom." A historical figure in Canada, Fox lost a leg to bone cancer in his early years and then launched a fundraising trek across Canada in 1980. The vandalism came to light on Saturday and was condemned by Canada's Chief of Defence Staff, who said that he was sickened to see the protesters act. Yeah, I'm finishing the document today. Is that not good enough for you? Is that not good enough? Is this not good enough? What did Polyev say about the truckers? Conservatives hitched their wagons to the convoy protest without knowing where it's going. The protest is unpredictable, its goals are uncertain, the nation is watching. As the convoy rolled into Ottawa on Friday, Pierre Poilievre stood on the highway overpass to film a promotional video, speaking directly to the camera with trucks honking behind him. Poilievre proposed an expansive view of the convoy that went well beyond the normal goal, the nominal goal of protesting the vaccine mandate for cross-border truckers. The protest, Poilievre said, quote, was not just for the truckers, but for the 60% of Canadians who say they won't, that they worry they can't afford food. It's for the 60-year-old small businessman who spent his entire adult life building up an enterprise and watching it wiped out. The depressed 14-year-old who was being locked out of school, and the families that can't take it anymore. Yeah, the depressed 14-year-old who wants to go to high school. Like, yeah, yeah, that's a 14-year-old. In Poilievre telling the convoy representatives, the people who wanted to stand and speak for their freedoms, and all those in our government, that our government and our media have insulted and left behind. Freedom, not fear, concluded. Truckers, not Trudeau.
It is possible to express support for our truckers while acknowledging that there are people who are, in many cases, might not even be part of the official protest, who have different and unacceptable views. But we don't believe in guilt by association. We believe in supporting the peaceful protest by legitimate truckers who simply want to protect their livelihoods. We can simultaneously do that while denouncing anyone who promotes extremism.
That video may soon mark the unofficial launching point of a new conservative leadership race. But if conservatives have hitched their wagon to the convoy and race to BC, one will take them. People flying evil Confederate or Nazi flags or disrespecting monuments are not individually responsible for reprehensible acts, Poilievre tweeted. Conspiracy theories. Duh. Yeah, that sounds like you're fucking in 2023, after these protests took place, after this shit. Yeah. You care? Do you now? We support the Veterans Bill of Rights to ensure that all disputes involving veterans are treated quickly, fairly, and with the presumption in favor of the rights of the veteran. The Conservative Party. Oh, so for veterans, you're innocent until proven guilty, or does that not apply? What if the veteran commits a crime? Remember earlier in this document, they said they wanted to make people prove that they're innocent and remove the presumption of innocence to people. What if they're a veteran? If that person who allegedly did a crime or who is going to court, if they're a veteran, do they get the presumption in favor that they didn't do it? The Conservative Party regards this as an important component of the national commitment to treating our veterans with respect. We support instituting a standard of delivery of service provided to veterans, including clear time commitments, i.e. reviews, payments, and services, and the like. How are you going to pay for it? You cut everything. You cut all the grants, you cut all the funding, you cut all the taxes. How are you going to pay for it? We will take steps to reduce the excessive wait times veterans can face in having their disability claims processed, and going forward to ensure these wait times meet or exceed the service standard of 16 weeks. We support the continued reform of the Veterans Review and Appeal Board so it can more effectively respond to wishes of veterans. To this end, we will work to increase the number of military peers on that board. So, more people, you want to hire more people. We will continue to ensure veterans have the benefit and services they deserve after a lifetime of dedication to their country. We are committed to ensuring the veterans of Canada's wars and peacekeeping operations receive their veterans' benefits and health care in a timely fashion. We are committed. How are you going to do this? Now you're talking about Medicare. Because these people want to take out fucking... They want to get rid of public health care. They want to privatize it. So if you privatize it, how are you going to ensure this for veterans? Or does only veterans get public health care? We are committed to ensuring that Canada's Veterans Hospital and various veterans wings in regular hospitals are in top working order. We recognize the importance of supporting veterans and their families in the difficult challenge of reintegrating into life after challenging periods of service. Accordingly, we are committed to making Canada an international leader in the diagnosis, treatment, and research of any mentally or physical stress caused by military service. Unless you're a woman or you're LGBTQ. We could... When Polyev thinks of military, he only thinks of men. I guarantee it. We would examine measures to ensure that national military treasures and are retained in Canada as part of our Canadian heritage, and that the government purchase military artifacts of particular importance in private possession where feasible to do so. So they want to spend more money. Where are you getting the money to do this? Any of these things. How are you paying for any of this? And how do you know that making a purchase like that is safe and secure? Because you don't. Because you don't have your fucking security clearance. Compensation of Indigenous veterans who lost Indian status following service. In recognition of the service of Indigenous veterans, a Conservative government will provide due compensation to Indigenous veterans. You're gonna throw money at them. Including their spouses, widows, dependents, or estates who lost Indian status following their return from service overseas. Compensation will take into consideration benefits and settlements to which they are entitled, whatever those might be. Will I be getting back to the American Project 2025? I mean, I feel like I'm kind of already covering it just by looking at what Trump is doing. So I don't know if I'll finish. I'll bother finishing it, to be honest. You let me know. If you really want me to finish it, I can, but you guys gotta let me know in the comments. Security. The Conservative Party believes that Canada has a direct interest in a more stable and secure world. Our government must be positioned to deal with complex international security issues in order to protect our citizens and contribute to the broader responsibility. All right, say it with me, everybody. You don't have your security clearance. We are committed to ensuring a better cooperation among Canada's intelligence and security agencies to more effectively protect Canadians against international and external security and economic threats in a changing and unstable global environment. Canada must not be a safe haven for international terrorist operatives. You mean like the truckers that you, Polyev, supported? The ones that were funded by Russia? Are you fucking serious? We believe that Canada should stand and support its allies by providing all necessary support to defeat the scourge of transnational terrorism. Listen, I have, maybe it's because, like, I witnessed the 9/11 and, like, the war on terror. I have a hard time taking this rhetoric seriously. The Conservative Party believes that terrorism can only be defeated by a sustained and comprehensive approach involving Canada's active participation and collaboration with its allies. You can't defeat terrorism. Terrorism isn't an entity. It's like the war on drugs. You can't defeat drugs. That's not how it works. The way you get less terrorism is by having a stronger and better socioeconomic situation so people are not desperate, and you don't start fucking fights with people and send the CIA to fuck with everyone's shit all the time. Like, what are you talking about? You know what stops terrorism and things like that? Investing in protecting the rights and freedoms of other countries. That thing you said before, that you said, oh, ensure that it's good for Canada. Yeah, participating and assisting Ukraine helps Canada. Russia are terrorists right now. They are an invading force doing crime. Israel is doing terrorism right now. They are invading and genociding an entire people. So, are they on the list of we need to do? No. You want to put our embassy in the fucking capital of genocide land. Oh. Okay. The CIA is notoriously ineffective, by the way. Notoriously ineffective. The Government of Canada shall use its military, law enforcement resources, and intelligence agencies to prevent attacks, disrupt criminal networks, and cut off avenues of financing for increasingly determined and sophisticated terrorist groups and individuals. Guys, terrorism is gonna be illegal now. Because it's not illegal already. And we're definitely not already doing these things. Again, the truckers were arrested and tried and jailed for being terrorists. Genocide Land sounds like a really shitty theme park. It is. CIA caught in the act. Yeah. America is doing terrorism by putting innocent people in concentration camps. Yeah! Yeah, it is. Terrorism is not defined as, like, suicide bombing. We believe the government should continue to work with our North American partners to Mexico? Mexico. You mean Mexico. Props to Mexico, by the way. Mexico's been making great strides. Good job, Mexico. Keep it up. I believe in you. We're gonna be best buddies. North America partners to coordinate efforts on security for our collective personal safety and economic prosperity, with particular emphasis on preservation of our northern waters. Yeah. The ones that Russia wants, you know, who's in bed with Trump and America, those waters. The responsibilities for what does this have to do with fucking veterans? Oh no, we're on security. Never mind. I take it back. I'm sorry. We're on security, which again, they don't know anything about because they don't have their fucking security clearance. The responsibilities for revitalized Canadian Coast Guard, revitalized, should be part of the ministry. Okay. Trudeau's government already invested a bunch of money and dedicated military ramp up in spending. That's already a thing that's happening. It's been happening. It's been happening since, like, 2016. And people sit and bitch and moan and be like, oh, Carney's gonna spend money. Oh, Trudeau spent money. What do you want? Are we supposed to, like, are we poor? Are we a country that has to, like, eat fucking lobster rolls from the dollar store and be so frugal that we're, like, trying to wash foam plates? No, we can fucking buy cutlery, motherfucker. Huh? Good fucking God. The responsibilities for a revitalized Canadian Coast Guard should be part of the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. As part of increasing marine security, and the government should reinstitute the Port Police as a unit of the RCMP. Let me double check this. Yeah, this isn't a real thing. Okay, this sounds like they're saying, like, the port police. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Fuck it. We police our ports. And they operate as their own unit. Or they operate as their own units. So, like, obviously, like, BC and Nova Scotia and, like, the east and west coasts, right, as well as the northern, have, like the same way you have, like, border security. Increased surveillance on the coasts and the Great Lakes. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's border crossing at the Great Lakes as well that you would consider a port, sure. I don't know why you need them to be part of the RCMP, though. Like, having them separated as Coast Guards and as such makes sense to me, but whatever. These guys like to consolidate shit and like, in a way that doesn't really make any sense and ends up with just more bureaucracy and more money with stated oversight, but ending up being ineffective oversight. We believe the government should remain... oh, by the way, since we did talk about veterans earlier, go look at Harper's Reign of Terror and what happened with veterans under Harper's administration. Because, again, Polyev is a Harper guy. And Harper, they fucking rolled his corpse out to shout him out and try to pretend that Carney try to slander Carney. So, like, if you want to know what the Conservative Party does when they're in charge and how that looks for veterans... go look that up. We believe the government should remain committed to ensuring that agencies such as the CSIS, RCMP, Canadian Border Service Agency, and Coast Guard are properly resourced both in manpower and equipment. With what money? You cut all the taxes. Military, reservists. Military reservists. The Conservative Party recognizes... You can see when my brain hiccups. The Conservative Party recognizes the important contribution that the military reservists make to Canadian security, and believe the government should be committed to supporting reservists deployed on missions or occupational training as if they were regular force members. When reservists are called to leave their homes and families to serve Canada, the least we can do is ensure that their civilian job is waiting for them when they return. Okay. That is... I have a question. How are you going to do that? How are you going to pay for that? And how are you going to incentivize businesses to do that? Because that you're talking about a civilian private sector job, which is a business. So, like, how are you going to do that? And how is that not overreach into businesses as defined by general conservative thought processes? Generally, the conservatives want to do, like, let capitalism do whatever capitalism is going to do, let the market sort itself out. So how are you going to dictate to people, and how is that not going to, like, affect the hiring process for people who are reservists, who are part of the reserve forces, and make it more difficult for them to get a job because the workplace is going to know that they have to maintain and hold their position at that workplace for when they come back, if they come back. for an indefinite amount of time. Again, I don't necessarily have an issue with the concept of making sure people who are in the reserves are treated well and have every advantage, right? Like, I'm fine with that, but the way this is being described doesn't make sense. Seems like it's going to backfire. I'm back to, oh, they said a thing you can generally agree with, but what they say and then what they do and how they do it ends up backfiring and doing the exact opposite of what they say that they wanted in the first place. We support obliging all federal departments, agencies, and federally regulated businesses to guarantee that any employee who temporarily leaves his or her non-military job to deploy on missions or on military training will be guaranteed his or her non-military job upon returning from deployment or training. Hey, how about if you're in the reserves, you don't have to work? Oh, how about that? How about you just get paid for being in the reserves and attending shit, and you get paid a living wage enough and have UBI to pull from, so that way maybe you don't have to have a civilian job if you don't want one. You shouldn't necessarily prevent people from working in that regard if they want to, but what about that? Is that an option? Can we do that? How are you going to pay for it? I don't know. I wouldn't be cutting the taxes. A conservative government will work with provincial and private sector partners to ensure that all reserve personnel who work for any provincial government, provincial agency, or private sector entity will be guaranteed their non-military job upon returning from military deployment or military training. How? How are you going to do that, and how are you going to ensure that that's not going to end up fucking up them getting hired in the first place? Tell Elmo. How? How are you going to do that? Streamlining defense procurement. The Conservative Party of Canada believes in streamlining, reducing timelines, and removing bureaucratic impediments from the procurement interests of the Canadian Forces and the Department of National Defence. Canada should strive to adopt a model similar to Australia, with a non-partisan committee of parliamentarians with advice from qualified experts to bring forward equipment solutions for approval with the primacy of military effectiveness in Canada's national interests. Okay. Care and retraining of injured Canadian Armed Forces personnel. The Conservative Party of Canada believes that service personnel injured in the line of duty who would otherwise be released be retained and, if necessary, retrained by the Canadian Armed Forces until the end of their current contract or longer at the discretion of the chain of command. Yo, you lost a leg? Too bad. You're in it till the end of the contract, motherfucker. You signed your soul away, you bastard. Fuck you. How is this, like, not completely contradictory to what they said about veterans? That's so evil! Oh, you've got really bad PTSD? You're quote-unquote shell-shocked? Get fucking back in there, asshole! Unbelievable. Deterrence and strength through collective defense. The Conservative Party of Canada supports Canada's membership in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, and the principle of collective security. A conservative government will work towards spending at least the NATO recommended of 2% of our GDP on the national defense. Yeah, we've already got that. Like, that doesn't mean anything. As an Indo-Pacific nation, conservatives support Canada joining the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue Quad Group for strategic military cooperations, as well as charting a path of membership of new elite defense pact of AUKUS. So I believe that's Australia, UK, and the United States. I believe. I'm not sure what the quadrilateral security is. I don't know who the quad group is. Like, who makes that up? Let me double check. Quad group. Who is in you? Australia, India, Japan, and the United States. Okay, so here's the thing. All of these groups are not only now in question, but also, like, odds are America's not going to be part of them anymore. Right? Or even if America is a part of them, America's going to be at arm's length. Like, nobody's going to be sharing fucking information with America. Nobody's going to be fucking buying shit from America. Nobody's going to be really working with America very closely. Right? So, if Canada were to join, or Canada would ultimately probably end up just taking the United States' place in the Quad. Right? That's likely what would happen. Same with AUKUS. Which, again, I believe is Australia, UK, and the United States. It's just, Canada's just going to take the United States' place. We've already got agreements with the UK and Australia anyway, so we don't really need to join, and we have agreements with the United States, so we don't really need to join these things. And realistically, in the year of our Lord 2025, again, this was written in 2023. Alright, so a little bit of leeway there. But, like, I don't mean to pick on this document for being wrong about this, but this is something that clearly needs to be walked back, and as far as I know, hasn't been clearly walked back by the current leader of the Conservative Party. I get the vibe that Polyev just thinks all this is going to go away. But we'll get to that. Tomorrow we're going to be watching a bunch of, we're going to watch Carney and Polyev talking, and we'll see. We'll see what we think. People have been calling, so they're called pressers when you do, like, a press release, and people have been calling them depressors when Polyev is talking. National Standard of Training for PTSD Service Dog Trainers. The Conservative Party will increase a national standard of training for PTSD service dog trainers for veterans. This standard must be developed to include a standard for PTSD service dogs and a standard for training and the recipient veteran. Okay, so there's, like, a handful of things when it comes to, like, service animals and service dogs in particular, in that there tends to be a lot of abuse, that needs to be looked at. That's not what they're talking about here, but it comes to my mind. So, like, when you have a service animal that you're so dependent on and you care about so much, and then that dog dies, and you get a new one. And then that dog dies, and you get a new one. And that dog dies, and you start, like, people who have PTSD, people who have these issues, will start detaching themselves from their animal and not treating it well in many cases. So that is certainly something that needs to be, and I'm not saying this isn't like only a veteran thing. This is a human thing. So it's something that needs to be considered. But I mean, I do like the idea of, like, we support our veterans. Here's a puppy. Sign up for the Canadian military. When at the end of your contract, get a dog. This seems so deeply unserious. Protecting Arctic sovereignty and continental security. The conservative government will engage with the United States to develop and implement a strategic plan for NORAD modernization. We will upgrade the North Warning System, expand our forward operating locations, construct a new Arctic naval base, and procure military equipment and air defense systems that better protect Canada. Alright, so anybody who is a conservative who agrees with doing these things, why is the Conservative Party trying to attack Carney for proposing these things? And saying he wants to do these things. Trump administration will pay women $5,000 for having... Oh, wow! A whole $5,000. Oh, yeah? That covers what? 1 month of rent and bills and things? Wow! I'm impressed. I agree with this. I agree with it when the Liberal Party is doing it. I would agree with it if the Conservative Party is doing it. Right now, the Liberal government has made deals with Australia that has got us some NORAD eyes in the sky technology and defense systems. So there's nothing to talk about here because there's nothing in it. Like, how are you going to do this? Where are you going to get the money to do this? How are you going to blah, 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 blah? Because they don't have a plan. They don't actually have a plan. They're just making sweeping statements. Your medical bill is $875,486.17. Here's your $5K for your baby. We deduct that from your bill already. Yeah. Yeah. Accurate. Make childbirth free. That would be a really, really good, and make like pre and postnatal care free. That would drastically help the American people having more babies. Cybersecurity. The Conservative Party fully recognizes the importance of cybersecurity as part of our national defense strategy for public and private entities. We would work with our allies to establish a national standard for cybersecurity and reporting of intrusions and be sure our infrastructure is protected. We already have these things. They can be improved, and we can keep working on them, but it's not like they're non-existent. And also, you don't have your security clearance, leader of the Conservative Party. Strong democracy, ongoing policy development principles. Yeah, so basically all of U and V, you can just ignore. Until Polyev gets his fucking security clearance, the leader of the Conservative Party has a security clearance. You can ignore everything they say about security and foreign and international affairs. Strong democracy, ongoing policy development principles. The Conservative Party believes true democracy, involves vigorous participation by all citizens in the affairs of the country. We will commit to broad consultation with citizens across Canada to further the ongoing policy development process and ensure members of Parliament have the fullest input from all Canadians. All right, listen, if you want Canadians to participate more in politics, then you need to educate them about politics more thoroughly and from a younger age. Put debate classes in junior high. Let high school students participate in parties and campaigns. And have law as part of something that you study from, like, grade 5. Law and civil stuff. Not half of a semester in 1 year of high school. That's how you get people to care. No true Scotsman's fallacy, yeah. Oh, the end! That was it? Okay! Yay! We did it. We're done. If you want to call them, just call you want to protest or talk to them or anything? Conservative Party of Canada, 66 Slater Street, Suite 1-800, Ottawa, Ontario, K1P5H1. Toll free. Call them toll free at 866-808-8407. Phone number 613-755-200 or fax at 613-755-2001. Voting Conservative now, bye. Yeah, bye! I'm off to go vote Conservative tomorrow on Monday. Let's go! Well, wasn't that fun? No! So long, everyone. Goodbye. I'm doomed. I'm done. I'm out. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.